You get that?
Hello. Okay.
Welcome to Estoril, to the Circuito Estoril here in beautiful Portugal, and we have some fabulous. Well, it's 22 degrees, and that at this end of the season, that's a very welcome time for everybody. So, 22 degrees in the sunshine in beautiful Estoril in Portugal. We're starting off today with perhaps one of the high spots of what we have. It's the classic Grand Prix cars. My name is Paul Tarsi, and on this occasion, you don't just get one Tarsi for your money, you get two, because I'm joined by my son, Nick Tarsi, who is also steeped in motor racing, as you might imagine. But Nick, I know that you're a great Grand Prix fan, and I know that you're looking forward to these Grand Prix cars being out on track.
Yeah, absolutely. Hello, everybody. Yeah, so make no mistake, I'm not the expert. I bow down to your greater knowledge on this. But yeah, like you say, fantastic cars coming up. I'm sure they're going to put you their paces. As you say, it's a gorgeous day out there. So yeah, looking forward to it.
Now, the cars are out on track, ready for that first race, and that we have our very own Nick Padmore is out there in pole position in the Lotus 87B, and that was the car which, of course, was the twin chassis car in period. And then we have the number 27 car, which is the Williams FW07, and then the Lotus 91, which is the 12 car.
Allowing yourself to get carried away by the moment. That is how a great vacation should be. Being able to forget everything, even the little choices of life. Having to choose between this or that. Whether this will be in the morning or in the afternoon. Whether catching the waves or laying by a pool. Whether reading a book or taking a nap. Whether visiting a museum or enjoying the terrace. Whether by car or by foot. Whether simple or sophisticated. Just leave it up to the moment and see where things take you. It's entirely possible when nothing is missing and everything is so close. Every path is the right path.
And what a treat it is to be able to look at the front of this grid and see Lotus, Williams, the first two rows of the grid. Then we have Embassy Lola. We have the Ensign, which is very much part of the scene back then.
are about to start the first race of this Saturday. Race for the Formula One Legends. In pole position we have Nick Padmore. I will try to talk to Nick just before the start. Good morning, Nick. A little bit hot today, but starting on pole position will be for sure an advantage.
Yeah, it'd be good. It's just getting the car off the line. We don't normally do standing starts, they're normally rolling starts. So, 550 brake horsepower behind me. It should be interesting.
So now it's also more pressure on your shoulders driving a car that was driven before by Nigel Mansell.
Yeah, of course. And my good mate Marco Werner as well, so no pressure. Yeah, it's a privilege, and Chrome Cars and Brightech, they give me some amazing opportunities, so, I'm living the dream.
And now about the track, are you enjoying?
I love it. I've been racing here for probably every year for the last sort of 12 years. I love the fans, the marshals, the people, and the track here is just awesome. Really good. Very lucky.
Okay, thank you. Best of luck for the race. Nick Padmore will be the man on the pole position. He's willing to win, of course. Starting from the front row with a Nigel Mansell beautiful Lotus with the John Player special livery. It's an amazing car. We have 8 rows, 16 cars for this Formula One race. One today, this Saturday, and the other one tomorrow. 20 minutes each race. We'll go along the starting grid. We have another Lotus here. Beautiful cars. We still don't have the second place on the starting grid. It was for Martin O'Connell after the qualification. Steve Brooks was last year here in the final 3, one of the races. Steve is willing for sure to do it again. Good morning, Steve.
Good morning.
You achieved here a beautiful result last year, trying to get that at the end of these 2 races.
I'll try, but he's very quick.
It will be a strategy race for you to trying to catch him.
Yeah, I think we have to go straight from the start to try and catch him straight away.
And the race and the track, how are you feeling the track?
It's a most beautiful track here. It's a fantastic track. I think it's one of my favourites in the world.
And racing with this temperature is very difficult.
Uh-huh. Yeah, proper warm.
Not at all a holiday for you in the next 20 minutes.
No, this is going to be hard work.
Okay, best of luck. Steve Brooks, he was on the final 3 last year here at the Historic Festival. We have also some beautiful Williams driven in the past by Alan Jones, also Keke Rosberg. This is the 16. It's for Mark Hazel. He was here also last season. 5 minutes to go in this first race. As you can see, we have such a beautiful starting grid with beautiful cars, 3 Lotus, Ligier, also all other brands that we are used to see in the past. They are history of Formula One that is this weekend in Japan, the modern Formula One, but it will be for sure a beautiful race here and tomorrow. Lots of public also in the stands. We'll see for sure very, very special moments throughout the race. We'll try to talk with one of the other drivers, Jamie Constable. Jamie, good morning.
Morning.
Very, very hot day, an afternoon to race, but for sure you will have some fun.
We will have lots of fun. Should be great racing. Some brilliant cars out there. It's going to be a lot. And this is a lovely, lovely track.
Any kind of strategy before the start?
Just go as quick as I can, really.
And the car is okay on the track?
Yeah, the car's really nice. Really suits the track. It's lovely.
Okay, best of luck.
Thank you.
Jamie Constable, also one of the drivers this weekend here. Another beautiful car, also from another hero of Formula One. 3-4 minutes to the start, to the final positions on the grid. I'll pass over to the commentators, of course. For the next 20 minutes, we'll have some of the best Formula Ones here at Estoril.
Thank you very much indeed, Roy. And yeah, absolutely agree that there are some glorious cars there. And I think that anybody who either has an interest in motorsport or has maybe been there at the time, then this stirs the soul. Nick Padmore on pole, as you say, with Martin O'Connell is in second, and then running through the list, we have the Lotus 91 of Steve Brooks. After that, interesting to hear Steve Brooks say that he's going to have to go and have a big push down into the first corner to try and do the deed on Nick Padmore. That's going to be a tough one to call, I think, but
Easier said
we'll
than
have
done.
to see. Yes, I think that it's going to be just like all the others. Nick Tarsi, you've been looking at these cars, and they do stir the soul, don't they?
Absolutely, yeah. It's such a big spread as well, from sort of 71 to what we got here, sort of 84. So there's some beautiful machines out there. Yeah, it's just, I would worry about, I don't know how they do it without worrying about touching wheels and things, but they do.
They're not taking any prisoners when they're out there, as we're going to see very shortly. That these are serious races and some serious motor cars. And as is often said, these cars were built to race, and to go out there and parade them in some sort of 7/10 effort would be a great insult to the people who built them in the first place. So, yeah, they're going to be out there and pushing hard, and that we know that the guys from Chrome Cars who are out and run Nick Padmore's car on pole, for example, yeah, they're serious races, and we're going to see all of these cars out very, very shortly now. They're all formed up on the grid. Here at Estoril, you heard it a couple of times already. The weather is superb. It really looks great. 22 degrees, which for anybody listening in part of the world which is heading towards autumn, then yeah, you can understand why this event in Estoril at the very end of the season is so popular, because we see huge grids and we see people coming down just for the fun of it. The grid will now be cleared very, very shortly. I'm going to ask you to put your money where your mouth is, Nick. Do you fancy Nick Padmore for this, or is somebody else going to get in the way? Do you think it's going to be a Williams? Do you think it's going to be a Lotus? What do you think?
It's going to be tough, isn't it? I think a lot of people are hungry out there. I think Nick is I would have to say, and he's certainly in a good position. But look at those liveries. Look at them out there. It makes such a difference, isn't it? Attention to detail. Everyone's machines are ready and raring to go.
One of the things I really like about it is we saw there when Rui was doing the interviews that a lot of them, those cars, have the original driver's name on the side of the car, and then next to it they have the current owner or current driver as well, in the same letter style. So we're now just waiting for the green flag lap, and they're away onto that. They'll be doing that. And with these cars, the same as with modern Formula One cars, they've got to warm their tyres. They've got to make sure that everything's up to speed, tyres and brakes.
Absolutely. Yeah, there's no mucking around. I mean, if you don't get your tyres warm, the person in the grid slot next to you will. So it's about making sure that no stone is left unturned.
And look at that airbox on that Embassy Hill. I mean, it is both beautiful and ridiculous at the same time. It was that era, and in those times of the sort of mid-70s, the high airbox, it became known as the high airbox era, when everybody had those things. But
it's great.
It does look a little strange to see it now, particularly as it's probably the only car there. We've got a Surtees, I think, there with a high airbox as well. But cars now coming back on their warm-up lap. They'll form up on the grid for an indeterminate period of time. It's a random period of time, but they will form up, and then the lights will turn to green, and there'll be away. It's interesting to see that Embassy Hill is so far up the grid. It was never really particularly successful in periods, so it's interesting to see that. And we heard from Jamie Constable when Rui was talking to him that it is actually probably well suited to this track. And look at that shot, Nick, of the hill and running up the hill, the uphill hairpin turn there. It's just, that's one of the things that makes this such a brilliant kind of circuit.
Yeah, it's romantic, isn't it?
Yes, it is.
It's a beautiful shot. Yeah, I mean, like, imagine them driving it. I mean, you know, it must be an absolute thrill.
Yeah, and they're now coming up to the grid. They'll be forming up in their practice times with Nick Padmore on pole, the Williams on second, and here we go now. Last car's now coming back into the grid slots. A mixture of professional drivers and enthusiastic amateurs on this grid. Some of the people at the front do this for a living. Can you believe that? But here they go, where the Ligier just taking its place there. And there is Padmore lined up and ready to go in that Chrome Cars Run Lotus 88.
Still looks menacing, doesn't it?
Oh, doesn't it? I think there's an awful lot of people out there who still think that JPS Lotus, John Player Special Lotuses, are involved in Formula One. People who don't follow it. Waiting for the lights now. Green flag at the back of the grid. It's going to be a race into that turn one, that first right-hand turn. The lights go out. They're away, and slow start for the hill. Very slow start for the hill. Got absolutely bogged down, but it's Padmore as they come into turn one with the other Lotus right behind him. Then when we have the Embassy is way down there. So all the bigging up that we did, Nick, of saying that was going to be really well suited to this track, a very, very poor start there, and he got absolutely engulfed. But it's Nick Padmore who goes into the lead for this first lap, and we heard Steve Brooks saying he was going to try and get the jump on Nick before they got too far into this race. Well, Padmore is running away with it currently, and he's certainly putting his marker down. It's the Guillaume Romain ensign, which is up there as well. So that made a very, very good start. Fascinating to see the difference in the evolution of Formula One cars as they go into this race. That there we see the number 14 for Laurent 4 ensign, the 181, which is a 1981 car, getting towards the top end of the evolution of the cars in this race. But they're now moving on through. And we see Christopher Perkins in the Surtees TS14. Surtees, of course, built by John Surtees, the only man to win the World Championship on two wheels and on four. Won the World Championship for Ferrari, and then went on. Famously had a huge falling out. Oh no! And that's one of the Williams, which has come to a halt just beyond Gancho. He's pulled off into the old part of the circuit, and that's a crying shame. So many of these cars powered by that wonderful Ford DFV. Ligier being one of those that had its own Ligier engine, but besides that, so many of these will have the DFV. And the story goes about the Ford PR manager, Walter Hayes, spent £100,000 on commissioning Cosworth to build the DFV, and I'm sure that's the
Mega
best.
bucks.
Yeah, the best £100,000 Ford ever spent in terms of publicity, because it went on for nigh on 20 years. There's the Ligier. Interesting, or both the Ligiers. It's interesting also, Nick, that nowadays the cars have many sponsors in Formula One, whereas a lot of these cars really only have one. You know, that car there with Padmore at the wheel, that says John Player Special down the side. That's all it is.
Spatter a car with too many stickers, it does take away a bit. In modern Formula One, of course, it's whoever pays to have a sticker somewhere. But no, the idea of keeping a theme, keeping a livery is absolutely great, and it's part of the what makes the nostalgia of that sport, of this sport, so fantastic, isn't it? It's seeing them and remembering where you were when you saw them, and all the rest of it.
Well,
yeah, absolutely. Yeah, it destroyed me, I think, is the way to put it. But no, I saw some. It was a golden era. So I'm 42 now. So I was around, being, as you say, dragged to races from sort of, I'd say 2 or 3. Not sure I remember a huge amount from those races.
No,
but I was there.
Yeah, these ones I think are probably beyond you, but. Look at those two, and back to that thing about the livery, Gitan written all over it, and
jumps out.
Yeah, it's. We now know, obviously, that it was all about cigarette sponsorship then, and that is not wildly thought of now. But
I think I blame that for my occasional cigarette usage now. I think it's all to do with you taking me to races in my youth.
Oh, thanks, son. That's great. So IRA there leading that Ligier battle in the more recent 1983 car from the other Ligier, which is up there as well, Mr. John of B, and that those two having a splendid battle, bearing in mind that the cars are really quite different. 1979 for the older car, and there we see the newer 1983 version. It's sometimes quite interesting with these Formula One cars that maybe cars that weren't particularly competitive in period, they're run for years, they're looked after by different people, and you suddenly see people moving up the order considerably, and I think that's great. And yes, we still have the Lotuses at the front, and that's no surprise there, really.
No, they just look fantastic. So with these, I mean, you are, as I say, the expert. I mean, how original are these cars in terms of as God intended them?
I think that they are, in the main, very original. That these cars, unlike perhaps some of the sports cars and things we see at some events, which are recreations, that these, by and large, are the original cars, and that they developed over years. We there see the
Philippe Bonnet,
which is an odd beast, the Trojan T103, Philippe Bonnet, who those cars were driven by people like Tim Schenken in period, and were built. Trojan were the people who built the McLaren Can-Am cars for McLaren. And then when that contract came to an end, they decided to build their own cars and single-seaters rather than sports cars, and this was the result. And there we see the number 14 Ensign, which Mo Nunn's team used to run, and always they were short of money, but hey, that's the way it is. The Captain 3 and 4, you see there? Yes, the cost cap wasn't a thing then. It was, but yes, we see that. Somebody going very slowly there. Did that look like one of the JPS cars?
Could have been, yeah.
Well, that was first or second then, if that is the case, because yes, we've lost one of the Lotuses, which is falling down the order, and that's Steve Brooks, which is falling down the order. Nick Padmore still out in front, He's done the fastest lap. Fastest lap in the older cars is down to the Embassy Lola, should I say, of Jamie Constable, who was saying how he was looking forward to that. If you remember, he had a really bad start, and so he's making up for it now. He's now back up to 7th overall, but I think he'll be cursing the fact that he got engulfed by the grid when the lights went green. But
this is a good scrap, isn't it?
Isn't it? Yes. And that's Sohail Ari Ligier. So many of the people of this time, the cars were built by people who were either current or ex-racers. Guy Ligier was a racer. He never raced these cars, but he started his world in motorsport as a racing driver. John Surtees, as we've said, Mo Nunn, who built the Ensign, was a racer. We had Graham Hill, who of course was very much a racing driver.
Yeah, it was a great time, wasn't it? They were starting to understand aerodynamics and how they played a part, and they looked great, and it was a golden era.
I think that one of the things is Nick Padmore's car, which is the 87B, was really, really cutting edge for its time. Colin Chapman, he was without doubt a genius, and that he latched on to the whole principle of aerodynamics and then ground effects very, very quickly. And we saw the Lotus 72, which was one of his earliest ones, not a ground effect car, but nonetheless he was there. And then the 78 and 79, which really brought ground effects into Formula One, where the side pods just sucked the car down onto the racetrack. And all of this is a good one. This is going to run around. All this
action all down the field.
Yeah, it is, isn't it? It is. But the Surtees there, moving out to overtake that high air box. Embassy Lola, as run by Graham Hill, the IARI car, and that's the Theodore, isn't it? No, it's not. No, that's the Ensign. So that's Laurent Faure in the 181. He's going for that neck. He's going for it.
Oh. Firm but fair.
I'd like to be like to hear the conversations afterwards for that one.
I think the gap was there, wasn't it?
Yeah, probably it was. Yeah, I think firm but fair is about as far as you would go. But that's it's all fair in love and motorsport. And yes, another battle here. And how often do you get the chance to say this is a battle between the Surtees and the Hill?
That's great. I mean, Jamie Constable's looked fairly aggressive from the get-go, hasn't he? And he looks hell-bent on getting past at some point. That was the taking spot from the lap before. He didn't go for best time, but yeah, certainly right on the gearbox.
Yeah, he's completely stuck there, and he.
Here he goes. Here he goes.
At that, got the traction down really well. I don't think there was much of a battle there from the Surtees. Ewan Surgeson gave him an open door, but the order is still with Nick Padmore at the front of the field. There, that's a change for place there with the Lola. So still moving on up. He did warn us that he liked this circuit.
The man of his word.
We talked about the liveries of. So Haile Ari into the pits there in the number 2 car. That's the Ligier JS21.
That's a shame.
He's done such a good race, and he had that good battle with the other Ligier that we see there on screen, Mr. John of B, and that he's come in. These cars are still racing, and really racing. We talk about the fact that in days gone by quite a long time, that historic racing was very often kind of a display and a bit of a race thrown in. These
Not here.
people are racing.
Yeah, and with that huge spread as well, in the years these cars were built, to see them run this closely is great stuff. And here we go again.
Oh no, that was Mr. John of B spun round there by the Embassy Lola. It's not our job to apportion blame, but it's
there was blame there.
It was it was perhaps an optimistic move by Jamie Constable, but of course he is seeking to work his way through the field, and you have to be aggressive if you're going to do that. Laurent Faure all on his own there in the ensign, and that he's now sitting in second place, and that it's here we go again. Just look at that.
I'm not sure that gap was there, Jamie.
But I also think that probably Mr. John B wasn't aware that the car was there. So 6 of one and half a dozen of the other, perhaps.
Yeah.
But the
insert your catchphrase there.
Oh well, that's the end of that. So the damage that occurred presumably in that coming together has seen the hill out of the race, and that's a shame because we're looking for that.
Thankfully, the damage looks minimal on the car, so hopefully they'll be able to sort that out.
Yeah, and as we said at the beginning, these cars are made to race. Yeah, that's what they have. But we still have 12 magical cars out there. And the other thing, Nick, is the sheer size of those rear tyres on these cars. I mean, they're huge.
That's great, isn't it? Yeah, all the drama, all the theatre.
Yes. And you look at that, and it's got everything going for it. And yes, it's undoubtedly a very different beast from the cars that would be on a Formula One grid today in Japan. But it's nonetheless exciting.
Yeah. I had a huge argument actually with a close friend of mine as to Formula One tyres and the width of them. He was adamant that the rears were still hugely wider than the fronts. And this is a guy who sits and watches Grand Prix every Sunday. So needless to say, I won that one. They are all the same width, I believe.
But here we see again the Ligier really pushing down the home straight. Isn't that magic to see the March 811 there with the rainbow side pods, and then the Ligier Gitane car. Nice to see also that Mr. John of B is running a crash helmet in the same livery, same colour scheme as Jacques Lafitte, who drove that car in period.
Really?
So that's absolutely great. Andy Beaumont is probably the most famous for that. He had one of these JPS cars, and he runs a crash helmet which is an absolute perfect copy of Ronnie Peterson's crash helmet, and to the point that I've had a lump in my throat more than once of seeing that car out, or seeing the car and driver combination out on track, because you don't need much imagination to think that must be Ronnie. But these three cars coming on well. The fastest lap, no surprise, is Nick Padmore, and that he's now got 27.6 second lead. So Nick will be very, very happy with that. He's going to be in a position where he's going to be lapping people, and he needs to be careful of that. We've already seen maybe that the visibility out of some of these cars is not as good as it might be, and you have to be careful when you're overtaking people. But we're now down under 3 minutes of this left to run. We have a 1.5 minute lap roughly, so we're going to see probably 3 more laps of this. So the last minute lunges are now starting. Mr. John B getting that blue Ligier lined up nicely. Couldn't quite get on the brakes quickly enough or hard enough to make that work.
He's thinking about it every lap, isn't he? He's certainly got it in his sights. I think that's going to be the spot where it happens, if it happens.
Yes, and it's now or never. Without breaking into song, that makes all the difference. And Padmore out there in the front. The other car that he races for Chrome Cars is the Lotus 88, which was the famous twin chassis car that Colin Chapman built to try and get round the rules about movable aerodynamic devices. Didn't work for very long. A bit like the Brabham fan car, that as soon as it went public, everybody said, "No, you can't run that."
Yeah.
And so it never really happened. But nonetheless, it's a fabulous car, and you're so right, Nick, that you can almost plot the evolution as you look at these cars going right back to 1974 and that Trojan.
Yeah. It was almost the start of the period where it's almost what you don't see is more important than what you do see.
Yes.
It's the inner workings of these things.
Yeah, and we saw that Trojan earlier on, and the aerodynamics are, should we say, primitive? And I don't mean that in an insulting way.
I agree.
And so down now to the last minute of this race, and what a race it's been. We've seen Nick Padmore. I think the only word is dominate from start to finish.
Yeah. Well, when you asked me at the start of this, I didn't want to say he's going to dominate and then run away with it, but I think I secretly thought he may dominate and run away with it.
But he certainly is, and he sits there
driving superbly. Inch perfect.
It is, and a late entry into the event anyway. But there we see it. 26 seconds left on the clock. He's going to have to do another lap. So there he goes.
You can see he's loving it as well.
Oh, he does. When we talk to him, and I talk to Nick quite often, and he absolutely loves what he does. It's such a treat for him, and I think one of the nice things is he never ever forgets how lucky he is.
Yeah, absolutely.
And he drives all sorts of different cars for different people. He is one of our professional drivers, and
entering the final lap now.
So it's going to be a win for Chrome Cars and Nick Padmore, or alternatively, it's for John Player, Team Lotus.
I like it that way around.
I think it is. Yes, it's going to be the Lotus from the ensign, and you never saw ensigns at the front of the field in period. So very well done for Laurent Faure for bringing that car home. In second, Lotus 91 of Steve Brooks has clambered back up to third place after his problems earlier on, and it's going to be the Surtees TS9 of Ewan Surgerson who is going to come in fourth place. So here we come. A very slow car there. Do you think he doesn't want to do another lap?
I think it's fuel saving.
That's one of the Surtees, and I think that he just got there. I think it was good. Well done, Nick Padmore. Absolute star of the show.
Fantastic drive.
And he's earned his corn today. But yeah, that Surtees that we saw crossing the line certainly didn't look well. But whether it was simply that he didn't think he could make another lap or didn't want to do another lap, I don't know. He's just getting to turn one now, Nick. There's our second place man. Very, very happy. That will be Guillaume Romain. Will be a very sorry, not Guillaume Romain. What am I saying? It's the number 14 car that Laurent Faure in the ensign that will cross the line in second place. You can see why this event is so popular at the end of the year, can't you? The weather's beautiful, lovely circuit. We certainly have an embarrassment of riches in historic racing at this time of year.
Absolutely.
They got all the
showing their appreciation. That's what you want to see, isn't it?
Look at that.
And reciprocated by Nick.
Yeah. Yeah. So good stuff. Very good stuff. And we must never forget the boys and girls in orange at race tracks all over the world who do this on a voluntary basis.
Yeah, and these guys are fans. They love it. They love to see it.
Yes, they do it because they love it. But if they didn't do it, we wouldn't have a sport. So thanks to everybody out there for that. The change from cigarette advertising. Let's put Budweiser on the side.
Yeah, the healthier option. Yeah, I also blame my drinking on that as well.
I think you ought to be careful about this on live TV.
Yeah.
But great job, and that Rui will be down there hopefully to catch up with Nick Padmore at the end of it as the number 6 Mark DeVee with the Lotus 78. That really the first ground effects car, the Lotus 78. Was
the turning point.
Yeah, it was honed by the 79, which just went down and won everything. That was a Ligier on the side of the road there.
Oh yeah. I was going to say with the ground effect, no porpoising as well.
No, actually they did have him period
briefly.
Yeah, in when the 79 Lotus came out, and then the following year, pretty much everybody copied it, and the Williams that we've seen out today, the FW07 that Mark Hazel was driving, which didn't get very far, unfortunately. The Williams was, shall we say, heavily influenced by the Lotus 79.
Impressive, you say.
But they used to have this big problem with porpoising. It's not a new thing. And there's Nick
happy team
in his chrome cars, JPS outfit.
It's a great feeling, isn't it? To come back to a happy team.
So all the stories. I mean that's all part of it, isn't it? You've raced cars, Nick, and you know that part of both the joy and the horror is the conversations you have to have when you get back to pit lane.
Yeah, I mean, I think my biggest fan was you. But yeah, I've raced MX-5, if you can call them cars. I'm still a huge fan. But yeah, that feeling when you do a good race is amazing, isn't it? Especially if you have a team that's also worked hard, put in the hours to try and get you into a good position. You come back and you deliver. It must be a great feeling.
Yeah, indeed. And so we had a good start for Nick Padmore. He did everything he had to do. That the cars got away very quickly. Padmore just ran away and hid. We had a great battle between the two Ligiers, which unfortunately then we lost. Lots of wheel-to-wheel racing all the way through. That's Mr. John B with his later Ligier that he moved up, and then all the way through with that Surtees, which pushed his way through. Would it be fair to say pushed his way through?
Yeah, it's possible.
And that battle with the Embassy Lola of Jamie Constable, who'd had a dreadful start. We lost the Ligier JS21 of Sahil Ayari, but then Jamie Constable and got a bit enthusiastic maybe on the way in, and unfortunately very shortly after that we saw the problem with the car actually pulling off, and we presume with damage to the suspension. I can only assume that that's the case. But Nick Padmore went on his imperious way, a perfect drive. We didn't quite find out what happened to that blue and yellow Surtees on the on the left of your screen there with Chris Perkins in the TS14, but nonetheless, he made it to the finish, and that's what counts.
Firm but fair racing, I think, throughout the field there.
It's what this particular formula is all about. That in spite of having the professionals and the amateurs and everything else, they are very fair. They race against each other several times a year, and so therefore they know each other. And that there's nothing much to win except for prestige and joy, and that's again part of it. There's the number 19 Surtees of Chris Perkins going back on the end of a bit of string. You say about going back to the pits, Nick, and that what conversations you have.
Yeah, it's the other side of the coin, isn't it? I think he drove really well. Actually, I think he gave us all something to watch and enjoy there. It's a shame it didn't work out on one of the occasions, but yeah, he must be going back to some long faces in his pit.
What? So you've spent a long weekend or a week in beautiful sunshine in one of the most beautiful places in the world. There's not much to have a long face about.
No, of course not. But it's all fun, isn't it? It's all when the sun shines, it makes everything better.
Yeah, I think you're right, and I'm sorry that we didn't see the Embassy Hill, Embassy Lola, maybe let off the leash, had that bad start, and I think he would have been further up than it actually turned out that he was. But it's great to see, and we saw some great driving and some great experiences. Look at that, Nick. We talked about the elevation of this circuit, and that's fabulous.
It's inviting, isn't it?
Yes, you would want to drive that, and we're going to see lots more over the course of the next day and a half. We've got classic endurance racing is going to be up next, and that's very largely the 2-litre sports cars of the era of the mid-70s, the Chevrons and the Lolas and the Toys, and we've got a couple of BMW M1 Pro cars that we're going to talk about. And,
wow, yeah.
And one of my favourite cars of all time is the Porsche 935 K3, the Kramer car, and Carlos de Quesada, and Scooter Gable they're going to be out there. They brought that car over from the US. There's the victorious first, second, and third on the podium, and they'll be enjoying their moment literally in the sun.
I don't know about the second place spot there. He's actually not in the sun. He's not happy about it by the looks of it.
Now listen, you're picking holes now. But we see the boys up there here at the Estoril Classics, the 3 Union Jacks, and now the trophies. Two Chrome Cars drivers on the podium. They'll be very, very happy with that.
You don't see the kissing in Formula One, do you? On the cheeks?
No. It's
maybe we should suggest it.
Yes, have a word with somebody, Nick. I'm not sure who. And for our winner, Nick Padmore, he also gets the trophy and a kiss. So well done, Nick. And we'll look forward to hearing all about that when I next talk to him. I'm sure he'll have some tales to tell. Nick Padmore, Laurent Faure, and Steve Brooks up there. And now, as Bob Constanduros always used to say on the podium in Formula One, champagne!
They're manageable bottles, aren't they, as well?
Yes. They're none of these silly show-off jobs. They're a bottle of champagne. But yeah, we'll be moving very on to the classic endurance racing 2-litre cars very shortly. We then have the Iberian historic endurance cars for the 2 litres are now out on track. After that, we have the 50s cars, endurance racing legends and Group C will be out at later in this afternoon, and then we have our 60s endurance race after that. This is class B winners, and that we mustn't forget that this is a 2-class race, and it's always good to win your class if you can.
Absolutely.
It's part of the joy, I think, is that you're not necessarily just running, because let's face it, Chrome Cars and Nick Padmore are going to be tough to stay up with in any shape or form, and to be
it gives a whole new dynamic to the race, doesn't it?
Yeah. And as we said, these guys are racing each other. I won't say day in, day out, but they're doing several times a year, so they know each other. They know each other well, and that they trust each other, which is also important. I think that they trust each other not to do anything stupid, and to be able to stand up there and say, "Well, that's 4 to me and 5 to you," is kind of good.
That's what it's all about, really.
And being the end of the series, that's where we sit. But it is a superb event. And I said earlier on that we have this embarrassment of riches with historic racing, that the end of the season, when for many people racing is dying down, and we have Goodwood Revival, then we have the Spa 6 Hours meeting, and then we have the Estoril Classics. And
it's almost as if the Goodwood Revival is the kicking off point for the second wind of the historic racing.
Yes, it is, and there we go. Good. I'm pleased that somebody did. Well done. That's good. So now we look for the cars forming up on the grid for round 5 of the classic endurance racing. This is in itself broken into 2 because they have such huge grids. The 2 cars in the front are both toys, and by that I don't mean they're toys. They are TOJs, and if you prefer Todge, then that's fine.
We'll go with toys.
Well, I think we'll go with toys, and that then we have the Lola. These are just great names: Toy, Lola, Cheetah in 4th place on the grid. The next row is a Chevron and a Lola, then another Toy, then a Lola. We go back to 10th before we get to the first of our BMW M1 Pro cars, and that's a brilliant idea, which you couldn't run now, which was BMW wanted to promote their brand, and they created the Pro Car series. There's a Pro Car, the white one with the red back there, and they built those cars, and they ran them as a support race for Grand Prix, and they ran them on the basis because there were very few manufacturers involved in Grand Prix in those days, and that what they do is that some people went out and bought one and had them run as professional cars, and others went out and ran them themselves. Then you had, I think it was 6 cars which were run by BMW for the fastest 6 qualifiers from the Grand Prix, and that they were the cars which then were out there against all the privateers and the professional drivers. And if you can imagine a field of 20 of those BMW M1s round somewhere like Monaco, it just doesn't bear thinking about. It's probably a bit more like touring cars than anything else. It was fairly, I think the The comment would be robust.
They've aged so well visually as well.
Haven't they just?
Yeah, it's a beautiful car. It sort of epitomises that period, doesn't it?
Yep.
In terms of sort of road cars, there's a lot of people sort of going for that look, Scirocco's, but they really they really got it just right at BMW.
And those cars were built for BMW by, would you believe, Lamborghini?
Were they really?
It were, and that they actually built the cars because BMW didn't have anywhere to build them. You see another one there in the red and gold.
It's beautiful.
The orange one is a Capri, would you believe? That Group 5 regulations back in the period said that anything below the original centre line in the wheels was free. So therefore, everybody just cut off the bottom.
They all look brilliant. They all look great. They all look like something that's been drawn by a enthusiastic 7-year-old, and that's the way it should be.
Yeah. The 2 litre series, as we're seeing now, was hugely popular. They had their own series as well as having being part of the World Endurance Championship, as it then was. Or was it World Sports Car Championship? And so you would see these cars at Le Mans. They were always kind of making up the numbers, but nonetheless, they were there. Pace car pulls off, drivers right into pit lane. Red lights are held, waiting for them to go green for the rolling start. Which of the toys is going to make it? And in we go. And as they go down towards that first corner, that glorious thing. Oh, and it's 3 abreast in the first corner. But yes, we have it's the number 50. Oh no, number 50 car nearly made it, but didn't quite. So Maxime Guénard was looking for that lead, but we've got this whole 1 hour race.
Almost getting out of shape there. Yeah, really going for it.
Excuse me, guys. This is a 1 hour race. It's not a 5-lap race. You need to finish first, and that they certainly will need to do that. But it was Yves Skimama who came away very, very well from the start, but now just waiting for them to come into our sight. And it's the Lola that's got the lead now. Very, very evenly matched, these cars. Engines from BMW, from Ford or Cosworth. Then the production-based vehicles, I call them very, very loosely, but the M1, the Capri.
Any race with the Jägermeister Capri in it is good in my book.
One of the great liveries, I think, of all time.
Absolutely.
Is that, but running nicely. It's nice to see the blue and yellow on the march there. But coming round now to complete the lap, and it is the number 50 car of Maxime Guénard who is in the lead from Skimama in the first of the toys. In second, then in third, we have the Frank Morel in the next of the toys. It does seem strange saying that, but it is genuinely what it is. And Beat Aguiman in the first of the Cheetahs. Not many racing cars built in Switzerland, but the Cheetah was built in Switzerland.
It's not one I've heard of.
No, they weren't volume manufacturers. I mean, none of them were, obviously. But yes, change for position. No, that was a very well defended move. Just on the brakes when you needed to be. Yes, Chuck Graminger was the man who ran Cheetah, and he built a few cars. None of these were high volume, but people like Lola and Toy up to a point, and Chevron, they were building quite a few cars for customer sale every year. and the cars will evolve over time. But we still have, I'm talking about Lola, Toy, Cheetah, and Lola as they now settle down into a bit of a rhythm. Some of these people will be going with co-drivers. Others will not. The majority are driving on their own. Everybody has to make a mandatory pit stop, but so that it's equal whether you're having a co-driver or not. That's the
Is that Carlos Barron?
And some good battles down the field. As I say, they're always were very, very evenly matched. So we still have the Maxime Guenat toy. I think toys were exclusively powered by BMW 2-litre engines in period. There's no reason to think that or Yves Guimama's. Oh, that was nice. That was very, very neat.
Textbook.
Yeah. As we saw on the brakes, nicely into what it needed to be done, and now on the road. That's a Lola, the red one, the number 31 car, with Carlos Barbeau. And Carlos is a bit of a Lola fan. He's also got a T70 coupe Mark 3B in the stable as well. The BP sponsored
original BP, isn't it? It's great to see.
Yes. And all of these cars or most of these cars would have been effectively private entries in period. Somebody pulling off into pit lane there. So there we have the first three cars in shot.
They're striding away now, aren't they?
The first three are, but we don't see a Padmore out there, do we? Oh, look at that glorious Capri. That's, as you say, you can't not like a Jägermeister Capri. Emil Breitmeyer there. And those cars were built for the DTM, the Deutsche Tourenwagen Meisterschaft, and that they.
Sorry, say again.
That's the BP car that was in third place. So he's certainly gone off there. So whatever's happened to Dominique Guenat, that he's having to sit and wait for the whole field to go by.
That's a shame.
But if he can't get going, Nick, we're going to see a safety car.
I think it's a nasty spot, isn't it?
Yeah. I think that if he doesn't get going again, then that will certainly be a safety car. That Capri is really on a charge now, and that Emil Breitmeyer will be pushing down. It doesn't look as if it has any right to be pushing those other cars the way it is.
Which makes it all the more sweet.
Oh yes, absolutely. And that car, I think, has a 1.4 turbo 4-cylinder,
right?
Which Zakspeed, they were amongst the first where you'd have 1.4 turbo, and it would be one of those things where it would be turning out 500 brake horsepower or something, and much more than it ever should have done. There's Frank Morel has got restarted, so that's good news. All right, so bit of confusion as to whether that was a replay or not. We saw yellow flags out, so no, it isn't a replay. So it wasn't Frank Morel, it was the other BP car. The car's now very aware of the yellows slowing down, And again, this is one of the things about club racing or club historic racing. The other side of that sign is going to say SC, isn't it? I think that's fair to say that that's a safety car.
Yeah.
Yeah. Which will tighten everything up. The clock, of course, continues to tick while the safety car is out. So there will be an element of closing the gap.
Yeah. Not sure what happened there. I don't think it could be a mechanical fault, because I mean the car was basically facing the wrong way. So there must have been some kind of contact there, or maybe driver error.
Yeah. But so we have a safety car. I actually haven't seen the safety car yet, but no doubt it's out there somewhere. Should, of course, pick up the leader. So let's hope that that's going to be the case, because otherwise it does make it a bit difficult. There's our leader there, pushing the...
That's good news.
Yeah, that's straight out of the way.
That's very impressive, isn't it? It would take longer than that at Monaco.
It certainly would take.
With all their cranes and everything.
Yeah, that was good stuff and well done. But there's so we're running again. And yep, the safety car period was short, and although we had a lapped car at the front of the field, that hasn't made any difference at all as the number 52 Yves Guimama's toy goes away. Very, very much an overlooked livery, Nick, is those factory run toys were sponsored again by Warsteiner, another beer, but ran in gold.
Yeah, we didn't we see it? I think we saw a group of those at Retromobile, didn't we?
We did,
yes. And they really stood out.
You're right, I've forgotten that. That's very true. And one of the great liveries, I mean, everybody always talks about, as we have done, JPS and other
Porsches and that sort of thing.
Yeah, but Toy are up there with their Warsteiner livery.
The gold looks great in the sun as well.
Yeah, it wouldn't be quite so good at a rainy Silverstone, would it?
Or Snetterton. I don't know why that sounds worse, but it does somehow.
But that's that car on its way now. That Maxime Guinard, he's driving on his own, by the way, so he's not going to be handing over to anybody who is either slower or faster, and that's going to be quite interesting in itself.
The Capri's under a bit of pressure there. Oh,
a lot of pressure.
Yeah.
Ooh, but not giving in easily.
I think that was the right call. The move was done.
That Capri must be difficult to run close to anybody, because all of those aerodynamic bits on it stick out an awfully long way at the front.
Yeah.
So you either have to be very familiar with the car, or you need to take your chance. But yeah, that deed is done, and the Capri just slides one down the order. It's not the end of the world. I'm sure that Emil Breitmeyer will not be over upset about that. But these little 2-litre cars continue on their way. He's not getting away,
no,
is
he's
he?
not. He's not at all.
I wonder how much of that Capri ever came out of a Ford factory.
Yeah, not a lot.
If anything. And Group 5, which is what that was an absolutely brilliant formula. That it was basically a silhouette formula that, providing you had that silhouette from the middle of the wheels upwards, you could do anything you liked.
Yeah, and they're much loved as well, aren't they? We put a video onto our YouTube channel. One of them was sort of Capris, and it went crazy.
Yeah,
there's so much love for Capris.
And I think that we haven't seen much of that yellow 935 K3 that you can see in the background there, but that was exactly the same thing. That was a Group 5 car, and
the outline.
It was just the outline. That's all you had to have for the silhouette formula, and that there was nothing Porsche about it at all, really. That they were built around the centre section of a 911, but even to the point that latterly, in the days of the 935, they turned the engine round because it wasn't, they didn't like it hanging out of the back. So I think it was Kramer who just turned the engine round, turned it into a mid-engine car, and you could kind of get away with it, which was ridiculous. I don't think it was very popular with everybody, but
it'd be interesting to see as well with the Capri how it fares as the race goes on in terms of how the tyres work and in relation to the cars around it. Will it be able to hold pace? It'd be interesting to watch that.
That's true, with all that power. Philippe Bruweiler there in the Chevron B36. Oh, he hasn't given up, has he? He hasn't given up at all. That he's saying, Beat Egemann, in your cheetah, you may have got past me, but you're not going to run away from me. And of course, he's going to be looking at Philippe Bruweiler in that 42 Chevron behind him, because that's not very far behind either. And
to attack and defend is never an easy task, is it?
True. There we see the battle of 6th and 7th as well. Yeah, this is turning into a very nice fight between the 2-litre cars and the 1.4 turbo Capri. That, strangely, ironically, I suppose in some ways, around this track, they are very evenly matched. And that, yes, the 2-litre cars are going to be quicker on the twisty bits, and that the sheer grunt of the Capri is going to make all the difference.
Yeah, I mean, hats off to Peter Otto, because I mean, the cars in the classes here are great. They're very, very well put together.
Yeah, absolutely they are, and that's an art in itself, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely.
That's it. But the M1. The M1 and the Porsche 934, that was the forerunner, unsurprisingly, of the 935. A little bit more standard. Lars Roller and Patrick Simon in that car. That was a Group 4 car in period, so there were more restrictions as to what you could do. But when we talk about this, look at this battle.
Yeah, I think the pendulum swayed a bit more towards defence now.
Yes, I think you're right.
But still doing a sterling job.
Nick, you are absolutely right that he's having to defend to the point that that's slowing him down, isn't it?
Yeah.
That the Breitmeyer car is certainly having to think seriously about that now, and
he's got the power on the straight to hold him off, I think.
Yeah, but
as I say that,
yeah, he's going to have his work cut out, and look at that for defensive driving. That up there into the hairpin.
Yeah. Decisions were made early,
but that was not a quick line that he had to take to do that, and that's cost him dearly, because the number 42 car of Philippe Bruweiler, that Chevron, was right up next to him, but it's all the way down the field, isn't it? That you've got Bruweiler and the Chevron tried to make the most of that opportunity and didn't. That's the 934 into the pits.
That's a shame.
Yeah, they're not rushing. I never like it when they don't rush. Oh, and look at this down the inside. Is that going to be a change for position? Yes, it is. That Bruweiler makes the move on the Capri. So that's going to change things more than a little. The Breitmeyer, Emil Breitmeyer, now demoted. Not only that, but he's now having to think about the number 22, Lloyd's and Lola.
Yeah, it seems he hasn't got the pace he had at the start of this race.
I think your point about tyres may well be true, Nick. But we're only a third of the way through it.
That's fantastic. Look at that.
Isn't that beautiful? That Lloyd's Lola, the blue one, was run in period by a chap called Ian Bracey, who was a Lloyd's broker, and a somewhat rotund figure, and always known as Baked Bean. And there is the 935 we've been talking about, which is
he held him off. He held him off
for now. No, it's this could go any way at this point, couldn't it? But there's still only 3.8 seconds between first and second, and where that's perhaps the most secure part of the front of this race. But this is a superb battle. Next car in, we have a yellow flag out on track as well. So somebody's had a problem there, but we're not seeing quite what that is. That Capri is beginning to look a bit of a handful.
But he has pulled a bit of a gap again.
And the toys in pit lane is open by 3 seconds. So that's the number 52 Yves Skimama car, which is down to pit lane. Yves is driving on his own, so there's no particular benefit to pitting early or late. Oh, and another battle.
I think this could be his opportunity. He's much closer this time.
Yeah. Not quite. Oh, and look at this. It's the three of them were all looking for the gap. In relative terms, these 2-litre sports cars are much more slippery than that Capri. But so you can tuck up behind the Capri and get a slipstream, which would make all the joy. There's the battle for 12th between Cook and Tavares, and that's been going on for a while too. The March is one of those cars out there. It's such a classic passing point, isn't it? It's we've got a safety car. We've got a safety car again. I don't know that anybody's told them yet. Yeah, there was clearly a safety car board there, but
I think they've had the communication now.
Well, the trouble is, the only communication you get is a safety car board.
I'm hearing this weekend that Ferrari in current Formula One have put in a dulcet female voice that now just says safety car.
Oh, really?
Yeah, a computerized voice. So
perhaps that's what we all need.
yeah. In daily life.
Indeed, yes. So the safety car has picked up our leader, and that's the Carlos Barbeau Lola, which we were talking about. Which there isn't a lot of activity around that car, so that's slightly worrying in itself. So they have formed up, at least up to a point, in race order. So let's run through the order for you at this point. First of all, we have the number 50 car, which is Maxime Guinot, and that obviously all the gaps have now gone completely out of the window. So the toy, the number 131, is Franck Morel, is in second place, and in third we have number 1 Beat Egeman in the Cheetah. So 3 different brands in the first 3 places. We have in fourth place the number 42 Philippe Brauweiler car, and then the first of our GT2 cars, the number 81 Emil Breitmeyer in that Capri that we've been chatting on about. In sixth place, we then have the Chevron B31, which is the number 22 car of Russell Bust, and then after that we have the number 120 car of Stefan Ngoyen, which again is a Lola. So cars still circulating behind the safety car. There's the 935 that we've talked about. Good full field of cars. They were always known for their reliability and their ability to run to the end. And bear in mind that all of these cars were built to do 6, 12, and even 24-hour races. So they were built substantially, let's say, and very much of an endurance racing kind of thing. That 935 really stands out, the yellow one, and Nick, you and I have commentated on Carlos de Quesada and Scooter Gable at Daytona in the past, at the HSR Daytona Classic 24, and the guys have run that car over there as well. So
yeah, they get about a bit, don't they?
Don't they just? Yeah. Well, it's the Classic 24 in a couple of weeks, so
that's always a great event as well.
Yeah,
isn't it?
3 weeks, I think, actually. But yes, and that's become one of the great ones. Everybody now peeling off for their mandatory stops. Clever stuff. You have to know your rule book, though, because there are some race series where you're not allowed to stop under the safety car. There are others where you can.
Yeah. Reading the rules is vital, isn't it? Sebastian Vettel's always been a great reader of the rules, isn't he?
So I think we probably only have these 4 cars on track currently. Everybody else is in pit lane, which is always a bit worrying in itself, in all honesty, because
to be one of the 4 cars.
No, that if you're in a busy pit lane, that's when you can fall over each other and generally have problems. But the 4-car field is very much there.
What's the mandatory time in the pits for these cars?
It's normally a minute.
Right.
So the first 3 cars have yet to pit. Now, that could be very clever, or it could be less of a good move. But the number 15, Maxime Guernat, in first place, is driving on his own. That the 131, Franck Morel, is driving on his own, and the Cheetah, the number 1 car, is also driving on his own. So really, it's not going to make a lot of difference to them when they stop. So it may be that a crowded pit lane might cost you a second or 2 because you have to wait to get out, and that it may be that those 3 have played a good move. The trouble is that it's the first 3 cars in the race, and they will need to be aware of that. But haven't yet seen what the safety car is about. But certainly there
spillage or something.
It could be.
Some sort of wildlife.
Oh, in a glorious place like this, quite easily. I remember coming back from covering a 24-hour race at poor Ricard, and coming across a wild boar in the road. Right, safety cars in, and now we have 2 cars.
And then there were 2.
Then there were 2. I know the third one stayed up, but he is further down the field. So no, it's just the number 50 and that. Now this is going to be interesting, Nick, because
Travelling very slowly.
The number 50 car has got to go like the clappers. He's still got another 10 minutes of the pit window available to him, getting a bit squirrely out of the parabolica there, and he obviously is very aware of what he has to do to push on with that, and I'm sure that Maxime Guinard is going to do that. The Swiss resident will be pushing. Everybody else has now, of course, come out of the pits, but they will be coming out into traffic, won't they? So that may not be the best of moves. All those people that you thought you were dodging by going into pit lane, maybe you aren't. But of course, the thing now is that Guinard, as the only one who hasn't stopped, is going to stop under racing conditions. And so that's going to cause some grief, because his net pit stop time is going to be very much longer, effectively, because he's got the pit in and pit out. I mean, the stop time itself is already decided. So it's that's the battle of third and fourth.
When he came past there, the M1 literally slots into the back of that car.
It does, doesn't it? As if they were made for each other. More Warsteiner sponsorship on that car. They actually got as far as Formula One in their sponsorship efforts, sponsoring the Arrows Formula One team for a year or two. Yeah, it's nip and tuck between those two. There's really nothing much, but it's the classic one. It's what you've said all along, Nick, that it's about top speed versus handling, and he ducked into the back of the slipstream on that, but it wasn't enough. He's going to have to be very late on the brakes, which I think he might just do.
Yeah, bravery at 11 there.
Brilliant. The Russell bust, they're making such a good fist there. I thought he'd left it or gone too early.
That was his chance, wasn't it?
But he hasn't. He's really done that, and that already has pulled out probably a second or more. But it's that hairpin there. It's a bit like the new banked turn at Zandvoort, isn't it? Where you can take one of 2 or 3 different lines around it, because we've seen people go right round the outside and some people hugging the apex, and we saw these 2 cars doing just that last time round. But yeah, I think that deal is done.
Yeah, it's starting to pull away now. I mean, I think it looked a lot more tricky to stop the M1.
But they were basically production-based cars. Okay, some very nice cars in the first place, but they were production-based cars. Whereas these toys and chevrons and Lolas are out-and-out race cars. And love the sound of the 2-litre. It's something about that. Sponsored by Lambretta, isn't that great?
Yeah,
Apropos absolutely nothing. We're halfway through this race, Nick, and that it's still pretty open, I have to say. But yes, our leader has now got a 20-second lead.
What's nice to see is that everybody is really on it, in a respectful way. But some of these but we just saw with the late race. They are pretty cars to be tasted, and that's the way it should be.
Yep, on my screen's just updated, and it's now a 50-second lead that the leader has, but he has yet to stop.
That's going to be interesting, isn't it?
Yeah, we've got 6 minutes to do it in, and he's the only one of our front runners who's not stopped. An interesting game, I think we've had. It's strange how, with what was quite a prescriptive formula, that there wasn't a huge amount you could do with those 2-litre sports cars. All the main providers came out with different shaped cars. That's an Acela that we see there, the number 10 car.
It's an interesting looking car, isn't it?
Isn't it? But it's so completely different from the cars that we're seeing at the front, the Chevrons and the Lolas, which in themselves each looks different. You can look at that and say, "Yep, I know what that is. That is a Chevron," and that it's. I'm going to sound like an old nostalgiste, but it was great when you could tell cars apart. Now we have 25 minutes of this race left to run, but we also have 5 minutes left for the pit lane to be open for the mandatory pit stop. So our leader is going to have to come in that period of time.
His hand will be forced.
Yeah, absolutely. So he's in the pits now and tumbling down the order seriously badly. I mean, he's currently in 8th place.
Oh, he's come out in 9th place.
There he is. He's back out. So he has a lot to do.
Which makes it more fun for us.
It makes it more fun for us. Yeah. But he's actually fallen right the way down to 9th. And he has there's nothing in hand in that he just made the stop. So but the number 50 car, previously our race leader, Maxime Gunnar, is now sitting down there in just watching how he's carving his way through the field, and he is carving his way through the field. There's no doubt about that. But that's hard work in itself, and he's only got 23 minutes left to do it in. So he's going to have to work very hard now to get his way onto that. You can see somewhere in there is a 911, can't you?
Yeah.
Just about.
Yeah. It's a gorgeous thing, though.
Yeah. So yes, a race of different strategies, I think it would be fair to say, with 23 minutes left to run, and we now have the Chevron B36, which is in the lead. And that's the number 42 car of Philip Bruweiler. Been there or thereabouts all the way through. And in second place we have Stefan Guyan, and that's in the Lola. Third place then we have the Chevron B31. That's the number 22 car of Russell Bust, and he's done some great stuff. We saw him do some great overtakes earlier on in the race, but we really need to look closely for that number 50 car and see just how he's crawling up the order. He's now back up to 7th. crawling his way through. But my very basic mathematics says that he should have come out in the lead. He should have had enough of a lead, but he didn't do that. But he ran round behind the safety car for so long when everybody else was stopped. So that's what's cost him dearly, and he now needs to work his way. This is a bit like one of those handicap races that you used to see, where people would start at different times from the same starting grid. That we now have the number 50 of Yuna is possibly, and I'd say possibly, going to work his way up in the next 20 odd minutes to be back in the lead. What do you think? Do you think it's on?
I think it's definitely on. Yeah, I think the bit is between the teeth.
Let's have a look at some lap times and see where we are. That Yuna is regularly doing fastest laps all the way through. 1:41.5 has been his fastest lap. Our current leader's fastest lap is 1:46.
Wow.
So it is all to play for. But the next car up is going to be the 59 car, which he's going to be looking for, Sebastian Glaser, in and that's the pro car that we've been watching. So the next car on the list, Gunnar, is the fourth placed pro car BMW, and he'll be. I would have thought that if he can catch him, then he should fairly easily be able to pass him. But so there is number 50 car in the background, just passing the blue Porsche, and he's closing down this M1 that's in front of us right now. So it's going to be a real countdown to the end. The number 50 Lola all the way through. There he's currently lapping about 4 seconds a lap faster than the M1.
Yeah, Olivia Brightmare is definitely holding off nicely. Managing to keep him in play so far. Whether he can keep that going remains to be seen, but he's certainly.
I think something that's worth bearing in mind, Nick, is that these are in the main amateur drivers, and that this is an hour-long race, and that in itself must take its toll. But if you're driving on your own for an hour in this kind of temperature, that it's going to take its toll. There's no doubt about that. But we have there's the Frank Morel toy. Just looking now to see where I'm at. Number 50. The battle for sixth between De Quesada and Morel. It's brain versus brawn, isn't it? This one.
Can you imagine the pressure of seeing that in your wing mirror?
Yeah, it would be a bit much, wouldn't it? Now, those cars in period had 750 brake horsepower. Those 935s. So, but had an awful lot more bodywork to push through the air. The 131 Frank Morel car making fairly short work of that, I have to say, in the end. So that's it. Oh, look at the flame out on the overrun. Love it. With those 935s, when they raced at Le Mans in period, you would see them go out of Arnage or across the start-finish line or down the slam, and the whole of the exhaust system would glow bright red.
Wow, that must have been such a sight.
It was. This battle isn't over yet.
No.
So that's Beat Egeman, who's come up to start this. Is he also going to go for the place? Don't know. Our American cousins, Carlos de Quesada and Scooter Gable, in that yellow car. They're
up the inside.
Beautiful move, and the American-driven 935 did exactly what he should do. That he didn't make it silly difficult. Just delivered what he needed to do. So there we go on the way. Change for position there, and the 94 car slips down the order just a little bit. But
look at the difference though in clean air. It always surprises me. You don't see it so much, when a car's tucked up behind somebody else and it looks sort of marginal on this corner, not so much on the next corner, and then as soon as they're past, you see how much they were held up.
Yes,
fascinating, isn't it?
Yes, and it's not just about in inverted commas being held up, is it? It's that you are trying different lines on the corner.
It's the mindset, isn't it?
Yes,
you drive differently when you're behind somebody.
Nice to see the Ukrainian colours on that car. The number 88, Kevin Cook, March 75S.
Very nice.
March were an interesting company and hugely successful at the time. They started what they did by producing cars for Formula 3, Formula 2, and Formula 1, all in 1970. So Formula 3, Formula 2, Formula 1, all in 1970, ran their own cars. They sold 2 of their Formula 1 cars to Ken Tyrrell for the then world champion Jackie Stewart and Francois Sever to run. And that it looked as if they were going to take over the world.
Yeah, a bit like Zach's McLaren this year. They sort of got lots of formulas, didn't they?
Yes, but they were actually building all of these cars, and that they were going to take over the world. Had the world champion driving it. Then they built these 2-litre sports cars. They built some Group C cars and IMSA cars over the years. The March came from the names of the people who were instrumental, which was M was for Mosley, as in Max Mosley. Alan Rees was AR. Coker and Hurd were the 4 people. Nice overtake there. I think we're beginning to see the 2-litre cars are coming into their own really very much now in this last quarter of the race, aren't they?
I think so. Yeah, they seem to be.
But looking down, we have a Chevron benefit at the moment. That we're still seeing the Lola, which is currently in 4th place, driving still faster than everybody else on track. But I'm beginning to doubt this now, Nick. I'm not thinking that this is going to be the.
You don't think it's on?
No, I don't. I think that we're 4th place. Might get 3rd if he's lucky, but
I think 3rd is certainly on, isn't it? If you can maintain, possibly up the pace slightly.
But 42 is still our leader, Philip Bruweiler, and he's then followed by the Chevron B31, the number 22 car of Russell Bust. He had a good race because he was quite a long way down the order earlier on. He's really going for it, isn't he? He's really pushing it now. That is lovely to watch. He's going as fast as he can.
They look happy, don't they? These cars when they're pushed. full jack,
Yeah.
You can, even with your eyes, you can sort of, even with your eyes,
Even with your eyes, you can see it.
No, but you can see that these cars are happiest when pushed. You can see things, how they work, and
Yeah.
yeah,
You're absolutely right, and it's such a treat to be able to see these cars, and all credit to the Classic Endurance Racing series for bringing these. As you said, a completely different shape to that of Sella.
Yeah.
Side radiators, very smaller bodywork as you can get.
Yeah, it's fun looking, I would say.
Yeah. The Sella was good. It was perhaps not rated as highly as the Chevrons or the Lolas or the Toys in period, although it was a very quick car, and very, very successful in its native Italy. Chevrons and Lolas obviously built in the UK, and the Toy built in Switzerland. So very much a European formula, but nonetheless it was quite something. So we just on the countdown now. I think it's fair to say that we now have a change for third place. That we do now have our number 50 car, Maxime Gunard, is in third place. He keeps on putting in these times, and
that's what we need to see, wasn't it? Really?
Yeah, and he's doing that. So he's now going to be trying to close down our second place Chevron of Bust, and so that's the number 22 car. Let's just see how they are. The number 22 car, his second section was 52 and 51.1 for our. So he's doing more than a second a lap faster than second place. Look at that, straight past, and
that seemed a bit easier, didn't it?
Yeah.
Some of the previous circuits we've seen down there.
Yeah, I think the Porsche 935 there. That would be a hard car to drive for an hour. So with Scooter Gable and Carlos de Quesada, both of them sharing the driving in that, I think that's a very wise move, because that's a big lump of car. And as we see there, it's de Quesada who is in the car at the moment.
It must be very physical.
Yeah.
I mean, you feel it when you've done the tractor doing the grass outside, don't you? So can only imagine.
Only imagine, yes. I very often imagine that I'm in a Porsche 935.
Mowing your apexes.
So, very much in the closing stages here. Oh, and look at this. This is going to be very, very close. Quesada and Tavares, that's going to be a change in position. I am sure that Tavares needs just to keep his foot in, use the slipstream, go down the inside. No, he doesn't make it. Again, he came out of the slipstream too early, and that just didn't get that benefit. Tavares quickest in every sector that we've seen, but nonetheless couldn't quite get it done. He's really, really keen to try and push this into getting the race done, and this is for 8th and 9th places. I think this is going to be into turn 1 next time round, don't you?
I think that's the spot it looks most likely. Yeah, just interesting what you said there in the slipstream. It's about gauging, understanding the guy in front and where his weaknesses are in terms of the machinery he's got, and sort of gauging it that way. I think if he can stick behind him to the last 100 meters or so, it's on.
Yeah. Okay, the Porsche has got significant downforce just by its sheer size, as much as anything. But I think I'm expecting to see that change, but he needs to throw 2 or 3 corners in advance. one of the things he's doing is he's trying to push at every corner, and that maybe is costing him time.
Oh, that's the
one. That's the one. Beautifully done. And yeah, I think there'll be no turning back from there.
Touch of bullying there to get past, I think.
In a nice possible way.
Yes.
But Carlos Tavares doing exactly what he needed to do. And look at the gap already.
Yeah.
And that's probably 3/4 of a second as they cross the line there, yes. And that they now have something else to do, which is to move on. But we're now into the closing stages of this race, and our leader is still the number 42, Philip Bruweiler, the chevron from Christian Bust, and the Lola T296, number 50 car that we've seen going backwards and forwards through the leaderboard, I have to say, and I'm not sure that he'll look back on this and say, yes, I did my best, because that decision to stay out later than everybody else.
Do you think it was a decision? Do you think it was hand maybe forced slightly with it?
Yeah, maybe. I honestly thought that with everybody else coming into pit lane early on, it was a good decision. I thought he's made that, but he stayed out for those additional laps, and I think he should have come in a lap or maybe two after everybody else did. But we shall see. He's still going like the proverbials, and
5 minutes to do it.
Yeah, Carlos Tavares, doing a great job. He's free now, isn't he? Look at the gap he's made. You said earlier on that you notice when people have been held up in the nicest possible way, but look at the gap between Tavares now and De Quesada. I mean,
it's crazy. You always, when you hear Formula One drivers saying, "I'm being held up by such and such in front," and you take it with a pinch of salt, but when you actually see them in clean air, it's crazy.
Yeah.
Just pull away, stride away.
Yeah. And there's the 935, and that pro car behind him is for position.
Yeah.
So 4.5 minutes left to run. That's the number 50 car. And that's going to be on the number 22. That's for second place. So he's got second. Well, he's going to get second.
Second is on.
Second is very on, isn't it? It is. Yep. Done deal. That's very well done. So the gap, 5 seconds in 3.5 minutes.
There's optimism, and then there's optimism.
Yeah,
but again, look at the gap there. Look at how he's pulling away. I mean, he's making some great inroads there.
Yeah, and we are still, though, quite.
You might have this, you know.
Do you think so? Do you think there's the red mist is down?
I think that's been down for a while. Yeah, he's. I think it's feasible.
He'll be in a situation where you can see the leader. He's really pushing that car.
It's great to see.
Yeah. These were, in many ways, Formula 2 cars with bodywork. They were exactly that. So that these are serious racing cars. Yes. Look at the difference a lap has made. But it's only 2.5 minutes, Nick. It's
going to be tight.
Oh, yes, it's going to be very tight, isn't it? As the old saying goes, catching is one thing, passing is another, and I just don't think that he's going to be having enough time.
He's hustling it still, isn't he?
They may just
Here we go.
get another lap. Is he? Oh, is he going to do it down the inside for the lead? And it's Gunnar who takes the lead.
Fantastic.
With 1 minute 45 seconds left to run. That was superbly done, and a brilliant move. I bet that brake pedal was so hard on the bulkhead.
He made his decision. He's going to win this laps and laps ago. Just seen the two of them on the previous lap. You know, the turn through there. The back end. His back end is far more engaged and far more aggressive on the exit.
And he's done what he needed to do. Look, he's got enough of a lead. The Porsche 935 on its way now, but he's lost out to the Pro car. Now, all that he needs to do now is keep it on the island. Don't fall over any back markers. Don't do anything silly. A superb race for Gunnar there that you and I both said he might do it if he's lucky.
Will we see him at back markers?
That's a battle for position with the 935, which I think may have just slowed considerably. But yeah, I'm not sure that we didn't lose that. But here comes our winner, Gunnar, under the bridge. He will have done a superb job. He'll be very pleased with that. But we've got nothing to prove now. Just take it gently. And Philippe Bruweiler has run a great race too. It's just that he was put in the shade a bit.
Yeah.
By the number 50 car. He hasn't slowed down, has he?
No. And that's why he's been thrilling to watch in this race, because from the outset he's made his decision. He's going for the win.
Yep. And all these cars, of course, just looking at that, are in their original liveries, the same way as the Formula One cars that we saw were. So he's coming down now. Checkered flag. So a brilliant win for the number 50, Maxime Gunnar. Lola looking absolutely great. Close first and second. Gunnar deserved that all the way through.
You're asking about, possibly whether the strategy wasn't great in the beginning. I think that was the strategy to give us a great race.
Yeah, well,
keeps on the edge of our seats.
I'll sign up for that one. That's superb, and yeah, it was a great one. These lovely cars we saw not a lot of them finish, but that's okay, because we saw a brilliant race then. I like the Marshall with the pom-poms look on the right-hand side of the screen.
They standard edition.
Yeah. Everybody appreciating a good race.
Yeah.
Maxime did a great job, and yeah, I think maybe you're right. Maybe it was all part of the plan.
Yeah, it's all about the show.
Maybe he cut it a bit finer than he might have anticipated, but nonetheless, a great race for these lovely. And again, the bow. Yep. Thanks, guys. That was a great opportunity also to see some cars that perhaps we don't see too often. Those lovely classic endurance racing cars we'll be seeing the other part of that, their elder brothers, later on over the weekend. That was a real treat to have, and that very shortly now we'll be moving into a qualifying session, which will be for the Iberian Historic Endurance Championship.
And the pork pie hat there making a resurgence in that part of Portugal.
Oh, yeah, I think that's what we need is a resurgence in pork pie beanie hats. The Beat Egeman car there, showing his commitment to, well, the original commitment to Walter Wolf Racing, who eventually ended up with Formula 2, with 2-litre sports cars, but they ran Jody Scheckter in Formula 1 for several years, and Jody ran the Wolf WR1, Wolf Racing 1, in Grand Prix and to victories as well. So Walter Wolf Racing making a short but spectacular part of it. Oh, who doesn't love a straight six BMW? It's pretty impossible. I wonder how you feel when you pull up to the number 2 marker when you've just done what you thought was your best.
Was that a jab at me from my MX-5 days?
No, it wasn't a question. It was a rhetorical question. But no, they did us proud, and we'll now be moving on once we've got all the things done to the qualification section for the Iberian Estoril Classics qualifying. They're always good.
Great sportsmanship there as well. Nice to see.
Yeah, as I said earlier, these guys, they want to win. Of course they want to win, but they don't have anything to prove.
And they'll share flights.
I think many of them probably have their own planes, but that's they're going to be happy, and it just kind of works out, doesn't it? So yeah, that was a good race, an hour-long race. So some fairly tired gentleman drivers. Grunau from Brewweiler, Bust, and Guyan was fourth in the 120 car. Egeman was fifth in the number 1 Cheetah. Working our way right the way down, we had runners down to 13th place, which I think probably is what we would expect. The 11th place car there was only 2 laps down, so that's kind of what we would expect for these dear old cars. You know, I mean, these cars are 45 years old and more. That they are very much of their time. Although most of them, all of them, would be prepared to within an inch of their lives. That these are not 45-year-old cars that have sat in a shed somewhere. The number 50 car looked like it was going to go for the lead into turn 1, but had the door.
cars are 45 years old. If you look at their predecessors 45 years older than those,
Yes.
it really puts it in perspective, doesn't it?
It does, because that would be sort of 1932 or something. Yeah, that's a very good
goggles and soot.
Yes, that's a very good point. That obviously they are old racing cars, but they don't look out there.
Old to us.
No, don't look old to us. That's probably more to the point. But we'll now be getting the podiums. Some happy people there. Well, not that happy.
It was just a shot.
It was just a shot. Yeah, well done. It's all going by.
And as you can see, the sun's still shining there. This is approaching the hottest part. So, interesting stuff. Of lots of dreaded Brexit, people filling out ATA carnets to bring these cars in, and it's really quite a complex process now, and something that we've heard many people complaining about. I think it's become a slightly easier now, a bit more streamlined, but certainly last year, we were hearing about people who were having huge amounts of problems with bringing cars to events, and having some trouble at Great Valley. So a big grid for the next qualifying session. The cars make their way around.
Allowing yourself to get carried away by the moment. That is how a great vacation should be. Being able to forget everything, even the little choices of life. Having to choose between this or that. Whether this will be in the morning or in the afternoon. Whether catching waves or laying by a pool. Whether reading a book or taking a nap. Whether visiting a museum or enjoying the terrace. Whether by car or by foot. Whether simple or sophisticated.
As the podium celebrations commence for the last race, we see some happy faces up there, rightly so. That's great to see that camaraderie there. All racers but friends. Fantastic. And they just club together again for a photo. Rather attractive trophies there as well. Now this is an eclectic bunch of cars we're seeing here. And this promises to be a very exciting qualifying session, with everybody eager to get the best slot possible.
There's some interesting stuff up there, isn't there?
Yeah.
But
it's the size differences as well.
Yeah.
Great.
I suppose one of the things is that we've all, everybody says about it, like the old cars, you look at them now and they're very small. Or alternatively, new cars are very big. When you look at things like that Lotus and you think, yes, that is a very, very small car. You also look at it, I wouldn't want to have an accident. But
it's crazy. European cars are getting bigger and American cars are getting smaller, and they sort of met in the middle, haven't they?
That's true, yes. It's all that. But look, that lovely little Elan, I mean, who can't love that?
MX-5, you see?
But we have a full-course yellow for this qualifying session.
That's a pretty little BMW, isn't it?
Yeah. I don't think they ever made a better one than that. But,
oh, that's controversial.
Yeah. Yeah, there's some great stuff there. As the session's going on and the trophy presentation continues as well. Full package of things happening over the whole weekend. So we've got a lot to get through. The 50s Legends will be the next cars out for the next race. This being a qualifying session. Full course yellow still in place, and that's going to be a challenge. There are some. I hesitate to use the word iconic because it's a much overused word. But the cars that we see out there now, the things like that Mark II Escort, the white one in the middle of your shop, just they held together club racing almost single-handed for a long time. And the martini liveried Porsche 911. Look at that, Nick. That just is everything, isn't it?
Yeah, it's gorgeous. But yeah, on the Mark One there, the front, I mean, there's such a huge following. People who love and adore it, and maintain them vigorously.
Yeah, thank you. Mark One and Mark Two. There's a Mark Two, the blue one. And I think that's that's maybe the reason for our full course yellow. The Alfa Romeo on the end of a tow rope. Oh no, it's more than one. It's a bit of a clear-up exercise, which has to be done, but is going to be getting in the way of how these things roll out. Currently, it's the number 61 Porsche, which is fastest, followed by the Lotus Elan 26R, the number 27 car, and third fastest is another 911 3-litre RS, which is the number 47 car. So, yeah, it's now also playful. The cars have been cleared, so we are now back up and running. Lots of different classes in this race as well, or in this qualifying session for the race. So there's a lot to cover. But the second car in your shot there, the red and silver Mark I Escort in the colours of Broadspeed. We've been racing period by Francis Patrick and Anita Taylor. They drove for Broadspeed period. Now, some of these cars that we're seeing here would probably be recreations and tribute cars to original motors. It's far easier to build a tribute car when you're talking about touring cars and production cars than it is to start from scratch. So some of these have been built from road cars originally.
Committed.
You see the back end just take out a bit. They are looking lovely. This qualifying session is for the Iberian Historic Endurance Championship, which we will see the race itself tomorrow afternoon, at 5 our time in Estoril. But so these guys are going to have a long wait, although some of them will be running in other races or series as well. But we 50 cars will be out after this qualifying session, and then the Big Brothers of the Endurance Racing Legends will be out with the Group C contingent. And then later on today, at 5:30 Portuguese time, which is also UK time, we'll have the 60s Endurance Legends, which is a 2-hour race, and that will be put together for what for many people will be the high spot of the weekend. I think it's funny, Nick, isn't it, that everybody seems to have a different high spot of the weekend.
Yeah, everyone's got their favourite and sort of vested interest as well. I mean, if you are a loved one of someone that's racing, obviously you're going to be watching that race. What's great this weekend is that all the races are fun and engaging. So, someone's off.
Little Lotus 7 that's pulled over there.
Just a break the line, doesn't it?
I would think that you would feel very, very exposed in a car like that. Another Elan. One of the things about the what we call the historical technical passport, is that if a car in period ran in a particular form with modifications or whatever, then you can build your new car to that standard. So that the Lotus Elans, the factory built a few race cars, which they call the Type 26R, R for racing, and that there is absolutely nothing stop you now rebuilding your Lotus Elan to 26R specification, even if it wasn't in period.
Really?
Yeah. So, and we have a Lotus Elan from Shapecraft in this session. Now, Shapecraft were just a tuning company, and they built special bodies for the cars, and it's a bit more slippery, not much, but a bit. But there's one or two now out racing around the world.
It's a great idea, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, it keeps the grids up. It was desperately controversial when it first came out, which must be, I don't know, 15 years ago now. But up until then, you had to race your car as it was built. But now it does mean that you can go and create something. Look at that Nissan. No, it's probably a Datsun, I think, rather than Nissan. Datsun 1200, that is. Out in their best. That's 327. Not a number that trips off the tongue, but that's Piero Del Masso. He's co-driving with Nuno Nunes and Jose Cavaloza, and they are going to be driving for all three of them. It's a vivid-looking car, the number 47 Porsche. That's Roberto Diaz Rincon and Francisco Sotomayor. But yes, you're not going to lose that one. We'll certainly do that. Got Halves, Alpha, and talking pretty cars, Nick. They don't get much prettier than that.
With the following, yeah, absolutely.
Very, very successful. At a time when what was called saloon car racing in those days was very much separated out, that you had the European Touring Car Championship and you had the British Saloon Car Championship, and they were open to the same sorts of cars, but they had different entrants, and different sorts of cars were successful either side of the the channel. So we would have things like Escorts and latterly the big American cars, but in Europe it would be Alphas and BMWs. That's just like a shark coming up on a minnow, isn't it?
Yeah. That's the typical Goodwood image, isn't it? of the Mini and the Mustang.
Yeah, the Mustangs, of course, again, one of those mainstays of motorsport all over the world when they finally got established. Not wildly popular when they first came out because they were a bit underpowered, and they perhaps belied their pony car image. You didn't need to see what happened with that. You could hear it.
Yeah.
There's that Shapecraft Elan, which has the fastback to it. I don't think it probably makes a huge amount of difference, but
isn't it great to hear this stuff? You hear the tyres screeching and things.
they do sound very, very nice, don't they? But I would go as far as to say, Nick, that these are probably the best sounds we've heard all day.
Yeah, possibly.
Yeah. that they are just so good. And I suppose it's also at a time where you could close your eyes and say, "Yep, that's a Porsche. Yep, that's an Elan," and anything else you wanted to do. But that's what we're saying there is the fastest car on the track, and therefore provisional pole for that Porsche.
Some people peeling into the pits.
Now that little green car with the white noseband is a Ginetta, and I think a lot of people will know Ginettas from their modern iteration as being single make series for everything from aspiring club racers through to Ginetta juniors of 14 to 17 years old. But they've been around forever, and that was one of the very early types of Ginetta. That I want to say it's a G5, but I'm not entirely sure. I will check on that. Okay, so yep, it's a single driver car. We have at the front of the field currently we have the number 61 Porsche from 27 Lotus Elan. Then we have the 47 Porsche and 48 Ford Escort RS. Ginetta that we just were looking at is 5th fastest overall, which is a tremendous effort for that car. 6th fastest is the Porsche 911 3-litre RS. So all of the Porsches are RS models. Then we come to the first of the Porsche. Should I say proper racing cars? I don't mean that unkindly, but built as a racing car, and that's the Porsche 9046. And then we're down to some more 911 RSs, Elans and Escorts. So a very good mixture. But I'm like everybody else, I'm intrigued by this lovely Ginetta that we're seeing.
What's nice about this Ginetta as well is you mentioned how different they are in say usages. That is a Ginetta, isn't it? You look at that and you can see it a mile away. It's that the sort of core lines. That's lovely as well.
First of our Jaguar E-types, the number 52 car has now come out and gone straight up to 4th fastest. So we're going to see a few E-types over the course of the next couple of days. And there is a standard Lotus 26R, if ever there was such a thing. But look at that variety. The second car in your shot there is the 9046, which is the Porsche.
That's a beautiful thing, isn't it?
It is. And they were built very much as a customer car by Porsche. They were built for sale and were very successful in the smaller capacity classes within races, because in those days you would very much have 2, 3, 4 classes sometimes of different sizes of engine and different numbers of production cars made. The Lotus Elan is, which you see there on the right of your screen, famous for.
It's not hanging about, is it?
He's certainly making some inroads there. That car had a chassis which ran down the middle of the car, and everything that was hung off it. So it was very revolutionary for its time. Lotus continued with it for a while. But by and large, it was unique to originally the Elan. Now the number 52 E-Type Bryn Sota and Andy Newell will be familiar to many people who follow historic motorsport. Been around for a little while now. It's what they call a semi-lightweight, and so it has lost a lot of its weight, but not enough to invalidate its right to race in this race. And that car fourth. Yeah, that's a bit busy, isn't it? That's decidedly busy.
Well, it's important what the narrative is. It's about the not going to get that.
No. So you want a huddle-free zone, don't you? That Porsche there with the red and blue stripes, the colours of Brumos Racing, based in Fort Lauderdale in Florida, who went ahead and for all sorts of different success criteria over the years. Early Hayward, of course, was a major player for Brumos over the years. There's an interesting sight, an Escort and an E-Type Jaguar. Oops.
Round he goes.
That was a classic spin, wasn't it?
Yeah.
That was just went in a bit too hard and a bit too fast. Nothing dangerous, just learnt the lesson. And that, I think, that's a Fiat, isn't it? Fiat 128, the red one, which is not perhaps something you would think of as being the ideal racing car, but nonetheless, Fiat 128, it is. Yeah, can you imagine the evening in the pub when you're sitting there and say, well, let's go racing. What should we build for our next car? Well, let's build a Fiat 128.
Yeah. What does he know that I don't know?
Well, we've seen those Nissans that they run in the US, which are every bit as fast as an Escort twin cam. But you never see them over here. You never see them in Europe. And it would be great to bring one in. There's Andy Newell's car.
What you were saying about the TVRs, the lack of TVRs over in the US.
Yeah. Remind everybody with 10 minutes here, this is a qualifying session. This isn't a race. Qualifying session for the Iberian Historic Endurance Series, and we'll get the chance to watch this as a race at the end of tomorrow. That is also a good-looking car.
Yeah, I was thinking it. I didn't want to say it again, but you're absolutely dead right.
That's a poor forlorn Lotus stuck there. It's parked out of the way on the side of the track. Just to run through the order, we have the number 61 Porsche 911 is fastest with a 1:58.1. Next is the Lotus Elan number 27, and that's done a 2:01.5. So our leader is quite a long way ahead. The number 61 car from 27:47 is another Porsche 911 3-litre RS. Very, very similar times, within 2/100ths of a second. And then the E-Type that we've been watching is fourth fastest, and that sits very, very close again. So the leader is quite a bit faster, but there's not a lot to choose between the ones further down. And this race, when we get to this tomorrow, has a huge entry, and with an entry of over 30 cars. So, well, when I tell you that there is a reserve list of 12 cars, that probably tells you something about how popular this particular series is. I think part of that is it catches so many different things. It's not run what you brung, but it's not far off it. That Ginetta Paula Pedersen, the driver of that, from Denmark, but it's still got its original number plates from the UK, and from its time in the UK, which would be in the mid-60s. So that would be a 66, 67 car with an E-Reg. Now the Alpha's got going again next, so all is right with the world.
Yeah, a bit of eye candy. Tiny, isn't it?
Yeah.
I mean, you know, a 911 is not a large car.
No. As you say, even compared to those. And the Ginetta now sits in sixth fastest position, just behind the Ford Escort RS 1600 car. So, yeah, there's some pretty stuff. And then there's Porsche running at Le Mans, a 917, in 1970, I think, which of a butcher's cuts of a pig.
Yeah.
Which is candy pink, is that? Oh, that's how do you manage to do that?
Back on the road. It's a bit like that famous image of the cow with its head stuck in the gate, wasn't it?
Yeah. Yes. How did you manage to do that? 5 minutes left to run, and people are either getting desperate or tired. The race tomorrow is a 50-minute race, so they need to be sure that they can do what they do. The entries for this, by and large, I mean, it's a 2 or even 3 drivers if you want to, and I would say probably only half, if that, of the cars are being solo driven, even though it's so clearly needs to take some effort.
I think I would want to hog it if I was if I owned the car.
Would you?
Absolutely.
Well, but that's part of the dilemma, isn't it? Do you hog it and do your best, or do you have a hot shoe? Yeah, somebody like Nick Padmore, who is going to go out and be quicker and faster.
Unfortunately, it's quite a simple answer, and it's like depends on the time. I will maybe slow and present.
Yeah, that's That's another non-standard Porsche colour, isn't it? Pale mauve. Just like two Porsche 911s, but completely different. There's the Fiat. Is he coming back out or going back in? Hard to tell.
I think he was re-emerging.
Yeah, that you're quite right. That was a very, very.
Yeah, it's the curves on the rear arches.
Yeah, I think part of it though is that Porsche always built cars which first and foremost worked, and then they would look at some styling. Ferrari perhaps 50-50, but that is an exceptionally good looking car. But I hesitate because I'm going to get lynched if I say very un-Porsche because of it, but it is a very good looking car. The whale tail on the back of that 911, very much of its time.
It was that era, wasn't it? It's like the spoiler on the back of a Countach, Lamborghini Countach. Reports say it's actually a part on there that looks the part.
Yes, and you see lots of lads out there, don't you, with spoilers on the back of their cars that you know are absolutely doing that.
Isn't it?
It's not one you'll miss.
You see that lonely. And then comes into him.
We're right at the end of this session now, and I think anybody who will want to will have been out and done what they're going to do. Interesting. A couple of cars now going out. They're certainly not going to set a time, so maybe they're just trying to qualify a driver or two. I don't know, because the checker flag is out. So there we are, checker flag out. Shapecraft Elan. A few last minute quick laps, perhaps. Yeah, there's certainly a trying Porsche there, the 75 car. Unable to take the perfect line because the Mustang was in the way, not deliberately, just was.
People getting out of the way. Very gentlemanly.
Of course, this is historic racing.
Still banging the times in.
Did you think some people have left it till the last minute?
Yeah, I think they're there now. But yeah, it's been eventful, hasn't it? There's been a few people with mechanical issues. There's one in front there.
Yeah, he disappeared earlier on, didn't he? That's a good shot. Shows you just how good the circuit looks.
You can take a lot in there, can't you? Bit of debris. Someone's much loved piece of wing or bumper there.
But that's the end of that session. So we'll be back up with our race program very shortly now. We don't have any podiums, obviously, for qualifying. No cigar.
No kiss.
No kiss, no. And it's going to be the 50s endurance will be on our list. The pink Porsche. Must be a great feeling to have been out round this lovely circuit in a big, powerful 3-litre RSR. And that Roland looking a little warm, I have to say. But nonetheless, yeah, happy I would have thought with that. That it's everybody I've spoken to says that it's just a great car to drive. And everybody also will tell you, any engineer will tell you that it really shouldn't work with the engine hanging out of the back. And that Roland there getting out of the pink Porsche and last Roland out of the silver one. So lots of
the debrief starts.
Yeah, I think it's fine. It's amicable. So we have we've finished that, and now we'll be straight into the 50s racing legends. This is a wide range of different things that we have here. Everything from the Austin Mini Coopers and Lotus Elites. We have a 1955 Jaguar D-Type, which is going to be a treat to have out there. Probably, dare I say, the most expensive car at the event.
Oh, crass.
Oh, I do crash very well. So the Martini Racing livery of that glorious 911 is pushed into place. One of the family 911s for them, the pink one being the other one. But we now have our next race on the cards.
Out come the minis.
Out come the minis. And that could be interesting to see around here.
Oh, that's going to be fantastic.
And it will be very interesting to see how they shape up with all the other cars on the grid, because they could or should be all very different things. And I think a mini round here would be an awful lot of fun. But as we've said, we've got the number 99 car is on pole, and that is the Lotus 11. Now that's a lovely car. You can enjoy that, because Lotus really came to the fore building very light, very basic cars. Colin Chapman's famous expression was, the thing you have to do once you've built the car is add lightness, which doesn't make sense in English or any other language. But
if you're an engineer, it makes perfect sense.
All right, I'll give in on that one. I'm not an engineer, but yes, I think the Lotus 11 was perhaps one of the classics, and famously, Chapman entered Lotus 11s for the Le Mans 24-hour race, and that he was so confident of winning the index of performance that he actually entered two cars from the factory, which he never really used to do, and that it was, let's say, a way was found that said that, okay, you can't run those cars, because that would have stopped the traditional ones. Oh, look at that in the pit. So a Sid Taylor Lotus, a Lola T70, which looks lovely. But back to the present time, more Alphas, Jaguar, Austin Healey, Lotus Elite, and then the ubiquitous Mini. These cars will now come around to the grid and will form up. That Lotus Elite there, the pale green one, is in the colours of the British Racing Partnership, which was a team run by Sterling Moss's father and Sterling's manager, Ken Gregory, and they ran cars in all sorts of things right up to Formula One, but Sterling rarely drove for them. But nonetheless, that's the colour.
That's a great Paul Tarsi fact that it's a great case in point there. Love it.
Completely useless.
I'm a richer man today knowing that.
the cars forming up on the grid. So they will they've done their warm-up lap. They'll then form up behind the safety car. They'll then do a sighting lap, and then they'll be on their way. To me, as a Brit, it still looks strange to see a left-hand drive Mini. Makes perfect sense, but just seems strange.
It's like seeing an Irishman in a beret.
Yeah, that as well. Not that I think I ever have, but the grid peppered with all sorts of lovely cars. There's an MGB, obviously. The traditional factory colour scheme was always red with a white roof, and it was only when they actually started racing them internationally that the governing body said, no, you've got to run it in British racing green, which is why.
Is that really true?
Yeah. And back in those days, in the 60s, you always had to race your car in the international colour. So it didn't matter what shade. And we looked at that BRP Lotus Elite just now, very pale green, but it was green, and that's what you had to do. If you were running if you were Italian, you had to run a red car. If you were French, you had to run a blue car. And it was very much more based on national pride than anything else. And it was really only by the time we got to the mid-60s that rule was changed. And that's what allowed Colin Chapman then to sell the colour scheme to Gold Leaf to create Gold Leaf Team Lotus, which was the red, white and gold. Up until then, the cars had always had to be predominantly green. So it was a move by the FIA that said, yes, well, we need to get some more money into the sport. And up until then, you weren't even allowed to do any advertising on a car unless, I think you were allowed trade advertising, but that's...
And suddenly the Alpine Formula One car makes sense.
Yeah, French blow. I mean, that's what it is. So there's a good variety of different cars on our screens right now, but well, not right now because that's a safety car. But going to take this race. I think this is going to be very much a race of different parts. It's going to be the little roller skate minis, etc., the MGBs. Does that look ominous or not, or is that just out of position?
Positioning, yeah. Well, it's a 45-minute race, isn't it? So lots of time to execute different plans, and I'm sure just go hell for leather.
Yeah, just drive as fast as you can. This is potentially a two-driver race. Again, probably more than half of the drivers are actually doing it once, but they will doing it on their own. But this will be a compulsory pit stop as well. The very early Austin Healey there, the black one in the middle of your screen, is a Austin Healey 100M before the 3000 came along. So we have Lotus, Austin Healey, and then two minis on the second row of the grid. And that's I'm looking forward to this. This will be good.
Yeah.
The white Lotus Elite that you can see with the green stripes up, that's the livery of Team Elite, who ran at Le Mans for 2 or 3 years, and it was the first drive for a very young John Fitzpatrick, who went on to run a very fine touring car career, and then into sports cars, and then running his own John Fitzpatrick Racing, which was another chapter in his career, and very, very successful because of all that. So there's history with that as well, with the Team Elite livery on that car. So you can see formation lap with the cars. Mini. There we've got Lotus has already beetled off. There's that pale green Elite that we talked about earlier, an Alfa Romeo. And these cars running for 50 minutes. 45 minutes, sorry. So they'll have 15 minutes, and then the pit window will be open for a further 15, and then will be closed for the last part of the race. So they need to put all that together. The Mitney only just scrapes into this 50s event because Mitney was introduced in 1959, and so it's only just in there. Only just in there. And the Healey and the Lotus at the front, definitely 1950s sports cars. The Mini, as I say, is only just big field, isn't it?
Yeah, it's 1 or 2 hours. But like you say, it's this sets up for a great race because on paper it should be close.
Yeah. I think it's going to be interesting to see the big uns versus the little uns. That there are.
What would you class as the big ones out there?
Well, that Jaguar, for example, that's a 3.4 litre engine. That's the D type just going through our shop there.
Right, yeah, sure.
That's got a 3.4 Jag engine. Yeah. As you already told me off in class, about talking about the value of that car, I'll just mention that is
worth 15 rupees.
Yeah. That car would be well into 7 figures, if not 8. So, yeah, I think I'd be happy just to drive it round, really. The safety car will hold them in order, pulling off now for their rolling start. Red lights held. Is the Lotus going to run away and hide? My money says it's going to, but let's wait and see. Lights are out. We're away. Green light, and yes, the Lotus beautifully down. Twitchy under braking there, though, Nick. And we're going to see a millions in first, perhaps, as they go out of last night. We're sawing away at the wheel on the next K as well.
It's short-lived, I think. Yeah. He was in front for a corner.
That's the Lotus from the number 25. David Barrera, Mini Cooper S. You were mentioning about TVRs earlier on, Nick, but keep an eye out for number 7, which is a 1963 TVR Grand Tourer. So that will take you back. Well, take you back to before you were born, but that's the point. This first lap, we'll see a bit of sorting out, but as we say that, the Healey has moved up on that beautiful red and white Mini Cooper S, and this is what I was hoping for, was to see the battles between the big and the small.
It's a great
Yeah, you can do all that, and when you have to, you throw it sideways, just like that. There's the TVR. Yeah, the number 7 car. Austin Healey's were, of course, very big in club competition in period, that they were very much what you bought if you wanted to go racing on your own account. There's not much between the first and second, isn't there?
That's not by that long. The position which should be not the equivalent right with the trend.
Yeah, and there's Cricknoff in the Lotus. I thought might run away and hide, but Bastien Berchon in that second place car, the to Austin Healy, is certainly not letting him get away, and that's exactly what we want to see, isn't it? Fourth place, we have the number 7 car, which is that Grand Tourer that I was talking about. That has no right to be up there. He's doing terribly well. And the MPV, there we see it, is up in 5th place, just about to lose it to the number 75.
So, will he make up the inside? No, he thought better of it.
Yeah. The number 75 does have Nick Padmore at the wheel, so that might have something to do. We've seen him win one race so far today in the Formula 1 JPS. Oh, beautiful tail slide from that MGB. But the Padmore Lotus Elite coming through there. The MGB, of course, again a mainstay of club racing, particularly in the UK and in Europe, for much of the 50s and 60s. It was a car which was scorned a bit in the early days because all of this side by side, coming all down the inside in the Lotus, the door is shut on him by the MGB, who gets the tail very, very hung out. That's caused the next Healy behind him to be right up with him. These three now are nip and tuck.
Pressure to watch, isn't it? Nick behind the wheel.
Yeah. Yeah, for the number 60 MGB, Jerome Catalan, then the 75. I think that might be Robin Ellis in that car at the moment, who is no slouch. Let's be clear about that. And then the 304 car, which is going to be shared.
Right.
He's actually under pressure from that Healy. This can go any way you like. That the MPB has the strength of being in the front.
Yeah.
Robin Ellis is going to lose out to the Healy. He's. Oh, did he close the door on him? That MGB, I have to say, is looking on the ragged edge. With the rest of the faces, but perhaps is a little bit wary for a 45-minute race. We'll have to wait and see. And I don't think any of us thought that we'd see a battle between a Lotus Elite and a Jaguar D-Type today, but that's what we're seeing down a bit further down the field. The Jaguar D-Type, of course, built to win Le Mans, nothing other than that, and he did that 3 times eventually. As the TVR being pushed very hard by the 3-litre nearly 3000. This is a lovely battle. As I say, that that TVL Grand Tourer is doing incredibly well to be in second place amongst this company, and the Lotus is pulling away. Although they're not pulling away as much as I expected, Nick. I thought that probably he'd be 20 or so seconds to the good by now, but he certainly put his stamp on it. But,
Yeah, and look at these guys still absolutely hustling position there.
oh, look at that! Look at that! Oh, yes, change from place here.
Yeah.
Is it on as it goes down the inside? Hard on the brakes. That MGB is within an inch of its life as it goes through there. Power back on. No, he's gone wide. I don't think he went wide. I think he left room. I think he left him racing room.
Yeah.
But
look at this, side by side.
Hard on the brakes.
You go for the slingshot. Quite close enough.
I think Robin Ellis in the back of those three cars, just sitting there waiting to see what they do, because there's nothing between the MGP and the Lotus, but they maybe are going to get just a little bit too close. And this battle with the Mini is fabulous to see. The 199 car is again a real treat. Jaguar XK140, which is a 1955 car, and that's looking lovely. Oh, we're going to get three abreast here, Nick.
Anything could happen.
Yeah, so the Lotus is tucking into the slipstream of the MGB. A wise move. Is he going to get the slingshot as they go down? He's going to be... No, he's not close enough. But the MGB, perhaps...
Who's bravest?
Yeah. No, it's the Healy who gets the place. So the number 304 Healy is now up on the lead of those three with Jose de Rocha at the front of that. Now, do you think he's going to pull away because he's put a couple of cars length on the B?
Yeah, it's very possible, isn't it?
It could well be that, because we mustn't lose sight of the fact that those Minis are not a million miles away from this.
Absolutely not.
And
look at them in three different colours. That's great, isn't it?
It's not the Italian.
It is. The colours the Italian flag.
Yeah. But it would only take something for those three to be up there with them. And look at that angle of attack for those cars.
It's pretty different with three in front.
Yeah, isn't it? That with the three in front, you know, it's the classic old-fashioned slow in, fast out, and with the Minis, it's fast in, fast out.
Chuck it in.
Look at that You shouldn't get oversteer on a Mini, but he certainly has. These FIA Minis have been hugely successful. Built for the way that they were built in the early 60s. It's just so good. But do you think we're going to see a Mini biting at the back of that Lotus Elite?
Could do. I think it's new, isn't it? They seeing them roll into the corner like that is so fun to watch. It may be a perception thing. That it may be that they're looking like they're catching just because they're so animated.
Look on the edge of it.
But no, they're certainly not falling back.
No, they're not. And yeah, I think we've. Oh dear, bonnet's open on the green men. I would imagine that would have some sort of day. Yep, 21. Goes through that, and Simon Nobly. But yes, we might just see the white Lotus Elite coming under pressure from the green Mini if we're not very careful.
I think we're all but there. I think he's got the measure of him, hasn't he?
Yep. Yes, I think you're right, Nick. I think we're going to see that. Lotus having to
There's
take
the dummy.
a tight line, moving over to his right, driver's right for the left-hander. Your prediction, I think, is going to be right, Nick. That he's going to have to go around the long way on this unless he can shut the. He does shut the door.
Look at
He
that.
does shut the door.
Oh,
And yeah, there's no prisoners being taken there at all, are there?
no. And I think what you used to do when the minis come to the front, you may actually come up to the place.
Right, so now, yep. Robin Ellis's Lotus goes down at least one further place, and coming under pressure now from the red car as well. I think one of the things is that the minis probably are going to last longer, better for the 45 minutes this race is set to run than perhaps some of the other cars. But
They're certainly not fading, are they?
not at this stage, no. And the Elite should be faster in a straight line with its Lotus engine.
Oh.
No, he's going to lose that place as well. The red Mini is now through, I think. What are we going to see? There's the B.
Is it the three together?
I keep on wanting to whistle.
Yes, it is. Yeah, Self-Preservation Society.
Yeah. So but if the hot shoe Padmore is going to get in there next, that could all change again. So Robin Ellis will say no slouch in his own right, but I think he'd be the first to say he's not Nick Padmore.
Doing that Alfa Romeo there.
Yep. Mini is now on point, but certainly what we're seeing now is that the first of the minis, the number 25 car, with David Babert, is beginning to sort of make noises, and he might like to move up the order a bit. There's another of the Lotus Elites. There's our leader, the 99 car of Sergei Kriknov, and he's having a very lonely race, isn't he? I mean,
yeah, just the way he'd want it, I'm sure.
I'm sure it is.
It always fascinates me when drivers say that when they are that far ahead and they reach the closing stages, they start hearing new noises in the car, and the mind is allowed to start playing tricks and wondering, about the actual mechanics of the vehicle you're driving. And when you're under pressure and the red mist is set in, I think.
No, and you still worry. You still worry a lot. So still Kriknov in the lead in that lovely Lotus 11. Those early cars, Chapman always numbered in Roman numerals, so it's a Lotus XI rather than Lotus 11. It was only a little later that he moved into calling them by traditional numbers, the 49 or the 79 or whatever. But the pitch window is now open.
What we get with the minis as well is we've got a race to the podium. We've got a mini race for that third spot on the podium, I think.
Yes, I think you're right. I think you're very right. That's the XK140. There were 3 iterations of that car. There's the original 120, which looked very similar, and then the 150, which was much more of a grand touring car than perhaps the other two had been. But there we see lovely to see the aluminium body just as it is, isn't it? You know, the way that Lotus, it's got the white stripe, but that's all there.
To go back to the colour thing you were talking about, moving to Germany was the silver due to the stripping of the paint. Is
Yeah,
that how that came
originally it was white.
about? Right.
And then after the stripping of the paint at the Nürburgring, they changed it to silver. French blue, British racing green. America was white with two blue stripes, almost the piano colours, and it had that. But in club racing, if you're racing at home, as it were, you can race whatever you like. So if you're a French person running in a French championship, you could run a purple car if you wanted to. But historically, these cars would be all of that, and that's why it's British racing green. You know?
Was it the last? Was it in Singapore that Ferrari put the yellow on the car? I think it was last week, possibly. But I found it great. I think it still said Ferrari to me. It's still sort of, the red and the yellow together look great.
The company colour for Ferrari is yellow, not red. It's only traditionally because they've always been red, and I think red with the yellow badge is lovely. That chap was waving at somebody in the Mini, or either that or he was unwinding his sunroof, but he was waving at his pit. There's the D-type.
Beautiful, isn't it?
It is, and they make a lovely noise. An XK engine makes a glorious noise too. So we still have the Lotus 11, the number 99 car, in the lead. Sergei Kriknov from the TVR Grand Tourer Mark II. Now I think that would probably have an MG engine in it, because they didn't make their own engines. Healy 104 is in third place, and that's the 304 car of the Rocha family. And then in fourth place we have the Austin Healey 3000, which is a newer car by some 6 years, a 1962 car. And that's the 101 Sébastien Berchon car. Then after that we have the first of the Morris Mini Coopers, and that is the number 86, which is Fabrice Quesnel. And then just moving further down, we have the rest of the minis. But we now are seeing our pit stoppers, which is going to change a lot of things. The Grand Tourer, the TVR, is now in the pit for his stop. Look at that. Two Jaguars racing around this glorious circuit. We have an external temperature right now of about 24, 25 degrees. So not a lot wrong with that, is there?
Perfect day for racing.
Yeah, it is. And the XK140 makes his pit stop. We haven't got a huge amount of time left for pit stops, but with this race being 45 minutes long, we're halfway through the pit stop window already.
Back in a minute.
Back on the Self-Preservation Society.
Look at the tail, it's just great. It just They're so engaging to watch, aren't they?
Yeah, but they shouldn't do that. You've really got to hammer a mini to get the tail out.
I tried that in a Vauxhall Nova once. I ended up halfway up a lamppost.
So yes, we're now seeing one of the minis and our MGB into the pits. So it's going to be all changed. We're now going to have a period of about 5 or so minutes where it's all going to be a bit topsy-turvy. One of the things about any of these cars is that they're all quite rightly required now to run roll cages in the cars, but the way that cars were built in the 50s and 60s, they were not very robust, and so by inserting a roll cage into a Mini, for example, there makes it a huge amount more stiff than it ever would have been in period, and that's it changes the handling hugely. And they always used to talk about the Lotus Cortina, that if you stood at Paddock Hill Bend at Brands Hatch and listened to Cortinas back in the day in the 60s come through Paddock Hill Bend, you could hear the floor go bang as it flexed, and the Cortina bang. And but now, of course, they don't. They've got very comprehensive roll cages. First and foremost, to protect the driver, but also it does make the car an awful lot more.
I guess it allows as well for other modifications, doesn't it? Once you can push it more, you can.
Yes. I mean, you're still stuck with what you're allowed to modify, but yeah, there are differences, of course. And tires are better, brake materials are better, pistons, all those things are better. So there are always some challenges. You can't these days run a car as it would have been in 1959. It wouldn't work. That's the registration. Famously, that would be a derivation, because famously, a guy called Les Leston used to race a red Elite, which was Dad. More importantly, Daddy. And we're seeing now probably just that period of time where it's all going to shake out in the next few minutes. There's the 101 car, which has made its stop and is now in 10th place. So he's got, I won't say any making up to do, because the people in front of him will have done that. But we're now in a situation where it has actually made their stops. So yeah, it's Lotus at the front, with that man Padmore in second place. Yeah. And that's a standard Mini colour from period. So duck egg blue.
It was duck egg blue, wasn't it? Hearing aid beige. all the British British classics.
Yes, it was all of those things. So now that everybody's made their stops, let's just look at the time, the positions. The 99 Lotus 11 is still in the lead with 75. The Lotus Elite in second place now, and then after that we have the TVR Grand Tourer, which was in second place, is now in third. The first of the Minis, the number 25 car, is in fourth, and then the Austin Healey 3000 number 101 is in fifth place. So all to play for the 33 that we see there, which is the MG, the Mini Cooper S, is in ninth place, and the MGB behind him is in 10th. So that's the battle for ninth Both of those were a bit higher up earlier on, but nonetheless, we're now seeing. Oh, look at this. This is classic slipstreaming stuff down the start-finish straight. The MGB pulls out just the right moment. Is he going to be able to get it stopped in time? They're side by side on the way down to turn one. Absolutely nothing in it. He's got it done, but can he stop it? Can he stop it? Yes, he can. Excellent job there from the Giron Catalan. Oh, no, he couldn't stop it. Yeah,
I think he was too busy congratulating himself inside there.
Yeah, and can you imagine being the being in that Mini and George Rochietta?
I'm not sure he hasn't got a problem there.
Really, might just be a moment where he's taking stock, shall we say? So. As the other Lotus Elite, it's the number 51 car. But there's a lot of people having a lot of fun out there.
Well, it's that phase, isn't it? The pit stops are done.
Yeah.
It's eyes down. Look at that Mini riding the curves there. You always know when a driver's really pushing a random indicator comes in. They're committed at that point.
Yeah. Yeah, or the wipers.
Yeah, screen wash.
With the number 21 Mini, that's currently in 8th place. With lovely Simon Nobile is at the wheel of that. He's driving on his own for this one. So pit window is shut. Everybody has now made their stops, so there's nobody going to fall foul of that.
Look at that. The guys are really, really dedicated, aren't they?
Yeah.
It looks, that camera angle at the end of the straight it's deceptive, but they are on it.
Yeah. And these are cars that are 65 years old. This just doesn't bear thinking about. Okay, they're loved to within an inch of their lives, but they're still 65 years old.
When you're racing, all the rules go out the window, don't they?
Oh, absolutely, yeah.
I remember when you used to strap me into the MX-5 and I couldn't even sort of move forward, and by the end of the race I realised that I was leaning so far forward in the car, just from pure want of making a face or two.
Well, it makes there's Serge Kriknoff, who has driven a brilliant race, and there's no doubt about that.
Yeah.
But Nick Padmore is not over yet, because he currently only sits 2.5 seconds behind the leader, and we still have best part of a quarter of an hour to go. So it's, Nick, this could be on. This is another one of those
it's almost orchestrated, isn't it? These races, they're fantastic.
That this could very much be on. Let's have a look at some lap times. On that previous lap, the best lap we've seen from Kriknoff is 2:07. Padmore's done is 2:11, but I've got a feeling that that's going to start coming down.
It's cracking.
And now this is interesting, because it's the TVR that's closing down the Lotus. It's not the Lotus closing down the leader. We can see a change for second. We have seen a change for second. Look at that. Now that's a surprise that we've seen Dole Planck take Padmore, which is a big surprise. Dole Planck now can he set off after our leader? I think there's probably something up with that Lotus.
Yeah, he's fallen back, hasn't he?
Yeah, brakes or tyres. But whilst he's still going hard, he's not going as hard as he was. So we'll have to see there. But yes, I would have put money on them not being a TVR driver on the podium, but it's certainly doing it, and certainly doing it extraordinarily well.
It seems to be not too bad, but yeah.
I don't know. It's quick through the corners, but look at that gap. It's a couple of seconds now. So, as you see, just under 12 minutes left to run. Now here at the Classics, the Estoril Classics, this glorious circuit. This battle just goes on and on and on, doesn't it?
Yeah, there we go.
Oh,
promising.
There's a left-hander there, so Mini's in the wrong place. Hard on the brakes. Both of these cars will be getting a bit tired after 45 minutes racing, with plenty of braking, lots of tyre wear. I don't think the Mini's got the speed. In fact, I'm sure the Mini hasn't got the speed down start-finish straight. But is he going to be able to do anything under braking? Because that's where it's going to be. And the MGB, not this time. But I think probably what we have is the number 33 Mini is maybe just rehearsing a bit, don't you think? That he might be rehearsing where he's going to do it sometime in the next three or four laps.
Oh, here we go. If he can stay tight through here.
He's certainly done that.
Yeah.
Certainly done that. And this could be. It just needs to be really tucked in when they get to the start-finish line in a few minutes' time, a few seconds' time. So you see from your caption there that he's nip and tuck with these two cars. That's it. That's done. That's done. Beautifully done.
Yeah, he worked out his spots, didn't he?
He did. He did. However,
yeah, he might. Well, no, yeah, he's going to try and cut back underneath, I think.
Yep, you're right. He went very wide onto the apex there. I think this is going to change.
Oh, is he going to lunge?
Across the start-finish lines where you can see it. But you just don't hear tyres squeal like that anymore, do you? Just if he can keep that 5 cars lengths, he'll be fine. But he can't, because it's now coming down and down and down through the twistiest bit of the circuit. It's coming down. He's too far back to do anything this time, surely. But he's not really tucked into the slipstream, and he's not going to be able to do anything to outbrake him. He's too far back. So the MGB continues apace. Beautifully done. And he actually lost the place and got it back again. Whoops.
Commentator's curse there.
It's only going to take the slightest mistake from either of them.
Yeah.
And I think what we have is, dare I say, the MG is probably going to be a more difficult car to push hard than the Mini. Minis you can drive flat out all the way, and that's what they like. The the MG being rear-wheel drive, and
He's entering that section here, isn't he, where he can put a bit of pressure on.
yeah.
So I think patience is the word here.
Yeah, still got 7.5 minutes to go. So.
Yeah. Get a nice line. And try and do it in the last section.
Part of the trouble is, or the difficulty is, that you can see there that the early minis were actually built with little 10-inch wheels, 10-inch high. And so the brakes in them were tiny.
There we go. No. Oh.
So there's not going to be much for that. Closer, closer, closer. These two cars, both in British Motor Corporation BMC tartan red, and not an inch between them.
He's closer. He's a lot closer.
He's closer, but is he close enough?
So he's already covering up the inside.
Isn't he just? It's serious stuff, isn't it? Covering the inside, but having to go back onto line to get around the corner. But
it's going to give the 3 car a massive advantage.
Yeah, I think that that number 75 car is falling back yet more, and that he's
hanging on though, isn't it? So I don't know if it's a mechanical.
No, I don't know. Don't know who was in the car first and who was in the car second. We were told it was Alice in the car first, but it might not have been. We're looking to pick up that scrap that we've been watching of the MGB and the Mini. I think something we've lost a lot with single make racing is that they're all fast at the same place and slow at the same place.
Yeah.
Whereas what I love about this kind of thing is that you can get one car which is very quick in a straight line but doesn't go around corners very well, and vice versa. And that changes how they race each other hugely.
Yeah, and each competitor has to try to understand those weaknesses as well, don't they?
Yes.
Not just where they're quick, but where they're slow.
Yeah, yes, that's an important part of it, isn't it? Francois Chanterac in the Austin Healey there. That's 104. 1956, that car will be. It's another elite. And even those, we were talking about the cars as being the things like the MGB and the Mini, but Chanterac in the elite against a big Jag or something is going to be completely different. We see him here against the Austin Healey. Those are very different cars. I mean, yes, they've got engine in the front, rear-wheel drive, but the Healey would be a much heavier car, the Elite lighter, but the Healey's going to have a lot more power than the Elite.
That Healey, if I was driving that, I'd be inclined to even sort of duck down on the straights, I think. It looks tiny, doesn't it?
It does, yes. It's
get a bit more aerodynamic. You can see the helmet ever so slightly protruding out the top of that.
Yeah. Here comes our leader. We haven't seen much of our leader, but there we have it. This just goes on and on and on. They are having a fantastic race.
The problem is they've got each other's cards marked, haven't they?
Oh, yes. Oh
no, he hasn't. Oh, that's the first time he's managed to.
Can he hold it on the inside? Because if he can do that, he's probably got it done. But Now it's going to be
Is
about
he
power.
compromised again?
He's
Same story.
Exactly the same. Oh no, he stayed there.
That's the way.
He's going to make it work.
Elbows out.
Make it work. Oh, and we have one of the Healys. That's the 304 car of the Darosha family. I think he's got it done, Nick.
Yeah.
Although, have I spoken too soon?
Yep.
Yes, I have. That was beautifully taken by the MG.
I'm not sure what happened there, actually.
No.
I think it may have been the inboard celebratory jinx again.
Yes, you could be right. You could be right. Because he's not close. I don't think he's close enough to do anything this
close. Time. He is close.
2 minutes left to run.
If he's going to do it, it's going to be this lap.
Yep. Yes, it's all to play for. He's closer than he's been at any time so far, but I don't think he's close enough even then. Into turn one. But there is the man who's going to be our worthy winner, Serge Kriknov. He's had a very untroubled race.
He looks comfortable, doesn't he?
Yeah. Yeah. So this will be his last lap now. No, don't do anything silly. Sergey, don't be a hero. So, yes, I expect he would have preferred to have a bit of real opposition, but it wasn't to be. But the Lotus 11, only a little 1500 engine in that. But it is as light as a feather. He's well on his way. The TVR has probably had a less than fascinating race. And there was that great tussle that we saw between the TVR and the Lotus Elite. But that kind of came to nothing.
It looked like we weren't getting a mini on the podium, so that three-way tussle was not to be.
No, because I don't think we're going to see the Cooper S catching the Ellis Padmore Iran. There's our leader. Back to MGB and Mini Cooper S. That's how they're going to finish. Faultless race. I think we can give him all due credit for that.
Hats off.
Hats off to Serge. Across the line, the XK140 deprives himself of another racing lap by being overtaken right at the end. There's the Elite. So we're waiting for our second place TVR Grand Tourer. I think that's just crossed the line. The Elite is crossing the line now. The white car is going to be our third place car. Fourth will be the Mini Cooper S, the number 25 car of David Barrère. So we nearly got a Mini on the podium, Nick.
It was close.
Well,
again, what a race! They
are good, aren't they?
Great battles.
They are really good. It's been superb so far.
The pom-poms are out for that one as well.
Oh yes, I think pom-poms are now de rigueur, aren't they?
Yeah.
Happy man. Happy man. Look at that.
Usually, isn't it? It puts it in perspective, isn't it?
Yes. Yes, I mean, I suppose we've only just seen the sort of the crash helmet, and suddenly when the arm comes out, first and second there. Well done, guys. Yeah. Well, to be fair, that's probably the only purpose-built racing car in the race. But that takes nothing away from theirs. He's done a superb job. Yeah, yes. Yeah, the Planck TVR there that we see is developed from a road car. Later, of course, that chassis had the big V8 Ford engine put in the front of it, and it became the Griffith, which was a fairly fearsome
monster.
Yeah, it was a monster. The 304 Ely. Yeah, there's a lot of happy people, and rightly so. And yes, I think you deserve very much to be a happy man. You're on Catalan because you did it. And yeah, and then and you just know, don't you, Nick, that those guys will go into the paddock, open the door, take the seatbelts off, and go over and congratulate each other.
Yeah, they'll be beaming.
Yeah. Now that's a car from the previous race. I'm pleased we heard that. That's the noise of a straight cut gearbox in a Cooper S. That whine. And yeah, there'll be lots of happy people after that. We will be having our podium celebrations, etc., very shortly, and then after that, we'll be going to the Endurance Racing Legends and Group C race, which has got a fantastic mix of different people in it, different people and different cars. So there we see our results. And our 50s legends. I think almost every type of car, if you have a post-World War II car, I'm sure that you would find no difficulty in finding at least one race for your car. Yeah, happy man.
Yeah.
Tired man, but happy man. Yeah, it's so let's have a look at some highlights and look back at that race, because we saw some great racing right the way down the field. I think that was also important. So let's have a look at those highlights. The start was interesting because we did actually see, just for a very short time, a Mini in the lead. But one of the surprises of the race was the...
And they didn't make contact there.
No, well, yeah, that was a surprise because I would have put money on that. But they had a great race. The MGB, I think, probably in terms of smiles per lap, was right up there. The Healy 3000, the 101 car of Sébastien Béchon was that was a bit hairy. We didn't see that one.
But great driving wheel. I mean, they all held together, didn't they?
Yeah.
Kept on the track.
Yeah. The Lotus was dominant throughout. The Minis were just all over the place. And
Minis doing what minis do.
Yes, exactly, doing what minis do. Interesting to see that they actually got the better of the rest of the field. They did very well, I thought. And then, but we mustn't take anything away from our winner. He did a fantastic job. There is the D-type jet. I didn't see much of that, but nonetheless, it's great that it's out there. And thank you so much for taking it out there and racing it. You know, it's just one of those beautiful things. This, for me, was probably the highlight of the race. Was that mini MGB battle? Gave it everything that they possibly could. So a fantastic race from start to finish, as far as I'm concerned.
You see them again there, just going for it. No let up.
And a worthy winner.
As you say, Paul, smiles.
Yeah, it's the bit you get then of I could have had you, but I didn't want to damage the car or whatever. But there's no other games that are played there, so that's lovely to see. And that we'll shortly have the podium celebrations for that before we move into Endurance Racing Legends, which is going to be it's a bit more in line with your age than mine, I think, Nick. But
well, Group C was always your forte, wasn't it? I mean, it's your penchant. I think, other than reading a good book on the toilet, that's something that really gets you excited. So I remember your posters of Group C cars up on the wall.
Well, I suppose that's the joy of having a father and son team in the commentary box, that we can sort of cover quite a distance between us. But we are going right up into the 2000s, and the newest car in this race is a Porsche 997 GT3 from 2009.
Wow.
So it's very much more the thing.
Allowing yourself to get carried away by the moment. That is how a great vacation should be. Being able to forget everything, even the little choices of life. Having to choose between this or that. Whether this will be in the morning or in the afternoon. Whether catching the waves or laying by a pool. Whether reading a book or taking a nap. Whether visiting a museum or enjoying the terrace. Whether by car or by foot. Whether simple or sophisticated. Just leave it up to the moment and see where things take you. It's entirely possible when nothing is missing and everything is so close. Every path is the right path.
We move on now to the newest part, perhaps, of our very varied Estoril Classics program, and this is the Endurance Racing Legends event, and we're going to see some much newer cars. We're going to see cars from, right up to, in fact, 2010. I said 2009. It's actually 2010, Nick, because I've just found a Ferrari F430, which is right up there in 2010. Lots of different classes and lots of variety in terms of the cars. I'll just run through some of the ones. We've got MG Lolas at the front of the grid, and they are interesting in themselves, and I hope we'll get the opportunity to talk about those. We have a Keeler in also out there, an Olmas, lots of variety. Don't know that I've ever commentated on an Olmas before. Riley & Scott, which is predominantly, they were from the United States, and then the first of the production-based cars, a Ferrari F430 GTC, Porsche Evos, and then quite a few Porsches, as you probably would expect. But there's some really, I don't want to say oddballs because that's unfair, but there are some cars that perhaps we wouldn't have expected to see. I noticed going down the list we have a Mosler, which was an interesting car of its time. 2008 that car is from, and they were built in the US. Our very own Martin Short in the UK was a great exponent of the Mosler, and still has one and still races it from time to time. But this one will actually be run by Colin Payton, so that will be different. We've seen Yves Skimama out earlier on, but we're going to see Philippe Skimama, and he'll be out in the Ford GT 001, which I'm looking forward to as well. We've got the Keeler, which is based on a Chevron, as I understand it. The several Porsches from the 997, 993, 996, all from that era. We have another TVR out this time, Nick, which is the TVR Tuscan, and that's a 2006 car. TVR had a short-term dalliance, let's say, with GT racing, and that was with this car, the TVR Tuscan 400R, and a couple of extra Ferraris as well. And so a good list for this next one. But there's Serge Kriknoff standing at the top of the podium, very proud man, and quite rightly so. Whilst the national anthem plays, I'm afraid we can't hear it, but the Swiss flag standing tall behind him, and then two versions of the French flag as well. Oh, they're nice trophies, aren't they?
I feel that, on the last race they are.
Yeah. Yes, and sometimes you see these things and they're not quite so nice, let's say, but that is superb. Taking the no, they're taking the champagne to share with their team.
Yeah, they're not silly. Waste not, want not.
Waste not, want not. They've taken that away. Oh,
yeah. No podium kisses though, I noticed.
No podium kisses, no spraying of champagne. So what does that tell you?
Someone's had a word.
No, this isn't Formula One. Cars forming up on the grid now for our next race, which is due off very shortly, in the next couple of minutes, we would hope. They've had their warm-up lap. This again will be will be a rolling start. Those two very similar cars.
So different to what we've just seen, aren't they?
Aren't they? Yes. They couldn't be couldn't be any more different
Yeah.
in many ways, could they?
And the way they're going to sort of attack the corners, it'll be a completely different track for these cars to the Minis and MGs that we've seen.
That's the Ford GT. That is an ex-Le car, and that's getting ready to go. Get confused with GTs because there's obviously the GT40, and then there's the Ford GT, which is that one, and then there's the latter GT40 GT, which was in production 5 years ago. So it's very difficult. So the safety car on its way.
Do we know who's in the safety car? It's not Bert.
No, it's not Bert.
Hot-footed it from Suzuka.
Bert's busy. Those two MG Lolas, and we will talk about those during the course of the event. The 181 car that we see there is the Gila. Sorry, that's the Olmas. So there's your grid. Christian Gleisel, very well known historic racer. Mark DeVee also is out there in his Porsche 996. But we'll not go through all of that. The Fumagalli name reappears as well. Cars behind the safety car.
You can start to see visibility changing a bit as well, can't you now?
You can actually, yeah. It's,
ever so slightly.
Yeah. And usually Portugal has the same time as UK, but obviously Spain doesn't. Spain takes the European time frame, so therefore to cross from Portugal to Spain to the land border, you have to change your watch.
Yeah, and it immediately gets right.
It's amazing, isn't it, that? These are, again, very much of their time, aren't they? And there's that black and yellow TVR. There's 2 Tuscans in this race. There's Jason Clegg in one and Holborn in the other. Interesting, Nick. There's not a lot of moving around and trying to get people inside.
No, I wonder what I was thinking that. I should have done possibly, I mean, how many laps we got looking at? It's a fair few laps, isn't it? I mean, maybe they're thinking about longevity of the tyres. I don't know.
No, I'm not enough of an expert to know. But cars coming around now. Safety car is off into pit lane. Red lights remain on currently. Just waiting for those to turn green. A fairly orderly start. Not the best I've ever seen, but ready for that. The 2 MG Lolas are on the front.
Know where they go.
They're off. Nice, neat, orderly start. And it's the number 20 car, which is in progress. Christian Gleisel gets the drop on that. Number 12, you see there, is the 993 GT2 car. We're already seeing some elbows out motoring on the way into turn 3. This is again a 40-minute race with a mandatory pit stop. So everybody will have to stop for a given period of time.
Space inside there. I think that was a defense position there.
Yeah, I think you're right. Yeah. There's the Ford GT. Very much an homage to the GT40. Didn't make too many of them, but nonetheless, they had a racing life, and they probably, many of them now would be in collectors' garages around the world. That DeWalt TVR was driven at Le Mans by Mike Jordan, and we'll see Andrew Jordan, his son, in the 911 2-litre Cup tomorrow. So some racing families just keep on going. But the
also very keen on TVR, isn't he, Mike?
yes, yeah. So we're now seeing perhaps a bit of a settling down. There's some cars here which I haven't seen for a very long time, and lots and lots of Porsches, which I have no problem with, because back in period there were lots and lots of Porsches in these kind of races, and the Endurance Racing Legends has just been that. That's looking pretty terminal, isn't it?
That's a shame.
Yeah, it's funny, when I saw that car on the grid, safety car, I thought, were they looking a bit worried about it? But I thought, no, don't do that to them. But yes, we have a safety car this early in the race, and we haven't yet even done 5 minutes. The safety car is probably not going to have huge impact. The driver sitting in the car there, and Philippe Skimama will be probably talking to his pit, but if it's stopped, it's stopped, is usually the way. We have, as I said, this is a mandatory pit stop race. We don't have many people who are actually using two drivers for a 40-minute race, but the number 12 Porsche 993 has Henrique Gemel and Marc de Siebenthal. And then we have to go right down to number 76, which is another Porsche 996. And that has Jean-Louis Rion and that chap Nick Padmore again. And that's number 76. The only other car that has two drivers in it is the number 86 Porsche 996, and that's Michael Faveni and Stefan Rottenmeier. So hard to see what's happened with that car, isn't it?
Yeah, I wonder what they're going to do with it. The driver being told to stay until the cleared. I'm sure I'll make a dash for the Armco.
It may be they're going to leave him in it so they can tow him away. But we don't know how else they're going to do it. They would have to have a lift, wouldn't they? But to get it away from there.
And of course, all this is going to have an effect on the tyres, heating tyres, all the rest of it.
Yep. Yeah, it will. It will.
It's right up to date there, isn't it, with the DeWalt mirroring.
Yeah, they are very much of their time. And we saw right at the beginning of the show the Formula One cars, and we were talking then about their liveries and what that meant. And these are very similar, aren't they?
Yeah.
That you've got the livery, and it takes you right back to where it was.
There you go. You called that perfectly.
So I think we may have one more lap. Depends on where they can get that car to and how quickly. But the two cars at the front, which are the MG Lolas, they were cars built by Lola when MG were very keen to promote their brand as a performance car, and that they commissioned Lola to do some work to create those two cars, and they put an MG special MG badged racing engine in the back, and but they were very good. They raced at Le Mans, and they were very quick, bearing in mind that they were not in the top class. They were in LMP2, as I think it's called then, and they were very good. They then went to, oh dear, I think you're going to need a bigger mop. That they had.
That's a horrible position for that, isn't it?
Yeah, you do not want to be getting to the end of the straight there and then finding oil, do you? But no, they were very good. They then went to the States and were run by Dyson, who and I think that probably that number 20 car that you see is in Dyson's colours. The second place car is in the original MG colours, and it was very successful in IMSA over there as well. So it's it's those cars. They were kind of almost made it, but maybe not quite, which is a shame. But I think they're certainly making up for it now. So let's hope so.
If you saw in the previous shot there, that fluid is right at the end of the braking straight. It's something the drivers may or may not be aware of. So it'll be very interesting to see how they will take that.
Yeah. Well, hopefully we'll see a red and yellow flag out there anyway for something on the circuit. And presumably that is good. Yes, the bits of kitchen towel were never going to work, were they? Bit of cement dust there to soak up the oil. By now, one would have hoped that most of the drivers would have seen the marshals and seen what they're doing. It's strange to see that number 88 car of Stephen Osborne in the Felbermeyer livery. I don't think I've seen a Porsche like that in Felbermeyer livery since my days at Radio Le Mans, because that was very much a 2009 car. Would have been when it was. That's an Argo. That 124. Which again were reasonably good. There we are racing again. Green flag with 30 minutes left to run. So we've seen nothing of racing so far. Yes, that is the Dyson colour scheme of the leading car. These two cars have been almost identical. Certainly in period they would have been. I've seen a reason why they should be different now. But the two cars there, then the number 60, Mark Julie, in his Chevron Hila, which is a rebodied version of the Chevron car. But there we see Christian Gleisel now beginning to put a bit of a stamp on the race. As ever, the battle between Porsches and Ferraris is launched. very evenly matched in period and continue to be now. Yeah, Eret, the 190 and the 86 with Stefan Reutmeier. Both of them extremely experienced historic racers. I hesitate almost to call these historic racers, and I suppose they are, but nonetheless, they don't look like it, do they?
No, very modern looking. But I mean, officially, last year's Formula One cars are historic cars.
Yeah, and anything that isn't current is historic. And you know, we've seen that in the US, where they tend to take a slightly different view, and that if it's not current, it's historic is how it is. And I don't have a problem with that, because otherwise, when a car is 3 years old, it's useless until it becomes properly historic, which might be 15 years, and that's ridiculous.
I think one car that gets you, I think if you had to draw the line in the sand, I think the Brawn GP car, I think you would put that down as historic now.
Yes, I would. Yes, I'd love to see that. And it's strange that I can remember when Group C was about, and you used to have to start a 962 with a laptop. And it's going to.
Oh, is he going to do that outside?
No, but you might do your bit and
switch back.
Nope, not close enough. But when they had Porsche 962s that were, you had to start with a laptop, and everybody said, well, they'll never run in historic races or anything because nobody will have the technology. And they have.
Everybody does now.
Yeah. Although there is now a very strong market in 1985 laptops to make your 962.
Is that true?
Yeah, absolutely true. That you have to have the one from the period. There is Mark Julie in the Keeler, the number 60 car. That has a distinct look of a Ferrari 333 SP, but it obviously isn't. These cars are coming from both Europe and from the US in their heyday. That we talked about the two MGs, and both of those cars started as factory cars, but nonetheless, one went to America, one didn't. So it's MG Lola, third place.
Here he comes, 22 Porsche, up the inside, textbook.
Lovely. Lovely. That was great. Yep. Now we wait to see if he can pull away, because I don't think he's going to, Nick. I think that that Ferrari is going to say, no, you don't. You might have caught me once. But those Porsches, those latter day Porsches, the 996s and things, they do look fabulous, don't they? They really do look purposeful.
I'm a big fan of a sort of a splitter on the front, you know, a nice menacing front end.
Yeah, they look purposeful, I think. There we again see the number 60 car.
Can he hold it? Can he hold it?
Yes. I think the deed is now done. So we're just over 25 minutes still to run.
Look at that wing. Fantastic.
The whole GT thing, but they changed. Was very, very strong in the early 2000s. They've changed back, haven't they?
Yeah, he's lost it somewhere.
Yes, so one has to assume that he's overcooked it somewhere.
Yeah, it must have been a mistake because he was starting to make small gains and pulling away. So
yeah, whatever's happened, it's cost him 3 seconds.
And I bet he's miffed in there.
I would have thought so. I would have thought that there's words being said in that crash helmet, but I think Stefan Reitmeier might just have something to say. He's got to do it all again. He knows he can.
But he also knows if he makes another mistake, it's game over, isn't it?
That's true. That's true. So it's German driver versus Austrian driver. Now Reutmeier is going to be handing over to Foveni, whereas the Ferrari is going to be driven solo. So Pierre Eret will be driving solo all the way through. So not that probably going to make a huge amount of difference. 22 minutes left to run of this 40-minute race. Ooh, that's the Mosler. We haven't seen the Mosler yet, but didn't expect to see it quite like that. But that's again, that falls into the category of how did he get there?
In a funny position. I'm guessing it looked like it was still running, didn't it?
Yeah, but we have yellows as we know, but is that going to change to a safety car? Because that would change the complexion of this race quite considerably.
Oh.
Don't know. Oh, went side by side again. Who's going to get that one? Ferrari leads Porsche. So that appears to be where the yellow. Oh yes. Oh dear.
It's a horrible position.
That is. That's not a place you want to be broadside across the road. Unless they move that very quickly, I think that's going to be a safety car. Because I can't see that they're going to be able to do the rest of it. They're going to have marshals on track. Wait and see. As you say, Nick, he may have kept it going, in which case he can drive away. But
I fear that if it was going, he would have. If that makes sense.
Yeah, yes, you wouldn't hang about, would you? Full course yellow.
Yeah.
Okay. So that will settle people down. So I'm not really sure where that's going because they're still going to move it.
I think it was the right call, wasn't it?
Yeah. And this is a virtual safety car, as we would know it in other forms of racing, but they're going to need to do that. It's still there. Oh, it's a tow. It's a tow, so he didn't keep it going.
Has he knocked something, do you think?
I wasn't sure whether all the wheels were facing in the right direction, but I may be wrong. Right, so now we're going to see lots of stops. I would imagine that everybody would come in. I can't imagine that anybody is not going to come in at this time with a full course yellow on the go. Oh, mind you, that's going to change things, Nick, because that's going to mean that anybody who goes for a stop now is not going to get the benefit.
They're committed, yeah. And with these two, I guess it's do whatever the other one doesn't.
Yeah, the old thing of that. But full course yellow continues now, halfway through this race. And the queue being well held by the chevron. green flag. We have a green flag.
Here we
So
go.
now it's going to get interesting because some people are already programmed to go in and make their stop, and some people are not. And the obligatory stop will take place. Everybody has to make that, but a lockup that we didn't see properly. We're keeping an eye open for that battle between Stefan Reutmeier and Pierre Eret, the Ferrari-Porsche battle, which certainly is a good one, but we mustn't lose sight of the battle right at the front of the field, because once these pit stops are over, the MG Lolas, both of whom have made their stops, will be battling for the lead. So we have the majority of people now have made their stops. We have the Porsche 9960 Olmas and the 997, who are technically in the lead of this race, but they have yet to stop. And then we'll be back to racing with the Lolas. There's a bit of a gap between the two of them now. The Christian Gleisel certainly has a reasonable lead. But time ticking down as well. So the three cars that are technically in the lead of this race will need to pit this time round, he thinks. Yep, and that's happening.
It's a great looking little thing, isn't it?
Yeah, great. Group C was just good, wasn't it? It was the way cars should be, and no wonder it was so popular. Top speed of 250 k's. Wow.
Wow. Didn't you once tell me that the predecessor to all to Group C was the Rondeau?
It was, yes. The Rondeau was built to GTP race, but yes, it was, and they thought, oh, this is a good idea, and so they designed Group C. That's quite a motor. That's
Porsche on Porsche here.
That's the ex-Gerard McQuillan Porsche, the yellow one,
Coming through.
driven at Le Mans by Nick Adams in period. And that noise of a hard accelerating 911 takes you straight back to the start-finish line at Le Mans, doesn't it? It's exactly what you can hear and see it.
Well, my first time at Le Mans, I would have been 14, I think, 13 possibly. With you. And yeah, still
there,
get carved into my memory bank.
And rightly so. Right, so we're back to having, whilst the Olmas is still out there, it's MG Lolas are together again, but it looks as if the Olmas is going to, when it all shakes out, it's going to be in the lead of this race, which is a bit of a surprise, I must say. Waiting to see that for certain. Is the Thetford version of the car. Thetford being photographic people in the US. For all those people in Norfolk in the UK wondering why it's advertising Thetford, which is a small industrial town.
Go in and kind of get a little thing saying visit, just stick it above.
Visit Thetford. So Christian Gleisel there. Yeah, I think he's done what he needs to do 285 kilometers an hour for that car. That's about 170 odd miles an hour top speed around this very twisty circuit. That's plenty. That's plenty. But the loaders really have done what we expected them to do here at the Classics at Estoril. I love the fact that that roadster there is the silver one, is the Cannibal Chevrolet IMSA. Cannibal because it eats other Chevrolets. I don't know. I've never seen that car before, I must say. It's the old mass back into the race.
Now, do we know why the last turn is the parabolic air conditioner? There's a question for you.
I think
probably something to do with the air conditioner.
Short answer is no, but that there were lots of corners named after 1994 in his memory. And let's not forget that as a Brazilian, his native language was Portuguese. So
lots of tie-ins.
Yeah, but I don't think it's anything more than that. But the parabolica bit means that it's not half a circle, if that makes sense. It's an unequal curve, different radii. He said, getting clever. 12 minutes left to run. Let's just run down the order. Christian Gleisel still leads the field, and then we have the number 25 MG Lola. Well, this is a good battle, isn't it?
Yeah, good half up the inside there.
Then 115 Mark DeVee is in the Porsche in third place. Oh, and an off there for the number 80 car. There's actually some tussles developing here as well.
You've got a gaggle of Porsches together there, so all hell may break loose.
Yes, if you listen carefully, you can hear them going, there may be trouble ahead. You do also realise when you see them like that, just how much that 21st century Porsche evolved over the years. They are very different. But cars from 2000 or 2001 are very different from the latter day 10 or 15 cars. But the third place car now, of course, is the Porsche 993, the number 22 of Sebastian Gleisel, which is a 993 Porsche. And then Keeler, we haven't seen much of, which is the number 60 car, is in fourth place. We haven't seen too much of the Keeler. I need to say that it looked a bit like a Ferrari, but there it is, tails away. Fifth is number 115 Porsche 996, and then the Ferrari F430, which is number 190. So we have a Ferrari Porsche honours going the way of Stuttgart at the moment, but some brave fights being put up there anyway. Into the last 10 minutes of this race,
You can really see the light changing as well now, can't you?
Yep, yep. Which augurs very well for the last race of the day, which is going to go into the dark, a 2-hour race. So do stay with us for that if you're watching live, because we'll be starting that straight after this race, and that is 60s endurance.
And here he goes up the inside. That was he saw that coming. You know, he planned that a couple of corners back, so not much fight was put up, was it?
No, I don't think so. And again, very different cars.
Yeah.
So that's the number 60 car that we've been talking about, which is the Keeler. Currently in 4th place, now chasing down the number 22 Porsche ahead of him.
Should be fairly straightforward.
Yeah.
Under braking.
Done and dusted. Done and dusted. Nice pass. Yes, a bit of token resistance, and I think that's always good.
Token resistance, I love it.
But yeah, that's a change there for 3rd place. He's actually going better now than he's gone all race, I think. The Keeler.
And we're going slowly there.
That lightly stressed V8 in the back of that, just tick-tocking away as they do. And here comes our leader in the background. He's cutting through that lot like a hot knife through butter, isn't he? Christian Gleisel really making easy work of this, I think.
Yeah, it looks effortless, doesn't it? I'm sure it's not in there.
No, I'm sure it's not. Yeah. And oh dear, that's a shame. That's a shame. That's one of the Group C cars. Oh, and look, we've got 2 TVRs together.
Brilliant.
Isn't that great? Isn't that great to see?
They have gravitated towards each other.
Yeah. Maybe it was, well, let's do the last 5 minutes of the race. You've seen that Zavex car racing at Daytona in the past as well for HSR. This is
very close, very close. There we go.
Battle for 11th and 12th. Yep, and it's changed. And it's brilliant. Look at that. Yeah, but I don't think this is over, Nick.
No. Oh, look at that.
I don't think this is over for 1 minute. But
that's the definition of hanging some out to dry, isn't it?
Yes, it was. It was.
Yeah, you can see he's pulled to the full car length there, so I think he's got that done.
Do you? I'm not quite so sure. I think that Matthew Holborn maybe has other thoughts, although actually looking at it now, no, that's 10 cars lengths, isn't it?
Slightly demoralised.
Yeah, with an identical car. He's got 4.5 minutes to think of why he didn't.
I had a feeling you'd say that.
But this is an excellent win for the MGs.
Yeah.
Yes. The chap who managed the PR team for the MGs at Le Mans was a chap you and I know called Paul Jerd. So, PJ, if you're listening, that the MGs do it again. So it's never forgotten, eh? But we're very much on the countdown. 2 laps, I guess, for our leaders. Spitting flow as they go into turn 1.
All adds to the drama, doesn't it?
Yeah.
And that's something we'll see in the next, maybe not the next race, but as the light fades, you pick up these little nuances.
Absolutely. And there's something about racing into the dark, which is unbelievable. Going to Schindler there in the 73 car. I'm loving the FX mics that are out on the circuit, pulling up all these different noises of cars. It's great to have.
Well, that's the beauty of historic racing now, isn't it? It's the same machinery, but with these little bits of modern technology. We hope we can bring the spectator at home a bit closer to the circuit.
Yes, absolutely. The black Mosler there, which had the spin or whatever earlier on, which is now back running. There it is. Bit of a way down now, having spent 3 or 4 laps parked your side into the track. That would have been character filming at the very least, but unless you out there, there's some good times now. So get to do that. Being leading MG up to 9, certainly one of them. Big gap between first and second now. So the second place car. This is going on to the final lap, I think, this time around. 14 minutes. As our leader. They were, this car ran as the LMP 600 class. And they had a much lower weight than the full-size prototype. Consequently, they were very competitive. Not quite competitive enough to win, but nonetheless in Europe. But certainly they were up there and trading well. Whereas in America, they were up for outright wins throughout, and that's what that very car did. Christian Gleisel stroking it home now. No heroics, just do what we need to do. Superb race, I think, for Christian.
The whole stance of that car is impressive, isn't it? It's so squat on the ground.
Isn't it? Yes. Yes, I don't think you could ever remove it in any direction. Even the very low rear wing, which I think was probably part of the regulations, but nonetheless, yes, it looks superb. And now just waiting as he comes across the line. So there we have it, the checkered flag, and we have first Christian Gleisel in the MG Lola EX257. The similar car is going to finish 26 seconds back, but
wow,
that's a lot. So well done to Christian for that. Third place will be the Keeler, the number 16 car, and then the Porsche 993, number 22. car of Sebastian Glaser, and that will be in 4th place. 5th, we are expecting to see the number 115 Porsche 996 of Mark DeVee, and that's not his first time out today. And then 190, the first of the Ferrari 430s of Pierre Eret, who will be back for that. But yeah, lovely to see those cars out and about. I would think it probably would take a very, very different driving style to win with one of those from almost anything that we've seen so far.
Yeah, it ain't their first rodeo, is it?
No, it certainly isn't. But you know that the skills that you would have to bring to running a 1950s sports car, an Austin 3000, say, is very different from what you would need to run any of these, even the GT cars, but particularly a GTP or or something like that.
Absolutely. Well, you think about karting, and often the fastest way on the track is brake traction. And this couldn't be further from that, could it?
No, that's very true. And that 50s cars, you drifted, and you're 100% right that this is about how you don't brake traction. You want it all to stick to the road as much as you possibly can. But yeah, Christian Gleisel, as I've said, a very experienced historic racer. So he's done lots in lots of different cars. So this is probably the most modern car that he's running, but a very happy man, I'm sure.
He did okay.
Yeah, just listen to that. That's great. The Thetford car, the old leaf blowers. Yeah, that's the first time I've seen those today.
Exactly. Yeah, that's bang up to date, isn't it?
Yeah. That's you have to do all of that. And Mike Newton pulls in behind. Now Mike drove that car in period.
Did he really?
He did. That car was sponsored by his computer company. I can't remember what it's called, but I'm sure it still has it on it. So thank you, Mr. Cameraman. That we will see that he raced that at Le Mans in that livery. So
I'm now desperately looking for some sort of sticker on that car that depicts his company.
We will, I'm sure, find it. Dedicated Micros. There you are on the spoiler at the back.
Wow.
Dedicated Micros was Mike Newton's company, and he bought that car at the same time as the Dysons bought our winning car from MG, because MG had their works colours were grey with a fluorescent green stripe, and it was driven by people like Mark Blundell.
Okay.
And I can't remember who else was on it, but it was certainly a high value kind of driver team. We can now look back on that, and we see the order: Christian Gleisel, Mike Newton, Mark Jolly, and then the Glaser Simon Porsche, DeVee Porsche, Christian Eret, also in his Ferrari. But I hadn't realised that Nick Padmore was in the 76 car. He's been a busy boy, hasn't he?
Which is just the way he'd like it, obviously. Yeah.
Oh goodness, yes. I've had conversations with him at races where he said, "I'm only driving 3 this afternoon." But so that's a good, well run race, and now we'll look for let's look back at the highlights and see just how that went, because there were lots of those. Good, clean start, and really, once those two MGs were in the lead, nothing was going to change that very much. The TVRs making hay while the sun shines. The Mike Newton was always there or thereabouts. This was one of the high spots of the race, was this battle between Ferrari and Porsche, but it was the Dyson liveried MG that really ran away and hid. Thankfully, we didn't have much in the way of accidents except for this one, and that was a strange one. This was the Mosler, which
had a
went
stump,
round.
didn't it?
Yes, it did, because we were trying to work out how it ended up nose in, but that was it. The 22 Porsche of Sebastian Glaser was really one of the highlights, and let's not forget the number 60 Mark Julie, which came in third place. So we saw the prototypes as we thought we probably would, but all the production-based cars. This was a treat to see these two slugging it out, and didn't they properly slug it out? The Mosler obviously was some laps down by this point. So all in all, a great race for the MGs and everybody else. Right, now we come to yet another high spot that we have. We have the final race of today, not of the meeting. We have a very full program tomorrow, but we do have an awful lot of stuff happening today for this 2-hour race. So let's run through the grid for you. We have the entry list as it is currently. 64, Leon Ebeling and Andy Newell are in a Shelby Cobra 289. Let's say that again, Shelby Cobra 289. And then next we have the number 51, Maxime Gunnar, who we've seen already, and Guillaume Mahe in another 289 Shelby Cobra. First of the Jaguars will be the number 27, which is Maurizio Bianco. And then looking down the list, next on the list, we have another Shelby Cobra, 3 more Shelby Cobras, 369, which is the Urspec Patrick Simon car. Then we have the number 12, Jose Zanqueta, James Turner car. And then 31, we have the next Cobra. Cobra's everywhere, as far as we can see, of Terminec and Henri Moser. Then we are back into a Daytona Cobra Coupe, which is a special kind of Cobra, and we'll talk a bit about those as the race goes on. Olivier Breitmeyer and Emil Breitmeyer in that Daytona Coupe. The Lotus 15, which could well be a dark horse. That's the 1958 car. That's the number 160, Michael Birch and Gareth Burnett. So keep an eye on that. And then the number 100 Jaguar E-Type, the second of the Jaguar E-Type, and that's Sebastian Berchamp. We've seen that car out already. Lotus Land 26R, number 227, is on the list. And then we have the 173, which is Laurent Jasper with a E-Type. And then completing our first 12 on the list, we have the 355, and that is going to be Harvey Stanley with his Cobra 289. There's some very, very competitive people in that list. 2-hour race, compulsory pit stop, and that will be running through the full 2 hours. Some people, most people, in fact, in this race, are looking at 2 drivers. There are very, very few that aren't, but we're certainly able to look at that and see where they're going to be.
Now, my question is, why are there 2 bottles of champagne on each podium slot?
I'll tell you why.
Wow.
I'll give you a guess.
I'll be impressed if you know this.
No, I'll give you a guess. That was a 2-driver race.
Right. So they should rightfully be up there with
another driver.
Right.
If you've driven it yourself, you have to keep both bottles. Result. Yeah, look, everybody's got 2 cups.
Look at that.
2 bottles of champagne. Yeah, that's exactly what.
See, I didn't even notice the 2 cups. I just noticed the 2 bottles of champagne. That says a lot.
Yeah, yeah. They're still not going to spray it though, are they? Taking that back.
Oh, and one stays there.
Oh yeah, pick up your bottle. Oh, I'll be back in a minute. I'm just going to get that bottle of champagne.
Don't touch that.
Yeah, that's looking very lonely up there. Now we get to our longest race of the day, of the weekend, in fact. And this is our 2-hour 60s endurance race, which is going to be really quite something. I've given you the top 12. We have something like 34 cars, I think, here. You might be getting an answer here, Nick, on screen to why there were 2 bottles up there. These are class winners.
Oh, I see.
And somebody's nicked their champagne.
Unbelievable. Let's bring them back.
Yeah. Yeah, I think somebody may well have nicked their champagne. Who knows? But yep, they're up there with that. So 2-hour race, compulsory pit stop. With 2 hours on some of these cars, the big Cobras, etc. That I'm not sure that a compulsory pit stop isn't going to be a good idea anyway. You'll need to check tyres. I would have thought they could probably get it done on one set, but nonetheless, it's kind of important.
Yeah, 2 hours, fully committed, fully engaged. It's going to have a bearing on everything, isn't it?
Yep. And look at that, 25 degrees, absolutely glorious. 5:30 in the afternoon. It suits everybody just fine. So the grid forming up. This will again be a rolling start. So we'll get that running properly.
It's a beautiful part of the world, isn't it?
It is, and you can see why people love it. Oh, they haven't even got anybody that they competed against, so I'm not sure who that is. I must be honest.
They got champagne though.
Doesn't matter then, does it? Doesn't matter at all.
Nice shot of the local shrubbery there.
Yeah. Well, of course, this circuit has been through all sorts of things. Home of the Portuguese Grand Prix for several years. But, more recently, has been more for, shall we say, club racing or whatever. The trouble that happens for an awful lot of people is that it costs so much money to have a circuit up to full Grand Prix standards, even if you get the race. But it's kind of impossible to keep up and make the financial sense of it. So they're very happy to do that, and many race venues around the world are taking that decision. It says, no, I'm very happy to carry on doing what I'm doing. We'll do a high-profile event like this of the Estoril Classics. We don't need or want to have a Grand Prix, because we probably won't make any money out of it anyway.
Yeah, I want to say horses for courses, but probably not the right expression.
I think good enough. Okay, so we're away. We're away at 17:37. So the team have done extremely well to keep us on track. And that's the grid order that I read out to you.
This is so good. At the front there.
Yeah.
It's going to be interesting, isn't it?
The pale blue cobra that you see there is the one that Johnson Button raced at Goodwood last year.
Yeah. Which she was massively excited about, wasn't it?
Yeah. I think many people are. But many people, once they give up professional racing with professional rules, they're perfectly happy driving something like this.
They're thinking, what do I want to drive? What does it?
Yeah, nothing more or less than that. So we have, we gave you the top 12. Further down, we have Billy Bellinger is there with his Morgan SLR, which was a Le Mans car from 1961. We have quite a few different new types, quite a few different Cobras. And Serge Kriknoff is back out in his Lotus 11, which is a bit of a surprise. He's had a busy time already today. There's the car with the blue stripe up is a Daytona Cobra, which underneath it all is the same as a normal Cobra, but with a super slippery body, which was built by Carroll Shelby to run up and down the Morgan there. A couple of MGBs as well. The Lotus Elan that we've talked about as well. Huge fit, absolutely huge.
It is, isn't it?
Yeah. We're going to be busy for the next couple of hours.
That really is the 1960s epitomised in track.
It is. You're right. So here we come. Safety car will pull into pit road. Red lights are already on the gantry. Safety car pulls over. Pole position man now has the duty of becoming the safety car, holding it until the green lights appear and the red ones go out. Still holding. And we're go! And away they go. It's a drag race for these big 4.7 litre AC Cobra. The big one. Who's it going to be? It's going to be the 64 car is first into the first corner. And so that's Leon Eberling and Andrew Newell. And Newell's an expert at these kind of cars, as is Leon Eberling. Yeah, keep on going for hours. And this is going to be a classic David and Goliath that we're going to see. But clearly, the fastest cars out there are going to be the Cobras and the Daytona Cobras and the Nissan. But just not very far behind them, there will be absolute scraps. All sorts of different cars. You see the white Mustangs with the blue stripes that cover the Shelby CC350 or 500. All the way down the field. Look, and still they come. The Lamb moving up there.
past there.
Yep. There's the Morgan SLR. There's found the Morgan underneath with a slippery body on it. The noises that we're being treated to here are absolutely tremendous. That pale blue Cobra carrying the colours of Colombia, because it was discovered in Colombia and rebuilt into the car you see now. So they thought that the right thing to do would be to paint it in Colombia's flag.
Much more, isn't it?
Isn't it? Yeah. Well, as we see them begin to settle down, it's the number 64 car, the Leon Eberlein and renewal. There's Leon Eberlein in the car at the moment. And then the number 61, Maxime Guinard and Guillaume Mahe in the car in the second of the Cobra. Third is the Jaguar E-Type number 27, and that's Maurizio Banco. So Cobra E-Type at this point. But let's not lose sight of the fact that this can be a 2-hour race. There's going to be an awful lot of happening from here. That's getting a bit sideways there, getting a bit squirrely.
Just a little incident there.
All on his own.
Yeah.
There's no sort of given here, is there? They are playing for real. Yeah. That's the little Lotus. Michael Birch at the wheel, and he'll be sharing with Gareth Burnett, who is somebody who drives everything from pre-World War II Talbots to things like this. So a huge experience, historic racer himself. There's another Daytona Cobra with the blue stripe up it. These Daytona cars are tribute cars. They're not the originals. They only ever built 6 of the originals, and probably they are all probably now too expensive to race. So these tribute cars have been built to allow people to enjoy themselves and get the feel for what the cars would have been like in period. Two versions of the E-Type Jaguar there, with the fixed head and the drop head, to run in GT races, what we probably would then call convertible. Oh,
That was optimistic.
that was very optimistic.
But it's job done because it trusted him enough to.
Well, I think it trusted me. The low drag E-Type there, which was created in 1963 to try and beat the Ferrari GTO. Totally it didn't. And keep an eye on that number 160, the Lotus 15, because that could use up its tyres a bit more slowly and just work its way through. It's on our list as an Elva, but it is definitely a Lotus 15. Oh, and look at this. This is two Jaguars versus a Cobra. these are probably amongst the most developed cars in the whole event. But yes, they are clearly within the regulations, and that they are as they would have been in 1960, whatever it is, up to a point, because these cars do a lot of racing and have done a lot of racing. Not many of them are original race cars. They've been developed either from road cars or built specifically for the event. They are very highly developed. They are very quick, and probably about as fast as you're going to get. Now we saw, looking at that little blue Lotus Elan in shot that we had there, which is coming into the corner now. That one, the 426, that's we saw Robin Ellis out in his Lotus Elite earlier on, being co-driven by Nick Padmore, and the two of them are now back out in the in their Lotus Elan 26 arm.
So is that all our one race from Nick Padmore to the Hamilton?
I think it probably is, yeah. Yeah, we may have missed him in that one. Another Lotus there. That's our winner from the last race, Serge Kriknov, in his Lotus 11. And you can see exactly Colin Chapman's philosophy there, can't you? Small, light, easily handleable. It's all there.
That's coming down now, isn't it?
Yes. I think there's several corners here where people have to, if you're going to get the most out of it, you have to be very committed. There's the 68 car is coming to shot now. And that's Doug Eberling and Kristen Scherzel. Battle of the Elans, 1, 2, 3, 4 Elans. That's right. Nose to tail. You're going to have fun. As I said, most of the cars are being driven by more than one driver. Principally, I guess, because it's a 2-hour race. But anybody's endurance will begin to fall off after that kind of period. But nonetheless, we are going to see, therefore, some changes, because in these kind of races, very often you'll get the preparer, you'll get the person who looks after the car, the professional driver, or whatever, as one of the drivers, and the owner has the other. And sometimes the owner isn't quite as quick as the professional. Oh, you need to move that.
I guess in those situations, one of them gets out of this thing looking fresh, and one of them comes up with a melted candle.
Yes, but also it
look at this.
It can be quite confusing, I think, that tail way out of line there. Jeremy Cocking and James Cocking, again, a very experienced driver. Of course, yellow. Is that for the car that we saw go off?
I think it must be, yeah. Again, awkward position, wasn't it?
Yeah. Yes, there it is.
We're yet to see anybody really venture into these gravel traps, which is a good thing, of course. But all of these, all these yellows tend to be sort of minor spins.
Yeah, you're right. Actually, we haven't seen anybody disappear accurately.
No. A little cloud of gravel.
Right, we're going live again. Oh, and the Lotus sees it before anybody else does. Oh, that was clever.
Yeah, nothing.
Yeah, that was clever. Well, that's the 160 car that I think caught everybody that nothing pretty much. That's Michael Birch at the wheel of that car. I just caught the green flag out of the corner of the screen, and but he obviously did the same thing. He saw that. He's making up very nicely now. So obviously it's the big bangers at the front. That little Lotus is now in 7th place.
Tell me, why would they not run the lights already? Is that literally a sort of alternator thing? There's some maximum power in these old cars, not to put anything away, or
I don't know. I really don't know. No, I can't answer that one.
I stumped you. I managed to stump you.
Yes. That Lotus, having jumped everybody, is now going to get swallowed by all those big bangers going past him. Go on. He counted himself very well there. Yeah, well done. That was good.
Damage limitation.
Yeah, so maintains his 7th place currently. It's amazing to look at all those E-Type Jaguars, how over the years and over probably being damaged a few times as well, the body shape's all slightly different. There isn't probably any more a standard lightweight E-Type body shape.
They all have character.
Individual character, yeah. But there we see the pack. You see the car there with the slightly domed roof, the E-Type. That's the lightweight, low drag E-Type, which was built to do just that for its maximum speed. That one there, the 173 car, slightly different shape. They got away with that. Don't ask me how, but in period they got away with that.
It looks gorgeous for that, doesn't it?
Yeah. It was built again for Le Mans, and by or for a couple of German guys called Peter Lindner and Peter Nocker, who had been running an E-Type the year before, and they sent it off to be rebuilt by Jaguar in the low drag form. Did very well at Le Mans, but then sadly at Montlhéry had a fatal accident, and the driver and a marshal were killed. The car was almost literally put in a shed. The original has been rebuilt, but certainly isn't something that you would go out and race. It's much too precious. But that is an exact replica of the car.
Really?
And has been created really very much as a tribute. So there's our leader, the 64. Aon Eberling. Actually, he's got quite a lead now, hasn't he?
Yeah. It's the way I think. It's a good looking thing as well, isn't it? That's a pretty good car.
I'd never call a Cobra pretty.
Oh, I don't know. Really? I think that for me looks like the sort of thing where you literally jump in and go hell for leather.
Brutal. And there's an answer to your question about lights as well.
There we go.
The second place car has now put his lights on.
You got the memo.
He got the memo, yeah. They said, Nick Tarsi says, put your lights on. But he's pushing that hard.
He's making it look easy.
Yeah. A bit further down the field now, and we have the little Morgan there. Morgan tried to enter Le Mans in the early 60s with a car of that shape, the classic Morgan look, and the organisers turned the entry down because they said the car looked too old-fashioned.
Is that really
Yeah.
really true?
Yeah, and that they turned the entry down, so they tried an entry the following year and were accepted, and they won their class. Hey, so that's good to know, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely.
They thumbed their noses at the Automobile Clubs of the West and said, "No, this is."
Was it made of wood?
Morgans did have a bit of wood in them, yes. Yes, you're right. You tell me that you don't know anything about historic racing, and then you come out with something like that.
I could not tell you how I know that fact about wood being in a Morgan, but I have something. I'm pretty sure it's something to do.
The 55 car there that we see going through the screen has obviously just had a little bit of a waggly moment because there was a big pile of sand behind him as he came out of the corner there. And another MGB. What were you saying about the gravel tracks next?
There it is. I'm not sure who's gone in or why.
Or whether they came out again. The AC Cobra. Oh. Yep. Very gravelly wheels.
But he lives to see another day.
He does. The AC Cobra, as we all know from looking at countless replicas and pictures, was a open-topped car. It didn't have a roof, and in order to compete in the GT World Championship, they had to develop the roof that you see on all these Cobras here to turn it into a fixed head car, and that it was never intended to be that, but they had to do that just to make it eligible for the GT Championship. Another Elan there.
Yeah, I like the roof on the Cobra.
Yeah, so do I. Oh, go on.
Willing him on.
Yeah, I suppose with that big long straight there, it is all about a really good exit to the last corner to get down across the start finish line as quickly as you can.
Yeah.
We still have 64 in the lead, followed by the 51 Cobra of Maxime Guinard and Guillaume Mahe. And then in third place, we have the number 12 Charles Villalcourt Cobra. So Cobra's 1, 2, 3. Our first Jaguar E-Type is fourth, and that is the number 27 car. And then fifth, we have 369, yet another Cobra, and that's the Andy Wolf car. Sorry, that's the Urs Beck and Patrick Simon car. And then we have the 109, which is yet another Cobra. And that's the coupe version of Breitmeyer and Breitmeyer, which is not from the solicitors. It's Father and Son Racing. As it is here in the commentary box.
The best way. I think they'd probably risk it faster than that, though.
I think they probably are, yeah. But yes, you're right, Nick. That is a splendid-looking car, isn't it?
Yeah.
Low drag.
Yeah, absolutely.
Another MGB. 60 years old, the MGB this year.
Wow.
Which is quite something. Little 1800cc four-cylinder engine, which was designed and built for four-door family cars, and that was never actually particularly highly tuned in period, but nonetheless they did do a bit of it, and it turned out to be very successful. And as I said, the backbone of what this is all about. Here you see in this battle
Those little MGBs, though, I think I told you once, the guy bought one for me in France, and he travelled hundreds and hundreds of miles to buy this car, and really kind of saw the potential and the beauty, and was like, oh, you give me more, please let me know, please let me know. So it's a great little thing.
Yeah, they are. And probably their acceptance, the love of the things is as high now as it's ever been.
Yeah.
And we saw the race at Goodwood exclusively for MGBs that had a 30-car grid, and that's something in itself. But these
That's small fly compared to this way.
Of course. That hairpin is absolutely lovely, isn't it? It's a perfect overtaking point.
Yeah.
And then the cut back with that as well.
And as the light fades as well, it's gonna transform the track, isn't it?
Yeah, and there will certainly be some people who are not going to be anywhere near as quick in the dark as they are in the light.
Who was it that said that Lando Norris at Daytona in his night stint was shockingly fast? You know, apparently it's the first time he'd ever done it, and he just took to it.
Yeah, I think some people can and some people can't. That's the Lotus.
That's a great shot, isn't it?
It is, but it doesn't look particularly good news. It's probably lost the Lotus from the road. Certainly lost it from the timing screens. Yeah, my bet would be that quite a few of the teams will be putting their professional drivers in to drive into the dark. Or the father and son teams are saying, "Son, you can drive in the dark because I can't see." You see another yellow flag there. Let's hope they can get that car moved fairly quickly. We currently have Cobra E-Type as being the race order with number 27.
And that's spicing up very nicely, isn't it?
Yeah. Yeah, that's third, fourth, fifth that you see. Third, fourth, fifth, sixth. You see in shot there. The E-Type to me looks a bit under pressure. I don't know about you.
Yeah. But after 25 minutes of racing, to be this close like that, phenomenal, isn't it?
It is. Now they need to be aware of this yellow flag. You don't want any penalties when they get there because that yellow flag is still out. But of course, for the rest of the circuit, they can do what they like, and that is what is happening. Because that's fourth and fifth place, just for a change. 369 comes up with Will Spector and Patrick Seymour. Was that Cobra rejoining?
I think it could have been.
Now the E-Type has stopped being under pressure, hasn't it?
He's got a bit of breathing space there, yeah. Just wondering if we're going to see a bit of bunching up in the coming laps.
I think we are bound to as time goes by. There we are coming into the yellow flag zone.
Yeah, this will do it.
Isn't that nice to see people properly slow down in the yellow flag zone? Isn't that great? Oh, So that's answered that question.
Yeah.
Now this is going to change the race a bit. He's picked up the leader, so we've got that. So it's going to put everybody back to line astern.
They heard my plea for a bit of bunching up, you see.
They did. Now in this formula, you won't get any waving past or anything like that. The Mustang that you see there, the white car with blue stripes, is not going to be a factor in this, but all the lead cars will be bunching up very considerably. All these cars you're allowed to race until you get to the safety car board, which normally isn't long, but you can continue to do that. These guys should be running perhaps at safety car type speeds. But that Ford Mustang that's back in the day, oh, and here's an MGB rejoining as well. Back in the day, that was very much a hot car to have.
Funny to live.
The Mustang, and to the point that Hertz, the vehicle rental company, bought 100 of them to rent out in the USA. And it was called the 350H for Hertz. They were all black with a gold stripe, and they rented them out. And they did that for about 6 or 8 months, and then they brought them all back and withdrew the offer, because what people were saying was they'd go in and rent one of those cars on a Friday and take it back on a Monday morning, and as often as not they'd find the holes in the floor where the people had screwed in the roll cage to go racing. So it was fairly short-lived. There we see the crocodile, and it's all pretty orderly now. They should really try to be in line astern. But
that Mustang story, it reminds me of I think it was Bill Bailey that said that in Australia, in the car rental, when these rental cars come back, we check the sand in the clocks. And the outbacks, the red sand. Because you're not really meant to.
Of course, you're not supposed to take them across country, are you? Right, so we still working under a safety car here. Obviously, some of these cars have been lapped already. So, although we're half an hour into the race, there are some of these cars that have already done that. But they will undoubtedly use the safety car opportunity to clear up any other cars that are out and about while they're at it. So it might be a little bit longer than otherwise it would be, but we must be getting towards the end of it now. Safety car lights are out, and he's made a dash for it. So we're now waiting to see when our leader will make the run, and I think he probably has.
Yeah, he's got a nice gap.
Yeah, the Mustang is not in the battle for the lead. He did that beautifully, didn't he?
The Mustang has bolted.
He's pointing to everybody to overtaking on driver's right, which is quite right. So yes, a beautiful start there for our leader. We're a quarter of the way into this race already, and we have Cobra's first and second with Jaguar E-Type third.
This Cobra's really are coming away, haven't they?
They are.
Very well suited to this track, I think.
Yeah, they're pretty well suited, everyone. The E-Type is quick, but it's probably on most days, not as good as the Cobra. In the early 60s, when this obviously goes back to, but it was an absolute hotbed for the GT racing. That there was some fabulous sports car racing, but GT racing, which is what this is, was fantastic. You had the Cobras, and then later the Daytona Cobras. You had the E-types, and then they were developed into the lightweight E-types. You had Ferraris. They started with the 250 short wheelbase, and then that went into the fabulous Ferrari GTO. And the pace of development was incredible. But nonetheless, no, it just you always get the dominant force, and probably it's fair to say that the Cobras came out as dominant in the end, although it went backwards and forwards quite a bit as well. So the E-type dropping down the order suddenly. Didn't see why, but yes, the number 27 E-type is dropped well down the order. It's got mugged by all of those Cobras.
Yeah, I think he just hasn't found the pace in the phase of the race, has he?
You're right.
Doesn't look like a problem.
No, it looks fine. Looks lovely. But you know, the low drag car behind him, strange light. The low drag car was closing down on the erstwhile third place car. Whether he has a problem, I don't know. The rumble of a 4.74 V8, eh?
And those big back wheels as well just look great, don't they?
Yeah. So now, are we going to see a bit of a battle for our lead? Because I wouldn't be surprised to see that starting to develop. The others won't want our leader to get away. It's Yves Kimama, we've already seen an Armand Meal type. But certainly we've seen some changes there. We've worked our way, and you said a couple of times, Nick, how the light is changing, and that low sun is definitely giving this a very different look, isn't it?
Yeah, romantic look.
Yeah. Many of the drivers with tinted visors currently, but at some stage in this race, they're going to be facing or at some stage in this lap, they're going to be facing into the sun.
Yeah, it's that crucial moment, isn't it, where you're going to get glare and all sorts of
Yeah.
obstacles.
Yeah, so there we have that battle. I expect we'll have to work hard, I think, to keep that lead. Yes, you're getting your wish now, but there's quite a few cars with lights on now. there's lots of battles happening further down the field as well. We mustn't forget that we've got all the smaller engine cars and perhaps the less highly developed cars, the things like the MGBs that we see in the Porsche 911s. There's a couple of short wheelbase 911s from very early era, which are out there as well.
It's such a big field, isn't it, that it's almost impossible to cover all of the cars. The only downside to it, as you can see, there's not much spread, so every driver is engaging in his own personal battle.
Yeah, there's not much else, is there? They're all at it. Jean-Pierre Richelme and Philippe Gachet are now on the top 12 leaderboard with their Lotus Elan. The 111. It's very well though to hold on because he was last. But maybe it's just giving him the impetus to hang on because he's certainly doing a grand job there. That must be a great feeling to be surrounded by Cobras and E-types and stuff.
You can see the back end of it now. He really struggles.
Yeah. I would think so, yeah. The E-type fixed head, sorry, drop head with the hard top there, and we then mixing it with all those glorious Cobras. Third place car there, the 369.
Everybody's putting in fairly consistent lap time as well at the moment, so everyone's settled in and happy with their machinery.
Yeah, I think we're going to see though some changes when driver changes happen and when it starts to get dark. This is not just a level playing field.
Yeah. It's a long time, isn't it, to be fighting with one car for 2 hours?
Yes.
You know, you're really going to get to know your posture in that situation, aren't you?
And I suppose there's an element of doing it properly and some squeaky brakes, but you don't want to be held up by people, but at the same time you don't want to be fighting it out tooth and nail for 2 hours. That's when really things happen.
Pick your moment wisely.
That's very sage of you, Nick. Very sage. There's our number 27 car, which is currently in 5th place and leading its class. The Daytona over the I love those. So they're only 26 they were built.
Do you know the 6 are?
I know what some of them. So if I told you, I'd have to kill you.
Yeah.
Right. But however much we talk about people playing the long game and all of those things, these guys are on it, absolutely on it, and they're it's a 2-hour race, but it's only a 2-hour race. I suppose is the best way of putting it.
There will be no tyre or fuel saving in those cockpits.
I think they're going to have to think about tyres and brakes, because we've seen all too often, haven't we, that people, cars fall off a cliff at 20 minutes before the end of a 2-hour race. Lovely Porsche 356, just saw that. We're concentrating on the leading pack, and rightly so, because at the moment we have Cobras in the first 4 positions doesn't mean a thing. Oh, 2 cars off there. Nearly 3. That's an Elan and one of the Cobras. I would guess that was probably a coming together of some sort, or a closely coming together.
Yeah, it must be contact.
Because that would have been lapping, wouldn't it? That's the battle for 3rd place, 369 and 355. They're battling to do that. So yes, Uzbek or Jeremy Cotton. Oh, and another one. That's E-Type fixed head with Didier Robin and Arnold Robin.
Did you see a tiny bit of fatigue sitting in here, or
Yeah,
or?
No, I don't think it was complacency, but I think you're right about fatigue. I think, and the cars are not the same as they were 45 minutes ago. That braking point that you thought was absolutely right 45 minutes ago might not be now, because yes, these are, particularly cars at the front, are big, heavy cars, and that their performance will change as time goes by. We're also, of course, now very much into that part of the race where they're lapping people, that all of those things take a toll. That you can't just decide on your line and go for it. Lotus on Lotus. 2 very different iterations, though. Now, this is where it can get a bit hairy when people are having their own battles further down the field and are being overtaken by particular cars. That's the number 31 Cobra. Wow! That's Charles Feminich and Henry Moser. Now they.
That is in there, isn't it? That's not coming out anytime soon.
Besides anything else, that's going to be a safety car. So we've got a yellow for now. It's interesting looking at those 2 Lotuses and the Morgan behind them, that you have 3 very different cars with quite similar performance. The Shapecraft Elan, the blue one at the front, based really on a road car. The Lotus 11 very much out and out racing car, and the Morgan a bit of a hybrid too. Yes, we got that done beautifully, using that pedigree that the Lotus 11 would have. They're pulling away from the Morgan. I haven't realised what a very long wheelbase that car has.
Noticeably so, isn't it?
Yeah. It must change it a bit. Still no safety car there, Nick.
No, which is a bit of a mystery.
Yeah.
Maybe it's in the gravel enough to off the not deemed as a.
The yellow is still out, but nothing else. So they haven't got rid of it.
I'm guessing it's going to require a vehicle on circuit before anyway.
I would have thought so. Full course yellow. Oh, that was close.
Yeah.
That was close. And under a full course yellow.
Yeah, well held. I think it was just a momentary distraction.
Yeah, and it could easily be that the fact that it was a full course yellow was enough that he lifted off and it all went a bit wibbly wobbly. But certainly that could have changed things a lot.
Official term, that, isn't it?
It is. It is. Clock of the course term.
Yeah.
But yeah, full course yellow. Well, this should maintain distances. Oh, there's the number 31 car on the end of a rope. They may well be able to get that car back into the race, but it will certainly have lost a lot of time. Probably will require a pit stop to check it over and get the gravel out.
The hours work for the race man as well.
Yeah.
Which I'm sure he's thrilled about.
There we go, green flag. So we're okay now. We're back and racing. And our leader does all that he needs to do. Austin Will Morgan. Now, it's not going to be very long before we start seeing pit stops and driver changes. And that will undoubtedly put the cat amongst the pigeons. We're away off the light changing enough to change the way that the race is being run, but certainly driver changes may well do that.
Yeah, it's strangely light again. It's certainly not been dark enough since getting a bit darker, if that makes sense. So
yeah, just about.
They're holding on to what light they got.
So these are having a splendid battle for second place. And it's interesting how the leaderboard has changed. It was all Cobras, and now it's the Cobra is still in the lead, but we then have 4 E-types, 3 E-types. Sorry, these 2, and then the number 3 car.
Great to watch this too, isn't it?
Yeah, they're very evenly matched. Yeah, they are certainly doing a grand job there, and working. Yeah, they're not slowing each other up, so there's nothing to worry about there. The leader is still 25 seconds up the road.
But anything can happen.
Anything can happen.
Yeah, the opportunity here.
Oh, that was very close.
Yeah.
I think the MGB driver saw the first car coming, but not the second.
Yeah.
Easily done.
It often happens, doesn't it? In endurance racing, collisions are usually just that.
Yes, they are. You're right. You're right. And people talk about traffic and just what that means, but if you're an endurance racer, dealing with the traffic is just part of the job.
Yeah.
And that's just what you do.
You have to endure it.
Yeah. Endure it. Yes, thank you. Absolutely nothing between those two. What you saw on the graphic there.
And they're out there looking.
Yeah, this could easily be about how they deal with the traffic, because you saw what happened with the B there, and now coming up to the lap for the Morgan, and that will in itself be of interest. All of it. That's looking a bit second now. Let's see, Mestro and Jose Rocha. Like that looks as if it had been up against the barrier or something. Yeah, we're now beginning to do the rehearsal, aren't we? We're now doing the rehearsal of if I come over to the driver's right,
Yeah.
I can probably get him on the way into the corner, but it's going to take me 3 or 4 laps to rehearse that. Daytona Cobra on its way. All the original Daytona Cobras were that colour, not the blue stripe, but with the metallic blue, which was the house colour of Carroll Shelby.
It's a great colour, isn't it?
Yes. And they always did that thing of having the back panel half painted white so you could stick a number on it.
Is that so?
That's what it's for. With the little TVR we saw earlier.
They opted not to put a number on the back on this occasion.
Yeah, the car that's just a little further up the road is probably more genuine in its colour scheme with the 2 white stripes. See, this is where a driver has to have his wits about him, because there's two cars battling there, the Healy and the Elan, and yet he's got to cut his way through there, and both of the Healy and the Elan are then passing another Healy, which is slower again. So it's all about doing that. So we still have the Shelby Cobra in the lead. The number 64 car of Leon Eberling and Andy Newell. Second place now we have the Jaguar E-Type 173 of Laurent Jasper. Then we have the battle for number 27. I got a bit distracted there, which is Maurizio Bianco, which is the battle that we've been watching with number 3, Armand Mille, and Yves Guimama in their E-Type. They are really going for it now, aren't they? They really are.
You can do a lot of laps in in 2 hours. So you're gonna really get to know these teams.
Sure.
Oh, does he know he's there? He knows he's there.
I think he knows he's there. Whether he's going to give him any room is something entirely different. That was the 355 car getting very Larry. And that's Harvey Stanley will be taking over that car, and he's a very good peddler. James Cottingham in the car now, and he's right up there as well. So a good pair of drivers in that car. In the 64, Leon Eberling and Andy Newell. But Andy Newell is again a professional historic racer and knows his way around these cars. But in the 173 car, Laurent Jasper, he's driving solo. I'm not sure whether that's going to work out or not. But you know your car intimately by the time you get to the end of 2 hours racing. But you and the car are both pretty tight by the end of it. So Laurent Jasper will have to keep an eye on that car, the number 3, the Jaguar E-Type there. And then looking further down the order, the Skimama, the Shelby Cobra, the number 12, which is Charles de Villecourt, that he's also driving on his own. So, I honestly think that there's going to be a lot of change happen in what is almost exactly the next 60 minutes. We're going to see
it. It could all be turned on its head.
It will. I think it could easily be turned on its head.
Yeah.
Oh, that was a touch. That was a touch wheel to wheel, wasn't it?
Yeah. He does love to come up the inside, doesn't he? Turn 1.
Yeah. Cottingham working incredibly hard there. Not to end up facing the wrong way. Yeah, those two are perhaps going for it a bit early, but what do I know? That's a shame. That's the Didier Robin, Arnold Robin E-Type. Was it in the gravel or was it just on?
It was in the gravel, but not that deeply in the gravel, so you may get it out. Look at this. It's fantastic, isn't it?
Isn't it great?
Oh. The trust these guys have in each other is amazing.
Yeah, I hope so. I hope so, because they are really leaning on it.
Dicing around.
In these gorgeous cars.
There's pit stop there.
Yeah. You know, we raved about that little TVR Grand Tourer in the previous race.
Yeah.
It's now up to 11th place.
What a machine.
Oh yeah, that's there it is. Yeah, I worry for these three. I really do.
Yeah.
Because I'm sure they're having the very best fun, but they are getting very close sometimes. Cottingham has now got the better of the group, but you only need to be a foot out of line, and
They are very close, aren't they?
they are. They are touring cars close.
Yeah.
Oh, they
little
went
mistake.
wide.
Yeah.
Oh, yes.
No doubt he will want to get that back.
Absolutely. Knowing James Cottingham, I am quite sure he'll want to get that back. Spec will be equally sure not to let him.
I think that's good racing, isn't it?
I think you're right. Yes, there's not much in the way of tactics at the moment, is there? It's just flat out all the way.
Here we go.
Yeah.
This is close.
I think he's going to get him. He got a better exit out of the last corner, but so fast down there, so fast. Cottingham is in the right place because he's going to be on the way in. Yes,
That's brilliant.
but he's done that before.
Yeah. That's not over.
He's
not home dry yet.
The lights on the lights on the Cobra blistering the paint, I think, on the back of the pale blue car. Oh, yeah. Getting busted now, Nick.
Yeah. Look at this.
This is just magical.
He's got it.
Yeah, got it back. So the
another 36 laps like this.
The Erspec car is back. The 369.
A little lock up there. Doesn't seem to have too much.
It's absolutely mad to think this is the battle for 10th and 11th.
Oh, again, coming past back markers is treacherous, isn't it? When you're that committed in a battle, it's so easy just to get that wrong. These guys are doing a fantastic job.
Now our erstwhile leader 64, with Eberling at the wheel, has been in the pits and then come back into the pits.
Right.
So we now have a new leader in that we have the number 27 inside with Maurizio Bianco, who's now our race leader. But of course, we're now seeing lots and lots of mandatory stops, so we're going to be up in the air for a little while, and I'm just very happy to watch this.
The amount of opposite locks he put in there, so unflustered by it, so great by them.
They really, really are pushing.
Oh.
You only need one person not to see you, don't you?
Yeah, I mean that had an effect. That wasn't great. That's definitely knocked him back a bit.
Harvey Stanley in that car, James Cottingham. We are being told. Is he taking a deep breath, or? We're well into the second half of this race now. And it looks every bit as manic as the first lap. Looks like the first lap of a Formula Ford race.
Yeah, I think an incident with the back marker there just forced him to do a sort of comedy swallow, take stock a little bit.
Yes.
Just remembering where he is, what he's driving.
Yes, he's still got an hour to go. There's that lovely TVR. I mean, now that the cars are coming back up the order, he will start falling down, but nonetheless, great showing in the TVR. Jaguar E-Type. The two Shelby Cobras and another Jaguar E-Type. That's the 173 car, which is a little bit further down the order. That's currently 10th. But we're still looking for pit stops. Our leader hasn't stopped, and the number 4 car hasn't stopped. Christoph Schwarz, Lisa Schwarz. Neither of those two have stopped. Pretty much everybody else has now. So in fact, it's only that Schwarz car which hasn't stopped. So we're now back to roughly where we should be.
173 long just these there. Increasingly tricky to handle. I'm not sure if there's a problem with it, but it's.
I haven't noticed, but yeah, I mean, it's
lots of corrections.
It looks a bit brakes-ish to me.
Listen to that.
It's fabulous, isn't it? Imagine being in it. Imagine being in the car. Two very highly developed 1960s GT cars there. The Daytona Cobra and the low drag E-Type. Both with a nodding acquaintance to their production equivalent, but that's about all.
Yeah, not much more than that.
And there is the Bright Mile car, 109. There's a lot of very tortured tyres happening out there.
Yeah, more squeals going on.
Yeah. There's not a lot between those two, is there? 109 and 173. The 109 Brightmire car has got your permanently on indicator, which you said was a sign of trying hard.
That's right. Yeah. The telltale sign of a stressed driver, a committed driver.
Yes, the light is certainly beginning to fade now, and whilst we're not going to get to the stage of racing in the dark, we are certainly going to get to the stage where the light is not as good as it has been. So that's going to change things as well.
I think that's a noticeable gap now. appearing between those two. But again, that can all change with back markers and all sorts.
Every time I think you're going too far, you're pushing it too hard, and every time he comes back from it. This battle between 64 and 369 is just going on and on, isn't it?
It's going to be about who makes a mistake, I think. Oh, having said that, little lock up there. Oh, nice, very nice.
There is no quarter given, is there?
It's getting close to rubbing as racing, isn't it?
Yes, it is. Yes, it would be interesting to look over those two cars in an hour's time, wouldn't it? See,
there we go. There we go.
Beautifully done.
Can you hold it? Hold it. Oh.
Look at that. Look how close they are.
And this is allowed. Yeah, they bunched up the three of them now. So
yeah,
you may see an opportunist move here.
Yes, I think you could be right. It's no longer two, is it? It's three. And Harvey in the pale blue car.
Yeah, I mean,
right up there.
To be that close, you've got to go for it now.
Did he get them both?
You've got to commit. Oh,
I thought Harvey Stanley was going to get them both.
So did I.
But he has made it very, very clear to the other two that he's there.
Yeah, stand there, up the inside. Surely.
Drag race. This is absolutely brilliant motor racing.
He's got it. You'll get the traction. No.
And interestingly, the second and third position of these three are dropping back now. Simon is making a break as he can.
Yeah, he's got to use this opportunity, isn't he?
Yeah.
Strange thing, slightly with a black marker there.
Yeah, good easily.
So you see this big car.
No, he didn't.
No.
Didn't.
Oh, here we go. Here we go.
No, they need a couple of laps to settle down. There's been a bit of traffic.
I don't know. He didn't get the memo on that one.
No, he didn't, did he? Absolutely.
Maybe he'll try the outside this time.
Oh, switch back.
Yeah.
And he's locked
go
up.
wide. Yeah. I think that looks to me.
Is that Harvey Stanley going to take the place?
I think
he is.
What is it? Neck and neck? Come on, inside line.
Yep, Stanley's got that place.
Oh
dear. So now it's setting off after first back.
Has Uzbek managed to build up enough of a gap there?
So I'm doing him this favour. It's Patrick Simon who's who's in that car, 369. Now, Harvey Stanley and Andy Newell have been racing against each other for years and know each other well. This will be a needle match. Just to remind you, this is the battle for second, third, and fourth.
Here's the needle match.
But no.
But that's what it's going to be.
Yeah. It's a cross between a needle and a match.
Yeah.
All eyes on this battle. It's just too good to miss.
That's great value.
The very, very evenly matched cars. So the MPV, once again,
whatever he does, it's going to be wrong. Basically,
yes.
he's going to be somebody's way there.
No, brilliant job. They're right out of the way, I think. No, he didn't. No,
he's racing his race, as you say.
Yeah, and he paid his entry fee the same as anybody else. So this is the battle, don't forget, for second, third, and fourth in this the 60s endurance race. With our leader, the number 51 car, is way out in front. Maxime Guinard and Guillaume Mahe in yet another Cobra, but they've been kind of overshadowed by this battle for second, third, and fourth.
I'm sure I'll be able to do that.
There's some very good use of the back markers by the 369 car there.
Showing his experience.
Yeah, look at that, and that's beautiful. It's given him a lot of breathing space there. And now it's all about making the most of it. But look at that traffic that's up ahead of them now. There's loads of cars there.
And this is the beauty of the massive grid, isn't it?
Yes, it is. So they've got an awful lot of cars to deal with. Certainly, I think that Stanley is going to get past that Lotus Elan. Will Simon? No. Simon gets through the traffic perhaps better than Stanley has.
Ooh. You feel for these guys.
Yeah.
Once you commit, you've got to just hope the other person knows you're there.
You have. You've got no choice, have you? Oh, the Elan stuck to his guns in terms of his racing line.
About to come across the Mustang again.
Yeah, there's a bit of breathing space there now. More breathing space than there's been for a very long time. let's not lose sight of the fact that the car that is currently in fourth place, which is the Andy Newell car, has actually been in the pits twice. That was our early day leader. So a lot to prove, I think, for them. Now, that was interesting, the difference in line between a Lotus Elan and a Cobra on the chart.
Completely different sport.
Yeah. The Elan, what perhaps we might talk about as being the traditional line, as our leader. Haven't seen much of him.
Yeah, that's an impressive gap now.
So he's got a 18.3 second lead over that battling threesome. Sounds a lot, but we've still got 37 minutes to go.
All can change.
It could, and dare I say that I don't think that he's quite as quick through the traffic as the other three. Maybe he's just had some unlucky breaks, but doesn't seem to be.
Well, yeah. His advantage was reduced by a second every trip.
But there we are. Maxime Dumas, we know from what we've seen today, is a very experienced driver, and that he will know more than anybody what he needs to do. After that, there for the number 31 Jaguar E-Type, which is interesting. We've said all the way through this, Nick, that part of it is these cars will change as the race goes on, and maybe the race is coming more for the E-Types. Maybe the Cobras are going to struggle, and particularly, I think, those second, third, fourth cars, they have been driven to within an inch of their lives. And as we've gone through this, that's the 37 car that was in the gravel earlier on. That's nice to see a bit of intercompany rivalry, isn't it, with a Cobra versus an E-Type?
Yeah.
Good to see. Bearing in mind that the Cobra has got a litre more engine than the E-Type has.
So that's now 3 seconds and 3 laps. The gap in front is reduced by. So it shows how these cars, I don't call back markers, but the other cars that are in the race,
yes,
are featuring.
3 seconds is a lot.
Yeah,
it's a great deal, and this could be a sign. Who knows? And if that is the case, then the Simon Stanley Newell battle, they really don't want to be holding each other up. They need to just press on, try and close that gap to the leader. Because if we carry on with the standards of racing that we've had so far today, this is going to finish 4 abreast on the line.
It's been great, isn't it?
It has been
fantastic. the actual front stabilised a bit now. So yeah, it's just been a bit of traffic issues.
Oh, and then we have a spinner. That's the 72 Healing. Francois Fillon, Andre Roa. It looks like it's running.
Yeah.
Yeah, well done. Good move. We don't get any anything. No yellows, no full course yellows, no safety car. We can just go back running.
Another chunk of time gone to the front. It's another second. So things are hotting up.
They are. Now, do you think that is coincidence for back markers, or do you think that they are closing him down?
That is the $1 million question.
Yes, it is. You're right. You're right.
I'm going to go with a combination of the two.
Well, that's not $1 million answer. One of the joys of watching cars into the night is seeing the brake disc glow as they get to the end of the straight.
Yeah, you see that the car is a living beast, don't you?
Yeah. Morgan again. So we're now at the gap of 15.5 seconds first to second. That's gone up a bit, I think.
Yeah. He's yo-yoing.
But yeah, cars are. I think they are beginning to tire. I don't mean the drivers, I mean the cars. But they're looking a bit longer braking distances.
It's a lot to ask.
At this rate, they have been. Some of these cars have been pushed very, very hard.
Those drivers will sleep well tonight, as used to tell me.
It's a nice little battle. The 355 pushing on, still in third place. Still hasn't used his headlights, then, Nick.
No. I like the idea that I'm now on headlight watch.
Yes. Maybe he's trying to creep up on people.
Right, yeah. But he's a great driver to watch, you know. It's fantastic to see all of those Cobras. They're great to watch.
Yeah.
Very animated, aren't they?
Yeah, and I mean, you said a couple of times today about drivers working hard. These guys are working so hard. We've got half an hour left to run in this race, and it can go any way you like. It really can. The lead gap, though, has gone out to 16 seconds, so I think that he's controlling it from the front. But I think perhaps a real part of that is just that they've been holding each other up by battling further down the field. He's now got a clear run, hasn't he? 355. 369 needs to keep that gap. Look at how those tyres have gone down their neck. That the sliding that they're doing now is crazy. It's
yeah, they don't seem quite as confident to push in the corners, do they?
No.
That sweet spot's definitely come and gone.
So the battle for second is rejoined.
Whee! That's great, isn't it? How long can they maintain that? Half a second between them.
Lots, I feel. So they need to get past that 55 car as quickly as they can, and the Mustang. The gap is still pretty static, 14.9 seconds on that last lap. I think perhaps they may have left it a little bit late, but only 6 minutes still to run. Anything can happen.
That may be one of the most aggressive car sounds I think I've ever heard.
Yeah. Yes, a Cobra at full chat.
Yeah. If it had a face, it would be snarling.
You are so right. Yes, full chat out of a third gear corner, perhaps. Now this is interesting because he's passing two cars that he has already done it. 55 car is further down the field.
Oh, this has brought him right back on the bumper. Look at this.
Yep, well and truly back on now.
Nudging him around the corner.
Yes, I think the 55 car in front of him is going to play a role in this because he's almost as quick as they are, but obviously is a lap down.
But he's going to be going hell for leather to try and keep him behind.
Yes.
Ooh, it's situations like that are going to have an effect.
Yeah. Around the outside down there. Brave. But he did it. He did it. Now Stanley's going to do the same thing. Not blame the guy in the 55, but I wonder what words Harvey Stanley is saying in that pale blue Cobra right now.
Oh, he's sort of saying those words through his driving, isn't he?
He is, isn't he? Maybe he doesn't need to say them out loud. Yeah, that car is every bit as quick.
But he is coming up the inside.
Yeah, I think he's got it done.
Yeah. Oh, but look at this.
I don't think that we're going to see the 55 play much of a role in this unless he tries to attack Stanley, which he might.
Well, I mean, just being in his presence could slow him down, couldn't it? So,
yeah,
needs to get on with it. She seems to be doing. Yeah.
yeah. Yes, he's. I'm sure Harvey Stanley would say he's being a nuisance.
Yeah, that's the word.
It's nothing much more than that, but it's probably making Stanley take a slightly more defensive line than he otherwise would.
Needs a couple of good corners, just to put a bit of a gap.
Yeah. There's the 369, our second place car. But this gap 369 to 355. Fabulous racing. These cars have rarely been more than a few cars lengths apart, and very frequently have been a lot closer than that.
Like you say, it'll be counting the rub marks back in the.
Oh, I think so.
Back in the paddock.
Yeah. Ooh, his tyres are gone, aren't they?
Yeah. I mean, you would think they would all be fairly uniform in that, but nothing is, might be taking up to rubbish.
No, I think Stanley's tyres are probably worse. He just seems to be battling it a lot harder than he was.
I say Stanley seems to be throwing it around a lot more in the early stages, possibly.
Yeah. You said about the noise those cars make coming out of the slow speed corners. He's gone. He's gone. There.
That looks now painful to drive. Oh, yeah.
No, that's not good. That probably is oil. But I think, yes. We have a yellow flag. Hopefully not there. But yes, I think that. Oh, for goodness sake, pull it off the track. Not good. Whatever it is, even if it's water, that's not good.
On the racing line.
Yeah. They've had a very good race. Well, he's had a very good race, Bianco, but yeah, that's not good.
Now this is closing up, isn't it?
It is. So maybe we were talking rubbish about Stanley's tyres. Maybe he was just getting a break.
Look at those brake discs.
Now this does look serious. Harvey Stanley has won this event in this car years ago. He's his way round.
Ooh, tricky to find a gap and an opening, isn't it?
Just watch his hands on the wheel, and they're all over the place.
Yeah. Oh, right on the back of him here.
Yep. Simon's been held up.
Ooh, this is an opportunity. This is it.
full course yellow. Full course
Now,
yellow.
what's happened here?
So no, that may be that E-type. I'm making wild guesses, but there may well be some fluid on the circuit. That one's been off for some time, so they're just cleaning up for that one. But full course yellow.
Now, this is going to give everybody an opportunity to take stock, isn't it?
Yeah. Maybe some of those cars that are running a bit hot.
Cool those brakes a bit. Look at the difference in light power.
Yes, yes, that's all about intention, isn't it?
Yeah.
Without knowing what the full course yellow is for, it's quite difficult to predict how long it's going to be. Yes, there's something in the middle of the track there, but that wouldn't be cause for it.
Could it be that now the light's fading, I wanted to get that car out of the way that was there previously?
Could be. I still think it's probably the E-type. But we're not seeing any. Oh, we've lost it anyway. That's good. Full course yellow is in. So let battle resume. The gap first to second is now 17.4. So I think that's a foregone conclusion now. Although I've said that in the past and regretted it. Isn't that a splendid sight? Ooh, that's not quite so splendid. It's going to have some very strange shaped tyres. You can see this
is endurance racing. This is what it is, isn't it?
Yes. So that was a change for second place.
Did he get him?
I think so. Yeah, it's Stanley in front of Simon. 369, 355. Yes, he has. So that's done. I have a feeling, though, that Simon will not give in easily. Oh, that is brilliant.
You were right. Your hunch was well founded.
Yeah, done that back. These are going to go like this for the next 14 minutes, aren't they? They're
well, like you say, it's just a different beast now, isn't it? It's a different circuit, different everything. It's practically dark.
Yep.
The cars are tired. Drivers probably a bit of fatigue.
Yeah. So it also comes down, therefore, to who can drive with lousy tyres, who can drive with lousy brakes. Because so often when people go testing, they go and test the perfect car. And as often as not, it's not about testing the perfect car, it's testing the tired car.
Absolutely, yeah.
Also, is this going to be a lunge down the inside into turn one? for Stanley on the inside of Simon. I have a feeling. By side again.
Yep. Yep. Oh, look at this. Look at this.
Incredible.
Look at that. They are literally changing corner by corner.
Yeah. Yeah, so Stanley led Simon, but now Simon is chasing Stanley again.
This is every single make race organiser's dream, isn't it? This is what they envisage when they're sitting down planning it all.
Yeah, but you can't plan this.
No, this is great.
This is two very committed, very good racers working as hard as they possibly can.
Ooh.
Somewhere. Oh, look at the power coming out of those two cars.
You can now see why the entry list was so long, because it's the race to be in, isn't it? It's the timing of it.
Everything, yes. This is something to behold. These two great historic racing drivers giving their absolute all. And let's not forget that this is actually only for second place. But yeah, it's really, really working them hard with poor cars. That's smoke off the brakes, isn't it?
Yeah. Also, it's sprayed, isn't it?
So yeah, the brakes are absolutely cooked.
A huge moth just flew into the commentary box. It was like a bat. So try and...
Nothing like exaggerating a bit, is there? But no, they're yeah, that's the Elan. That's been stopped there for a lap anyway. So, but it's right close to the apex, isn't it? Oh, look at this! Look at this! Millimeters between those two cars. Absolute millimeters. This is really historic racing at its best. Look how the lights change now. We've pretty well lost any light. You can see the lights of Estoril in the background there. All of these people working really hard in their tired cars with their tired drivers. We still have a yellow flag, which I guess is probably for that Elan that we saw stopped. But the roar of the Cobra continues.
As of the battle, I think that's another place change, another swapping.
I think you're right. Yeah. No, we're still there with Harvey Stanley in second place overall, the lead of this battle. We've lost the yellow flag, so that's good, and it's
he's off.
Oh.
Now, will he pay a price for that?
I think he saved it. You see how glowing red those brake discs are. There can't be anything left of the tyres or the brakes. Side by side into the corner. Side by side.
He's got it.
That's going to be Simon who gets the place back again. 8 minutes left to run and another change for second place. What I don't think is going to make any difference, the gap to the lead is down to 12.5 seconds. I think that's probably just managing it from the front. We'll see. Oh, God. You really feel for them, don't you? That they're really, really stuck because they've been driven to within an inch of their lives.
Yeah, but they're doing exactly what's being asked of them, aren't they?
Yep, yep. And these two fabulous drivers are just putting on such a show. Look, through the middle.
Weaving through.
And that's a beautiful sight. The headlights into the gloom.
What is this?
Not this time. Yes, it is. Yes, that's Stanley back in the lead of this plan. You can only tell by the headlights. There is just nothing left of that car that Stanley's driving. He's just throwing it. You know, we saw the minis earlier on where they were throwing them into the corners and going through on oversteer to understeer. That's exactly what
Same
he's
sort
doing.
of thing, yeah.
He's just throwing it into the corners and hoping.
Ooh, again, these brakes. Some dust coming off.
Yeah. Are they going to last another 6 minutes? We have to ask that. Or is he just going to put his foot on the floor and there won't be anything there? I don't think Simon is in very much better position. Fabulous shot, fabulous camera work of the bright glowing discs on these cars. It's kind of, if your brakes aren't on fire, you're not trying hard enough. It's all to play for now. We still have our leader out front. Come down to 9.4 seconds, Nick.
That is a big drop, actually.
Yeah.
Look at the mountains, or not.
I would think it's just going from the front. Yeah. So stays ahead, I think. We just have to tell it in this gloom.
I think all that sort of smog you can see is purely the brake dust from these two cars.
I think it is. There's nothing else. I think Simon is maybe just backing off. But is that to do the last lap lunge? Because we've probably got 3 laps left of this race.
He's certainly not on his bumper, is he?
No. But with everything in the condition that it is, it may be that you call your brakes a bit. You run off the pace just a bit. All those litres of V8 out there. There's Harvey Stanley. He seems to have quite a gap now.
It's that sort of race, isn't it, where when they get back, they're going to have to sort of apologise to the car with a tender rub on the bonnet.
Yes, thanks, old thing. And we're yes, a couple more laps, I think. All of these cars are making a lot more noise in the corners, aren't they? They're all, lots of tyre squealing, and
it's a perfect storm, isn't it, of nastiness, really. The car becomes less responsive, the light is less illuminated.
And I think that the leader looks fine.
Yeah,
he's in a good place, I think.
I think he's got it. He's not going to lose 8.4 seconds in a lap.
No. So he's done what he set out to do. But the battle for second and third is going to be very close. It's hard to pick anybody out at this point. Thank goodness for the stripes on Harvey Stanley's car, because that certainly helps. Into the last 2 minutes of the race.
Carroll Shelby would be a happy man.
He would be a very happy man. Maxime Gunot will be happy. He's on his last lap. He's just going to steer it round. These two who have given us such a brilliant race, I think we're going to hold station for this last lap. I don't think we're going to see anything significantly change for this. But let's just wait and see. In this race, nothing would surprise me.
After giving it all that for 2 hours, they must maintain concentration for the last couple of hours.
Yep. But we're on the last one, boys. You can relax after this. I don't think any of them will want to go out dancing tonight.
But they probably will.
But they probably will. Yeah, all right then. There we see gallant winner, 9.5 seconds. It's going to be, as we see there at the end. Somebody going very slowly or pulled off the track. Oh, we don't want to do that on the very last lap. But coming back, will take a well-deserved win. I don't think his brakes are in any better condition, really. Coming back now, and I think probably Harvey Stanley has done enough, unless the brake pedal is all the way to the floor. Coming up. There we go.
Fantastic stuff.
What a brilliant race. The 60s Endurance Challenge was well won.
And great driving by everybody as well.
Yeah, it was, wasn't it?
Yeah.
It was. It is, after all, fun, and the people are out there to have fun. Some have their own private battles. Some are out there just driving on their own, and that to drive a brilliant circuit like this Estoril circuit is such a treat. And I'm sure you could go out there and do your half share of the driving for this and just be very, very happy, even if you didn't get to race anybody. But I think to do that. Yeah, brilliant job. And that's the checker is waved all the way across. Those two hard-working boys. We're going to see Harvey Stanley as being second place. And Simon will be in third.
To coin the sort of nursery phase, you know, those top four, they're all winners.
But you're right.
Yeah.
You're right.
Yeah.
But, and we haven't had time to be able to talk about class winners, but there are some great class winners as well. The Lotus 26R, which is the number 227 car, is a class winner. Then we have in ninth place the number 3 Amon Meal and Iskimama Jaguar E-Type. That's a class winner as well. So some great racing all the way down the order, and thank you for that. That there comes a car and goes,
It does, doesn't it?
Yeah. Oh, can I stop now? Can I stop now? And it'll be great to see the drivers get out and crawl out, perhaps, because they have worked excessively hard. Doesn't this circuit look great in the light or in the dark light?
It's a great shot. Yeah.
Yeah, that's brilliant, and yeah, fabulous circuit. That we've had a great day's racing, half a day's racing, really. But it seems a very long time ago that we were watching those Formula One cars go around, and those John Player Special cars doing what they did. But we're doing that. We're going to be back tomorrow for the 2 Litre Cup, which is the very early Porsche 911s. We'll be back for our first race tomorrow. But here's Harvey Stanley, and he's going to climb out of that car a very, very happy man, I would think. I mean, he may say, "Oh, I only got second," but I think that Harvey's going to be a happy man. I'm glad he took his mobile phone with him. That's kind of good. Presumably in case he breaks down and can tell somebody what's happening. He doesn't need it for the sat-nav, does he?
Is it a beaming smile?
I don't know.
Yeah. He loved it.
He did. He's a happy man. And he'll be going off to find James Cottingham and compare notes about the car. I think that is James's car, so perhaps they're going to go halves on a set of brake pads. But this big field coming back in now, and as you said, Nick, it's very much about lots of people having lots of fun. There's not going to be anybody out there driving into pit lane right now who hasn't had fun.
Absolutely.
There may be a few people who've ended up in the gravel or something who will be less than impressed, but of all those people, that's great. And you have to feel, of course, for the teams and for the engineers and mechanics who now have got to feather bed those cars and put them to bed.
Yeah. I think that was one of those races that was so much fun that it was about saying I was there. I was in that race.
Yes.
It was that good.
Yes, you're right. So there's the 369 car. Horst Beck did a brilliant job to start with. Well, let's see this greeting. Yeah, look at that. Pushed into position. And I honestly think that Harvey Simon is just waiting there. Sorry, Harvey Stanley is just waiting there for the driver to get out. Yep, that's a thoroughly good day's work. And everything that we hoped it would be, it is. That's really, really great stuff.
It's always great to see them fresh out of the car as well, isn't it?
Yes.
Haven't even had time to, have a glass of water and mop their brow.
No, I always love that. Being around.
Look at that, great stuff.
Oh, look. Yeah, well done, guys. Well done. You deserved it.
And the words "that was crazy" will probably be said at some point this evening.
Yes, that's kind of what's going to happen. Happy man, very happy man, deserves it completely. And it's up until probably 20 minutes from the end, it could have gone any way for any of those first three cars. So it was great. And look at that. Look at that moon shining down on a very, very happy Estoril. The circuit has been a great host for today. As I say, we start with the 2-litre cup tomorrow morning. Then we have the Endurance Racing Legends, which will be a treat. Some more long-distance sports cars. We have the Greatest Trophy tomorrow. We saw qualifying earlier on today, but we will see the Greatest Trophy race tomorrow. And then tomorrow afternoon, we have another race for the Classic Grand Prix cars. And then Heritage Touring Cup. We'll be finishing off with the Iberian Historic Endurance race. So a very, very full day tomorrow. Lots and lots of stuff. Oh, yes, of course, it was hard work. 3 Cobras, but, okay, you can say, oh, it was Cobra. That doesn't matter a bit, does it?
No.
Because they were all driving their hearts out. Actually, I have to say, Nicole, that in spite of everything we said, they do look pretty immaculate.
It looks box fresh.
Doesn't it?
Yeah.
Doesn't it? It's there's nothing, there's no dents at all that I can see. But
it's races like that put, legend behind the car, isn't it?
Oh yeah. Yes, people will remember this and will look at that car and say that's the Urspec car that that won or raced at Estoril. Yeah, didn't need the tow hook, thankfully. And you know that those 3 cars are sitting there going tick, tick, tick.
Yeah,
tick,
absolutely.
Tick.
Yeah, lots of heat ticking going on.
Yeah, as they all calm down. But that was a tremendous race. Let's just remind ourselves of what's happened in the last couple of hours. The race itself started well. That it was the 64 car that went out into the lead, and there was a bit of a battle between the E-types and the Cobras, but the Cobras got the better of it pretty quickly. Pretty soon the leading cars were up against the back markers and going through lapping. The battle of the Lotuses there, where we saw the old Lotus 11 versus a much newer Lotus Elan. The battle that really started before it got dark between the 2 Cobras. They really went all the way through. Never actually, it appears, touched each other, although how they didn't, I have no idea.
It's crazy how long they went on that battle, isn't it?
They battled for an hour and more. But they perhaps did just touch there. This circuit throwing up some great racing all the way through the field. That the battle between 355 and 369, those two Cobras, just went on and on and on. That we saw the 355 car beginning to lose its brakes really quite early on, and that there was every chance that that would be the end of the fight. But miraculously, those two stayed really close together all the way through, with James Cottingham and then Harvey Stanley really making the very best of the effort. But there were battles all the way through the field with different cars, different Cobras particularly, that were really trying on top of each other. The Healy 3000 there, just doing a little flame out to get itself started. The E-Type, which had a significant blowout and had to get all the way back to the pits with that coming out of the back. The battle all the way through into darkness, and then the last 20 minutes where it could have gone either way, but we saw a brilliant run and a brilliant race. The marshals can now take a well-earned break as well, and they can get home and get some rest. Gunnar and Mahe from Stanley and Cottingham, Beck and Simon, Everling and Newell were our winners there. And I think, Nick, you're absolutely right that everybody's a winner in this one, because that was one of the best historic endurance races I've seen in a very long time.
It was everything, wasn't it? It was the noise, there was the light fading, and the sheer grit in those guys, the determination and sticking with it, and good sportsmanship and close, fair, aggressive racing.
Yeah, and it had all of those things, and I think it's been a great race before, but this one will go down very much as a marker. The Cobras are now so well developed that there is very little to choose between them. It comes down as much from the drivers as anything else. The preparation standards for these historic sports cars is incredible. It's nothing short of brilliant, and to be able to drive those cars that hard for that long is a tremendous testament to all the teams as well as everybody else. I mean, we always eulogize about the drivers, but actually, as much as anything, it's going to be the teams who need to take the credit, because we didn't see cars falling apart or breaking or anything in the main all the way through our day.
Absolutely, it's a team effort, isn't it? I mean, when you've seen those brake discs blowing up in the night sky, the temperatures it takes to get a disc that hot, and everything around it, it's a team effort, and everyone's done their job superbly, and it's what makes the drivers feel like they can push and feel confident in their machinery.
Yeah, I think it is, and I suppose one of the lasting memories for me of that last race was not only the brake discs glowing red hot, which is amazing in itself, but it was also that as it was dark, you could see the smoke pouring off the front wheels of that car as they were coming into the hairpins, and that you think, I wonder how far down that brake pedal went before it actually got to the bottom, and how quickly you have to change down. That yes, I know this is a third gear corner, but I need to take second just to get it stopped. That it's all those kind of things which I think is remarkable. So,
but also just the back market, the other drivers drove superbly, because it's not easy when you see a couple of Cobras steaming up behind you, in the dead of night. So yeah, hats off.
Yeah, yes, I think that's true. We didn't really see anything very much or very nasty from that angle, and yeah, it must be terribly difficult, because Now we see cars coming down on a slower car, but that car is going as fast as it can. And you need to be able to say, well, yeah, it's doing what it can, and you can't just jump out of the way. It's no, all credit to everybody. The podium, of course, some very, very well deserved bottles of champagne. There's Tottenham and Stanley, and there are our winners. Yeah, look at that. Look at the goodwill.
That's a happy podium, isn't it?
Isn't it? The goodwill that they all have. There's nobody there that's moaning.
No, that's an event they took part in together.
That's a very good way of putting it. Yeah, that Gunnar and Mahe won. Fine, okay, but they all took part and took part very hard. I think they will be drinking that champagne tonight.
Yeah, well, I was going to say, equal allocations of champagne for the ratio. The champagne per driver ratio is correct.
Now, in years gone by, of course, they'd have filled the cup full of champagne and then drunk from the cup.
Yeah, and now it's a shoe.
Yeah, it's not the same. not the same. A sweaty shoe.
Look at that.
Yeah.
Round of applause.
Yeah. Yeah. It's that's what motor racing should be all about, and I think it says it all. Some very happy people, but good sportsmanship, good taste. They're all
the photo to prove it.
Yes. Yeah, that's lovely. That's a great picture for all of them.
Yeah, great shot. He'll probably regret dipping that knee afterwards, but
yeah, ow. But
we're going to get.
we are going to get. Yes, we are going to get a spray. Thank you, gentlemen. Yeah, great stuff.
Brilliant.
Yes, you have to do it in the hair, don't you?
Yeah, down the back's the good one, isn't it?
Yes.
That's the passive-aggressive kind of way to do it if someone does pass you and you don't like it. Oh, we're having fun. Have this freezing champagne on your back.
I've had it happen to me a couple of times when I've been on the podium doing interviews and somebody has then come along and sprayed the champagne. I haven't been able to get off in time, but that's about as close as I get. So we're now going down the classes. Single driver for the top one. Not sure which class this is.
I'm going to hazard a guess the next class down.
Do you think so? Well, in that case, that's going to be the Lotus Elan. But as my recognition experiences are not too great, I'll probably leave that as a guess. But yeah, the first race tomorrow, as I say, is the 2 litre Cup, and that is for the very earliest of the Porsche 911s, the little 4-cylinder 2 litre short wheelbase cars, which has been such a success for Peter Auto over the last few years that they created the event, and that they're running very, very full grids these days. So we'll be pleased to be covering that. Very competitive, and entries from all over Europe, all over the world, actually. So we'll be looking forward to that, and then as I said, we run right the way through with the endurance racing legends, which will be as good as it ever is. It's very much the whole thing. More champagne, more cups. We've got more and more of those to come. He's looking a bit on his own there. Has everybody else gone home, do you think? Gone to the pub? No, there we are. And our winner, as I said, the hard work now starts for the team and the engineers and the mechanics to do whatever they need to do, and at the very least to put the cars to bed.
Some unwinding needs to be done.
Yeah, in every sense.
Yeah.
They need to be unwound almost physically.
Will we get a champagne spray from these guys?
My money says no. My money says they're off to share that with the team. Yep, there we go.
Good on them.
Yep, done the right thing. And yet more. Oh, we dropped the cup. This is my dented cup that I won.
Better dent the cup than the car.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. So plenty more of those things. It's a very laid back walk to the podium, hands in pockets.
That's the sort of Kimi Räikkönen stance there, isn't it?
Isn't it? Yes. I really am not that bothered.
Yeah, he's probably just laid a half-eaten cornetto on the table, just had a shot.
Yes, I think that's probably right. Now we have one bit of champagne going.
Always good.
Yeah. That seems like an extra bottle of champagne because we've all got our own, but there we are. Photo for the album. And some of these drivers will have been doing the Spa 6 hours last Saturday night as well. So there's probably quite a few who've done both. Spa 6 hours was dominated by Ford GT40s, which is just the way it is. They're the fastest cars out there. David Hart and his team.
They're such gentlemen, aren't they? Look, once again, they're leaving the excess champagne on the podium there.
Yeah. So I don't want more than I need, and I think that's probably the end as the sign goes down. So that's the end of the podium. So that's it from us for now, from Nick Tarsi and from me, Paul Tarsi, the father and son team in the commentary box. Thank you very much indeed. Please join us again tomorrow. We'll look forward to taking you through another full day at the Estoril Classics. But as always, if you have been, thanks for listening.
allowing yourself to get carried away by the moment. That is how a great vacation should be. Being able to forget everything, even the little choices of life. Having to choose between this or that. Whether this will be in the morning or in the afternoon. Whether catching the waves or laying by a pool. Whether reading a book or taking a nap. Whether visiting a museum or enjoying the terrace. Whether by car or by foot. Whether simple or sophisticated. Just leave it up to the moment and see where things take you. It's entirely possible when nothing is missing and everything is so close. Every path is the right path.